533, the rule of judges began with Othniel ben Shamgar ben Anath died. -1107, 2654, Deborah became leader. -1067, 2694, Gideon became leader. -1027, son of Gideon, became leader. -1024, 2737, Tola, son of Pua, became leader. -1003, 2758, Jair, the Gileadite, became leader. -982, 2779, Jephthah, Magaladi, became leader. -969, 2792, Elon, Hazabeloni, became leader. Leader. -907, 2854, David was born. -890, 2871, Samuel became leader. Kings and the First Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. David became king of Judah in Hebron -869, 2892. David became king of Israel in Jerusalem -837, 2924. Solomon became king -833, 2935. The first Beit Hamikdash was completed. -797, 2964, Solomon died and his kingdom was divided. -797, 2960, king over Israel. -718, 3043, Elijah went up in a chariot of fire. -677, 3084, Joash renovated the Beit Hamikdash. -619, 3104. The 10 tribes were exiled. -566, 3195, another 2 of the 10 tribes were exiled. -562, 3199, Hezekiah became king of Judah. -548, 3213, Sennacherib invaded the land of Judah and retreated. -533, 3228, Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, became king of Judah. -463, 3200, Hamikdash. -442, 3319, Jerusalem was conquered and Jehoiakim was exiled. -443, 321, Joachim burned the Book of Lamentations composed by Judah. 433, 331, Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. -429, 3332, Ezekiel prophesied in exile. -425, 3000, sacrifices ceased in the Beit Hamikdash. -423, 3338, first Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. -423, 3000, 3340, Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar dream. -410, 3352, Ezekiel prophesied about the future Beit Hamikdash. -372, 3389, Daniel read the writing. 371, 3390, Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. -373, 391, building of second Beit Hamikdash commenced. Then halted. -366, 3395, Achashvarosh II made his great banquet. -362, 3399, Esther was taken to the palace. -357, the Quorum. -353, 3408, building of the second Beit Hamikdash resumed. -349, 3412, the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. Building of the second Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 348, 3413, Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. 348, 3413, Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. -335, 3426, Nehemiah returned to rebuild walls of Jerusalem. -313, 3448, Ezra died. minus 313, the Great minus 313, 3,449, the Minyan Shdero began. Greek cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history minus 273, 3,488, Simon the Zadok not. Greek, Septuagint, 143,621, the revolt of Mattatyahu the Chasmonai. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of the Chashmonaim. Secular year Jewish year event in history minus 139, 3,622, Judah the Maccabee rule. Minus 139, 3,622, the second Beit Hamikdash was rededicated. Minus 138, festival. Minus 133, 3,628, Judah the Maccabee was killed in battle. Minus 133, 3,628, Yonatan, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 126, 93, 3,668, Judah Aristobulus, son of Yohanan Hyrcanos, ruled. Minus 91, 3,670, Alexander Yanai, son of Yohanan Hyrcanos, ruled. Minus 73, wife of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 65, 3,696, Aristobulus II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled, TD greater than. Minus 61, 3,700, the Romans gained control. Judea minus 61, 3,700, Hyrcanos II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 43,721, Antigonus, son of Aristobulus II, ruled. Roman client kings and rulers. The Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history minus 36, 3,725, Herod I ruled. Killing all the Chashmonaim minus 33, 3,728, Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19, 3,742, Herod I began rebuilding the second Beit Hamikdash minus 11, 3,000 was completed. 3,761, Archelaus, son of Herod I, ruled. 3,768, Hillel died. 3,770, Archelaus was deposed by the Roman Emperor. 3,788, the Sanhedrin moved from the second Beit Hamikdash. 3,804, Agrippa II, son of Agrippa I, ruled. 53,810, Rabbi Gamliel I, son of Shimon, died. 66, 3,826, Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 69, 3,829, the second Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74, 3,834, Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86, 3,846, the Sanhedrin moved from place to place. Under our Gamliel II, 133, 3893, Batar fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134, 3,894, Judaism was banned. And Bar Akiva was imprisoned. 189, 3,949, Ar Judah Hanasi completed the Mishnah around this time. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 219, 3979, Rav left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247, 4007, Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294,050, Huna was the leading Talmudic authority. 298, 4058, Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304, Talmudic authority. 309, 4069, Rabba was the leading Talmudic authority. 321, 4081, Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325, 4085, Abaye was the leading Talmudic authority. 359, 4119, Hillel II, who established the calendar, became Nasi. 390, Rashi was the leading Talmudic authority. 427, 4,000. Gemara 475, 4,235. The Talmud was complete when Rabina II died. The Rabbanan, secular year Jewish year event in history. 551-4311 Mar Zutra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in
Whatever the status was until now, we're going to go until further notice. For instance, if the animal is also because it's Zebra Menachai, it's Zebra Menachai, or it's also to eat until you can prove to me that you shechted it. If you shechted it properly, this animal is 100% good, so you think of something that happened before those people. But meanwhile, it can be good. So here I know this is weird, do I know this? So we don't listen to Rabbi making this Achazot. Oh, my Rabbi Shmuel. You know, Rabbi Yonason, oh my girl, Yosak, Payman Abais, Abais Abais, Behizgis Abais Shabasiyon. What happened there? Let's watch the video tape. If somebody finds a funny looking discoloration on his wall, he calls Rabbi Cohen, calls it a Kohen to check it out. And if he decides this is Takanega, you have to close the house up, take everything out, close it up for 7 days. Then he comes back, again check. But this closing, some training will learn, literally, the history means you close the front door.
This time, 858, 4,618 who wrote the Siddur, became Surah 928, 4,688. Rabbi Nusadiam was appointed Gown of Surah 955, 4715. Times 968, 4,728. Our Sharira became Gown of Muhammadina 997, 4,757. Our High became Gown of Muhammadina 1038, 4,798. Our High died. And the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim. The Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in Israel. 1040, 48 Rabbeinu Versa Miur Mulanai. 108, 48, 48.
You have to remove that stone if it's a gris.
Morocco 1096, 4,856.
Size, 1 gris by 2 gris. Great. So now, how do I prove comes up with this? We do have another boss say, maybe this is what happened. You have to check this out. As Remy leaves, check it out. This side. What happens? And it became small. Maybe that's what happened. How do I know that by the time we got to the door, it didn't shrink? Oh, because I'm assuming that is close. It's going to stay the way it is.
By the Crusaders, 1148, 4,908.
This is like the number one, it's a Shura, a lot. Now, read that, look at it comes up there. It's a chazak. Might be a Rabbi Yaakov, but then if you go, you should get that's a fire. Think of husband, like, you know, maybe he was walking backward. And it may look here, like this, take a look. He keeps on going back, and he makes sure that the neck doesn't shrink. And only in that situation, he closes the door. Otherwise, you can't close the door. I have two answers to what you're saying. When you walk back, that's not when the Torah says to walk out, you walk out. You don't walk backward. Where do people walk backward? Like a dog foot. We're going to prove that that's considered walking. That's considered walking by the dog foot. That Rabbi is wrong. Sometimes walking backwards is considered walking. What if you're blocked by something, by a door, by a wall? So what? If you aim in the front of the back, so what? You should open up holes in the walls as you're walking out. You can see through into the bedroom. It's a wrap. Or behind the door, you can pop a hole in the door so that you can see it as you're walking out. That's not. By yourself on the person with the color is the guy. This is an interesting lesson that our Gemara uses. I wasn't excited about this lesson because it's not. So it's based on Rashi. Then what? If you're in a dark room, and you think there's an egg, the only way to see it for real is to turn on the light or to open up a window or something. That's not considered an egg. Not an egg. Even if you turned on the light and you saw an egg, not an egg. You don't have to open up the window.
Jewish year event in history. 12905050.
I cannot, it's a little scroll.
Spelled
But okay. Meaning, open up the window doesn't change the status. Because Rashi, it's not a nega. It's not considered nega. So Mamela, it's impossible to say that I can poke holes in doors and pop the drywall so I can see through to the other room. That's not considered a nega. And I read about the Palmers, you see that first of all, you're wrong. So you're walking backwards, this way you see and Gadol, you're looking for Mechia. Here, check this out. Because Gadol himself on Kippur, like a Talmud from his Rebbe, he walks backwards. So he walks backwards. So walking backwards is good. That's why we walk back from the Kaisel. To get coming to the Rebbe, you're like, you walk up there in praises, you walk backwards. And it says in the Shari Yitzia, it says in the Mishnah, you have to follow it. It's also, when he leaves, it's the same thing as when he came in. In other words, in the same direction. His body's facing the same way. Instead, it's facing the Aron, the place of Kedashim, and he walks backwards out. With Garen's by himself, only person who follows there's Nigo. In this, we tell that in a dark house, you don't open up windows to see the nega. I mean, that's if you never established the nega. You don't know if it's a nega or not. You need to turn on the lights to see it. But where you're already established in our case, it's a nega. I've already saw that it's a nega. Just what? You can't see it all the way to the door. So maybe in that case, you do have to pop a hole in the wall. Says the more time you look about the Bayafra, it says maybe he was walking backward, and you have to see the negative the entire time, otherwise there's no chazal. There's no chazal to it. You don't have to go in that Bible. So you also does the Kohen use that. The basic question. Maybe the Kohen can go all the way to his own house. His own house. From his couch, he'll close the door. How will he close the door of that house? From the morning road. I was reminded that when I was about 12 years old, I used to down to Seeking on Shabbos and Ramat Hanan. Why? Because my friends was down, and I didn't know how to wake up. So we devised a plan. I tied a rope to my foot and threw it out the window. Miss Sugar. Now, did he pull it? No, because I was so skinny, I gave my foot off. So I woke up like 2 hours before. So it says over here, do not go home. Stay by the door. Depends on the it's literal by the door. Maybe you should be in the door. Maybe you should be much in the door. Yeah. You have to leave the house. Okay, Ty, what do you do? So the best way to do it, according to the Torah, you don't go home and you don't stand underneath the door. Maybe you stand right next to the door. Basically, his game showing up the Rabbi is, what if you went all the way to your house? Which you shouldn't do, but you did it anyway. So the Evan would be okay. But his gear says, Gary, good. What do you see from here? You see, you can be in your own house and pull the long rope that's 200 feet long, close the door, and you're going. And we're going to finish here, but before you jump off, we have a video. Let's see for 10 seconds. You have a bunch of people in a row. Here, take this out. Row. Look at this. This is what the Gemara says. Maybe this is what happened. Rabbi is on his. I don't know if you noticed. This hides everywhere. This cow hides behind him. He's sitting on gallows. This is a fight. So he's eating his cheesecake, and the hundreds of people. What? This is dietetics, cheesecake. He goes, they can't even do it. They can't around and they can declare it going. So he's going to say, listen, you don't have to come on to Chazaka. He has first-hand information what it is. But he points out, for that, I don't need 100 people like in the video. One person that was there at the time that he did the Hezger will tell you that it was good. It didn't grow. Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful day. I'll see you. Maybe this time in a week. Don't fall off. If not, Monday morning we'll be here.
England, 165654116. Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated. 1673543. The Magen Avraham on Shulchan Aruch was completed. 167 Shochin Arup was printed. 169854548. The Baal Shem Tov was born. 17025463. The Nebuchadnezzar's family was killed in an explosion. 171254. Yaakov Loaz arrived in Constantinople 1727. 5487. The Mishnah Lamelech died. 17345494. Jews were massacred by the Maccabees. In history, 17415501. Nehemiah arrived in the land of Israel. 17475507. Art Moshe Chaim Zavi Rothschild died in Akko, Lincoln, 1755. Hamlet 1754. 5515. RHS Landau. Known as the Note of Mine is the Became rabbi in Prague 1757. 5518. Rank was instituted mass murders in Talmud 1759. 5519. Ranks blood. Libel charges in public meeting. 1760552. Baal Shem Tov died. 1764552. The Council of Four Lands. Law was discontinued. 1768552. Despite resistance. The Haidamaks massacred thousands. 1772552. The Magen Bezerich died. 1782552. RN Adler and Chatham Sofer visited the Note of Yehuda. 1786. The Pale of Settlement was established in Russia 1793. 5553. Jews suffered in reign of terror of French Revolution 1797. 5558.
Love it. Different people.
From first imprisonment. 179955559.
Wow, there's a lot of guests.
Led an army expedition through the land of Israel.
Here also.
1806556. The cheetah.
Shmoyder says she really received from
David
the
Azulai.
Shmoyder says she has it.
180. Pressburg 1809. 5570.
It's very rare that we have in the room because for the Yotam Arna.
1810557. 1R.
It's a big sis.
died.
He brought his
1814557.
What's their name? What? The twins?
Both died. 1815575. Chosen.
From Mitzvah. What they have
spread throughout Germany.
I don't know.
1840560.
He came on the right day. There's not a lot of emails. This, I don't know if I showed you guys.
Rabbi Rothschild.
Secular year Jewish year event in
Good
history.
Mexico.
1843560. Arrested in Russia 1846. 5606.
Vamos a combinar mis videos, mi voz y todo el show, los ejemplos, las animaciones, los chistes, las historias, las imágenes, todo será en español. Va a ser una gran experiencia. Los invito a que se unan a nosotros. Se van a beneficiar muchísimo. Van a estudiar lo que los demás están estudiando. Vas a cambiar tu estudio, se los garantizo. Empezamos una nueva Gemara, Masejet Julín. Será increíble, te cambiará la vida. MDY en español llegará a ustedes hoy. Now, one of those words is made. So the good news is that we are going straight into the shir because the Israelis are coming in 40 minutes. We have a beautiful doc. So the Sir Saim is the first at more than business later. Official edition of the one shots for second Zevin Yao show off. We'll say also from the guests, hopefully, or a lot of the guests, Perek, the better than family. Official edition of the one shots, top class anonymous. This was David to the Holy Parents. Yosef, sponsored with David Salam, dedicated memory of Avi Murray, Shmuel, Third Time Street, Doug, She sponsors the separate concert family donation of gratitude to the consortium and the alliance of all the youth to support MBY Anonymous. Mustafa, Brooklyn is Gashmis, and thank you to Chief Benny. I heard he's coming on a trip. For complete report, Shlema and Arichas Yom to Leah Bas Esther by Anonymous, Yomin and Daniela Rosenfeld, Brios, Simcha, Arius Simon is a monthly sponsor. The report, Shlema, Memory report for Miriam, and Benjamin and Daniela Rosenfeld for Rosen Shefa. Sponsors Moshe and Ruchi Markovich, proudly supporting the Daf in Spanish. For Shlema, Rav Yaakov Ben Lulu, the Lishmas are fine, Gedalia Ben Yeshua, Pablo Bashala. Zillion Zayden Diamond by the Doctor, Ethan Zay 15 and 100 Zayden 14 on their 500 DAF, halfway to MDY 1K status. Weekly sponsors Unify, the Lishmas Shingle, Basra, Akil Methel, Shal, Versus on Live, Boimer. Daily sponsors the consortium, Mazikov, Sammy, Mazel, are finishing his receptive with MDY. Ruben, Reitler, and Pat families. The memory of Mordechai Meir, Ben Yomis, family Rafa. William and Gail Hoffman and family for the yahrzeit of our father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, Morris Hoffman, Moshe Meir, Ben Yitayim, Yaakov, Zevach, Koyi, and all that stuff. He was the Klein Gadol in the young Israel Woodmer, New York, for over 40 years, and Shlomo should have an Aliyah co-sponsors month. HRK Ventures in the special success of all our clients, Yoni and Daniela Rosenfeld, Rothschild, and Karnasa, MDY Kids sponsor monthly innovations of the season, Sports by Kids in the Vega, and Reviews by Kaya. MDY's Coffee Corner, month, coming out the Field Committee, that with name Yakoimed, the voice I keep on being the values to feel so that our committee can continue sponsoring next month as well. They hesitate. You're giving them that guilty feeling. Now they're doing it amazing instead of shaking. Unbelievable. Mazel tov to you. Stand up for a second. Let them see who you are. Here's the guy behind the window status. You know, the one that is the second prize, second ChatGPT. Yeah, you got it? You stood up. Let them see who you are. What's his name again? Mayor? Saba. The motorcycle man, yeah? All right, you should go there. How long will it take to make? 20 hours? Really? See, you made about $10 an hour. Revolving. Oh, my God. Unbelievable, top level. Okay. NYR, report Shlemi Yonatan, the member show with Brachal, report Shlemi Morka Ben Esther, report Sayel, Daniel, Ayel, Esther. Let's just say, real quick with some guests. What's your name, Shalom Aleichem? From? 1956-5717 Shalom Aleichem, Lowry, Blackpool. You're not a guest. Shalom Aleichem, how are you? I know. Yes. Oh, he's not a guest either. No, he's a guest too. Shalom Aleichem, what's your name? From Rockland, Shalom Aleichem. Oh, really? Where's Levi? Is he here? Oh. All of you are here? What about you? What's your name? You look like a first contact. Wow. You're kind of brother, really? Wow, he's my rough for so many years. Wow. He's moving here. He told me that he's moving like a while ago. Send him regards. So what are you doing? What you do the shit? You stop and kiss and see what's going on. Oh. Wow. Okay, now it's coming together now. All right, Divaldo. So he must be about Kishrin if you're his brother, because he's you're an Anav like him, because he's a true Anav also, Damas. And all Torskis are Bali Kishrin, so okay, fine, we'll invite you later. What about you? What's your name? His uncle. But the guy himself didn't show up here. Let me read it. You know the story, I'm just going to say it once. He came to my house, knocked on the door, asked me for Hatzalah. He wanted to ask me for money for Hatzalah. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if I gave him or didn't, but I said, what's going to be with Torah? What do you do? I don't know. Now, I said, no, but what? Do you do that? No. So be there tomorrow. And Lamaisi hasn't missed since then. You're going back 8 years probably, close to 8 years. Wow. Let me be very proud of you. What's your name? Also related somehow? Not really. Okay. Now, after that line, all of a sudden you're not related anymore. You're scared of him. Okay, Givaldi. What's your name? Shalom Aleichem from? The Shem is beautiful. Who else wants to say Shalom Aleichem real quickly? We got to start the share. What's your name? All the way at the end. Manchester. Givaldi, Shalom Aleichem. Who's cousin? Oh, wow. Gee. Victor's nephew. Victor sits in the Hebrew. Oh, Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? Why do you look very familiar? You were here the other day. No? Not really? Okay. Got it. Yeshkoya. Saying what? How was my shower? Was Shmuzi now? It's amazing. It's amazing. I'll tell you. I was going to tell Benny. So now they asked. A tremendous Yad Shmaya. I woke up earlier than usual. I learned 2 daf, and then I learned another 2 daf of a chavrusa, and then I went to Shabbos. And then, so now, I'm serious. I feel good for tomorrow. Like I have tomorrow's shear halfway down. I didn't know what to do. I have to give tomorrow. Tomorrow we're leaving to Morocco. If everything holds up, it's on a. So tomorrow's English year, regular time. Tomorrow's Hebrew year at 1 p.m. right here in the basement. Give up. Oh, I have to tell him. Oh, he left already. I have to tell him to do minta a little earlier. Maybe remember somebody. Oh, I'll tell you. So what are we gonna do? So after, it'll be after shear. There'll be a minute. Okay, give out. Says the Gemara, Omer Rabbi Rothschild. Boom. And before I start, because I figured out who sent me the wax and that whole thing. Orlovsky. That's it. That's all it says. Orlovsky. Maybe it's the Rabbi Orlovsky. I doubt it. And then the chicken was a nice, very. I'll read it tomorrow. He said not to read it, so I took out his name, and he's in a kollel. He has a chicken thing, and he just sent me the thing because he loves the shear and wanted to show up every time, and it came in the perfect time. He doesn't want me to mention his name. I think it's a mistake. I think he should let me mention his name so that people could buy Shinzgid. It's very good, actually. What? Okay, later after shear. Okay. What is it? Like 15 lines from the bottom of Pesach things. Hataba, Oshoichet, Tzorah, Shloisha Sakinim. He needs 3 knives. Akas, Sheshoichet Bo. One that he can do Shechita with. I said Shechita is actually killed, okay? But Akas, Shemechatich Bo Basa. You shouldn't be using the same knife that you're using for Shechita to cut up the meat. One you cut up the meat with. But Akas, Shemechatich Bo Chalav. Now, the chaylev, showed the video the other day of chaylev. The chaylev, if you cut chaylev, which is it's the recipe, then little parts of it, little shumon sticks to the knife, and then you cut regular meat with it. It's a problem because now the chaylev is going to go into the meat. So you need 2 knives for the meat, and for the chaylev, 2 separate knives, and 1 for the shechita. That's the Gemara of the sakili choda v'lichli b'basa. What's the problem? First, cut the meat, and after you finish cutting the meat, then you cut the chalav, and you're not going to have any issue. You can wipe it off, whatever you want to do. But if you first cut the meat and then you cut the chalav, what's the big problem? Says the Gemara, you should have 3 knives. If somebody asks you how many knives does a shofar need, he needs 3. Today, I guess they only do is just shkita. They don't really cut. They don't do the nikur. But those who do nikur, they probably have 2 knives. Because the problem is, you might cut the meat after you cut the chaylev, and you have pieces of chaylev on the knife. That's the Gemara. So you have 2 knives, but actually now you make up with it. Somebody could get mixed up with the knife that they use. How does he know which one is what? Even that zucchini tray is layhead kera. there was a hecker based just on the fact that we are Machayev, we use two knives. He's going to make some sort of sign on it. I don't know what it is. From this Gemara right here, the Ramah says that's why we have milchiks and fleishiks. Things that if you remember, when I learned here in Shiva, in the now this is interesting. You're supposed to make a sign on one of them. Which one should you make the sign on? The milchiks or the fleishiks? Most people do the fleishiks, no? They do red. Milchiks. Everybody agrees because he has a lot of milk. He said it with such authority too. Yeah, milchiks. He's right. A shot goes off. Milchiks. In the yeshivas, they had this annoying hole. They used to drill a hole through the silverware so that every time you used it, you got a little spray. You know, remember that? How do you aim that? Oh, okay. How do you aim? Great. Supposed to make a hacker. It's the famous Maisa Taco. The guy went through the necklace here in the show with 7 refrigerators. So we stopped there. We bought 7 refrigerators. He says, what do you want? They said, I'm not going to buy 7 refrigerators. It's kosher. One for milk, one for fleishiks, one for barley. Oh, and I need a separate Pesach. This is very good. That's 6. Why 7? He says, so for one refrigerator, you're going to make me sugar. Okay. Another one. Same kind of sukkah. Instead of knives, now we're talking about buckets. A taba, a butcher, a shaychet, they cater Shamayim needs 2 buckets of water. One which he rinses off the meat, and the other one in which he rinses off the chaylev, which is also as you remember back in the chada, just only needs 1 bucket, and you never go. So first you put in what's water, and afterwards you rinse off the chaylev. We're concerned that you're going to flip it. You're going to reverse it. First you're going to do the chalavim, and you're going to have chaylev floating around in the water, and then the basar. That my first cousin, Mordechai Stefanski, lives in Eretz Yisrael somewhere. He's a menachor. He says one day a group of tzaddikim show up over there and say, listen, we want to do the melicha. We don't like that the Arabs are doing. We want to do it ourselves. So they went and they took all the meat and they put it into this bucket. He says, what are you doing? You just put chaylev together with the meat, and they ruined like 3 cows worth. They had to give it. It's a big, tremendous nezek when you wait. The place that it has to do with a little bit later, where you need to know the halachas. You can't just be a makmer. You have to know also what you're doing. So says the Gemara Hashanami v'chalpulei. But even if you have 2 buckets, you're going to switch them around. You might put the chaylev in the one that's meant for the meat, and the meat. Says Gemara, since we inconvenience him to get 2 buckets and fill them up with water. This day, obviously, he's going to make one that's blue, one that's red, whatever they do. You know, like in the. Yeah, I don't. Just to remind the other one, the Shiva Center saw those plastic, and I hate it even. They have like scrap plastic. The red things in the mirror, that like scratches them, and you can see like fruit from 3 weeks ago stuck in there. You know, whatever. Okay. Come on, man. Oh, so let me just show you this video. It's a different style. This just shows the halach. You need 3 knives, 2 buckets. Gary's zoom in on the cup. A what? This is the mountains fell in there. All right, talk to you tomorrow. All right, talk to you tomorrow. I'm not married with the Rav Papa. What we call flanking, like next to the ribs over there. This is the video that I want to show you. There's a guy removing chaylev from the flanking. This is the flanking. You can see the ribs, and that's the flanking. There's chaylev over there. So that chaylev, we're talking that piece right over there is chaylev. Okay. So what he's saying is, you can't take that piece and put it on top of another piece of meat. You can't flip it and put it on top of another piece, pile it up. Why? Because the chaylev is going to heat up and it's going to drip onto another piece of meat, and it's going to drape up that other piece of meat. That chaylev is the rice to eat. Don't put these ribs, the flanking on top of another meat. The dive is going to heat up, tarba is the fat, and it's going to be absorbed by the meat. As the Gemara, even if you don't put it on another piece of meat, as is. In this picture right over here, it's sitting as is, and it has a piece of fat on it. What's going to happen to the fat? It's going to heat up and melt into the meat. And it's a problem. You have now chaylev in the meat, Balav Israel. So you don't know. You don't know how it works. That's Benny. He said, there's a membrane. There's a plastic bag that a Kishbon makes. It's a membrane. It's a little thin layer of skin that the chaylev is sitting in it. Here we have a little bit of a improved picture. This is the picture I sent Yoshi. And this is the picture that came out after he beautiful. You can see little like layers of like skin, like a thin piece of skin that it's called a krum, a membrane, and that holds the chaylev. Even if the chaylev were, imagine like a balloon. There's chaylev inside the balloon, so even if it's melted, it's in the balloon. As the Gemara, Yihaki, Miloi Nami Kromanika. I don't understand. If there's a plastic bag, so to speak, there's a piece of plastic covering it. So if you flip it up over and put it on top of another piece of meat, it's not going to leak into the other piece of meat. There's that krum that's holding it together. Says the Gemara that because the butcher touched it. And they explain, I think the Meiri says it's a little thinner than the bottom one, so he ruins it. He pokes a hole in it with his hands. Once because he's touching it, it ruins the membrane, and it can leak. So Mela don't flip it over because there's a hole on top. But the bottom he never touched. The bottom that's touching the meat, in between the chaylev and the actual meat, there's still a membrane that wasn't touched. It's untouched, and that's going to protect the meat from the seepage of the chaylev. 2 lines from the top of Pesach and Aleph. She learned 3 things. Sav. Sav means this. Don't think Sav means writing. In those days, especially, even just a couple hundred years ago, 300 years ago, people were massive Amaratim. They couldn't even read. Check this out. This is Sav. It looks like EKG, Rabbi Isai. But it's down front signature. So that's exact. You should know how to sign your name. Why? Because you're doing stars, you're not talking, you're signing ksubas, I don't know what you're doing. You need to to know how to sign your name on this. Forget about it. Writing. You should learn how to sign your name. Shchita, you should learn how to shop. He's in a little shtetl. He needs to know how to do shchita. Who else is going to do shchita? Umila. How do people learn Mila today? I heard that the guy that teaches you, he can find you a baby. He'll pay you. You pay him 1,500 shekels or $500. He'll find you a carbon, so to speak. It might not be, Shaluni, whatever, but let's take a cuisine. We're not gonna cuisine, and then he comes in there. But this is the part. He comes in as if he's the Rebbe, and the Rebbe is the Talmud. And he starts, and then when he starts making a mistake, then the Rebbe could jump in and take over or whatever. That's how they do it. Okay, fine. If anybody needs to know, there's actually a course that teaches you 12 different things. Besides me, I think. But Shechita, how to do a chuppah, how to do kura. It's like a year and a half course. If anybody's interested. But I do want to say this. It's not if you take the course and you learn these three things, you learn how to sign your name, you become a Talmud Chacham. If you're a Talmud Chacham, then you should learn these three things. Some people, they go straight. Let me go to the course of Talmud Chacham. Let me learn Mila. I'm a Talmud Chacham. No. Stop it. Okay. You should learn how to do the Daled on the Shal Rosh. You should learn this. I have a video here. Let me see. I don't know about the ring over there, but
the single Daled fill in Shal Rosh. You can see here that the piece of strap that's coming down from the leg,
that's what we're going to find.
a piece of white masking tape. To loosen it, the way that's not just put together, you're not going to do anything with this strap because that's very complicated. It goes through the knot, and you won't be able to really do much adjustment with it. The way the knot is tied, the strap that comes straight down the leg of the Daled makes a very nice, easy S that feeds itself through the knot pretty easily. So that if you need more material, more strap inside the head, the circumference of the head strap, you'll feed some of the white strap like that. Again, you want to try as much as possible to keep the rest of the knot together and snug through this process. Pull down on the leg of the Daled here and pull that slack through. And then pull up on the head loop. And you can see all that material, all that lower strap is now going into the head loop. If you need to make the head loop smaller, this is too big.
okay. So boys, tomorrow we're going to see a bunch of people with half kshar coming out, all messed up. Maybe we shouldn't do a masking tape. Maybe we shouldn't. Anyways, it's kedai to learn how to do a kesher tefillin. The Gemara probably means not just to enlarge it, but also to make one from scratch. Ubirkas Hasan. You should learn the Shever Brach Vachah. They didn't have the Sidurim then. You should learn the Shever Brach Vachah. Vitzitzis. In addition to the three things that Rav said, Sav, Shkidu Milo, you should learn tefillin, Sanim, and Vitzitzis. How come he doesn't mention the first? Rav doesn't mention anything about tzitzis. Everybody knows that tzitzis, tefillin, that's fine. It's not a big deal. Rabbi Rothschild says a Ma'aseh Sha'ari with him. The guy that came to him and says, "Listen, I don't want to give my son-in-law dira." Now, it's a great trick because a lot of people try to get out of it. I know of a bunch of stories with the shver. He got the chassan that he wanted, and then after the chassan says, "Too bad." But this one, he's smarter. He's like, "Listen, I thought that this guy's top for yeshiva. It turns out that my daughter knows much more halacha than he does. He doesn't know anything. Shabbos and Shabbos garden." She says, "Kedai, not just to be in London and then say good shot in both bear, but also like know more halacha than your wife." He just says, "It's a toiv," he said. Okay. Now, a second ago, he said in the name of Rav, he says in the Shmuel, we know he went by both. But Tavach Sheni is there with the Shkita. Just because you know how to do Shkita doesn't mean that we can eat your Shkita. You have to know the halach. Ve'enu einu Shkita. Shehiyah. Drasa. Let me show you. Let me do a little bit of demonstration. Any chance I get to use my knife. Woo. Let's see if it's going to work. I didn't try it out. Drasa with one hand. You know what? Let me just. Oh, okay, drasa would be like this. Okay? Instead of going back and forth, I'm going downwards, like that. That's a problem. You have to go back and forth. It's unbelievable. You see the reflection of the. I don't know if you see it, the guys there. Anyway, whatever. Now Shia, what's Shia? Shia is you go like this, you cut a little bit, then you take the knife out or something, you take a little spatzir, and you come back and you continue. Now, how long we're going to learn what the shear is, but or you, I don't know if necessarily you need the knife out, but you go like this, pause, and then you continue. That's Shia. Not a fluid motion. You pause it. So chalada. Every shear is like chalada. What's chalada? Chalada is where the knife is headed. So here, I don't know if you should give it to Yassin. It's not a good idea. Let's see it over here. Shehiyah, let's do this. Shehiyah. These are all brand new for MDY. Stops and then goes and then the next one. This one is what? Okay. Let's first see Chalaba. Drisa. Here's Drisa. Not obviously you don't need two hands. It's just to make the point that it's going downwards. But if you do it with one hand and you go in a downward motion, that passes the shkita. We're holding by Chalaba. So this is a nice addition that we had that we didn't have this in that phase. This is also taken from, I guess it's, we improved it, but from Kol Shon, that idea. He's showing over here, he's grabbing the Kan and the Veshet. He sticks the knife underneath, and then he does shkita. So what happened was that his knife was hidden by the Kan and the Veshet from the inside of the animal. They can't be covered. The knife can't be covered. You have to come uncovered, cover the top. Over here, let's see. Go inside the animal. Now you see how it's covered. There's a 3D view. It's covered by the trachea, and then he's going to cut it. That's two legs. That's awesome. What else do we have? And hagrama. So hagrama, I just put the arrows there as Saber 39. Okay, let's just assume that that's the area where you can check. The trachea, obviously, that's the breathing tube that goes into the lungs. So the end of where you can check is by the entrance to the lung, pretty much. And on the other side, closer to the jaw, it's by where the Adam's apple is. So he went in there, this guy, what does he say? Let's hear it again. Okay, that's just a mistake, yeah. Huh? Kitzer, hagrama means this could all be wrong. Let's get to the sugya. The point is that he's shepherding in the wrong spot. He might have killed the animal, but it's in the wrong area where he's allowed to shepherd. There's only a certain area where you're allowed to shepherd. A Maisa Shahana, another Maisa. I'm on my 5th Maisa already. And then no more Maisas. We gotta go. Wow, we have 10 minutes before the Israelis come. Hashem Yirachim. The Maskilim wanted to take over the Shkita in a certain city, and they didn't know what to do. So the Rav said to one of the Askanim there, go grab the judge, ask him what's the Shkita. He get ready for the case. He said, fine. And he thought about Shia, Kalada, Agrama, the whole thing. And so this case starts, and the master gets up and says, listen, why these Farid taking over, da, da, da. So he says, what's up, Grama? What's Chalada? He says, you don't know the basics, and you want to take over Shkita, get out of here. I mean, they didn't expect the judge to know these things. Fine. Michael Shaya. Michael Mashalom. What are you telling? Why is Rab saying this? The Shmuel. Well, the Ikur. Ikur means to use a knife that has a pajima, that has a nick in it. And what happens is, it's going to rake the instead of cutting, it's going to rake it's going to rip the tongue. Okay. Michael Mashalom includes Danino. We learned this, so it's coming up to Shnayim that you need all these things. This individual is shafted 5, 2, 3 times. The Shochat Shapir. It was great. He did the Shochat Shapir because he did 2, 3 that was good. This is also good. Since he doesn't know Allah, Zimnin the Shoy, sometimes he'll make a mistake and he'll pause in the middle, take a cigarette in between. Doris or push downwards. That's very common. Instead of doing a nice flute back and forth motion, he's pushing downwards. Based on this Gemara, the Shulchan Paskins that Shoichet needs something called a Kabbalah. He needs like a certificate that knows what he's doing. Zog the Gemara. He has to take out the simanim. He has to look into the simanim and see whether or not he shefted a robe. Yeah, 2 simanim and a behema. Now, if you know the answer to this, please don't answer, please. But, in other words, if you just learned the sugya, you tried to cheat, or you learned Kulam last month, don't answer. And you also don't answer because you learned shots 5 times to stop. But, on a bird, how much of the 2 simanim do you have to chef? The bird does have 2 simanim. Of course, he has to breathe, he has to eat. How much? I said if you know, you shouldn't answer. Your dad can't control himself. What? So the answer is, on a bird, you only have to chef 1 siman. 1 siman out of the 2. On a baby, you need both. I'll go part of the shaitan has to go take a look at each one, open it up and take a look to see if there's a right. After this shkita. We learned this. If he paused enough to inspect, it's possible. My laugh, this is the halacha that you have to check. What are you checking exactly? Checking the siman. You need a chacham to check what? Your knives. We're not even talking about the simanim here. So yeah, a bunch of pictures about in-house shaykhs run by Weissfish. Helped us out a lot. This picture right over here that I showed at the beginning of Shir, this right here, he was extremely busy. He told me he doesn't have time, but he said, I'll do this from the UI. He ran to his place, took him an hour to get the picture, and he came back. So Yeshua. So here he is. Where was it? I love this picture. The mountain knives, because he was giving people sakina for other people. This is even a better picture. Train them young. And here it is. You can see how he's doing the fika on his nail. That's how they do it. No, because that'll be a stab. You gotta cut. What are you going for? Oh, food. We're not in the business of being food. We're in the business of. All right. Says the Gemara, we're going to see tomorrow, day after, this The Indian also that you give honor to the Chacham that he should check the knife. It's a big Indian, you give him cover. Go, show me knives. Take to look at it, that's the way you are. Says Gemara, if you have to go to the Chacham to give him your knife, so one Chacham lives 25 minutes away, one lives 2 minutes away. So then you have different time limits. Ella today, Bikur Kama Chacham. He himself, the Shoichet himself, after he finishes, he takes a look and he checks out his knife. So that's normal. Whatever it takes for a Shoichet to do Shchita and then checks. Says Gemara, look, but that. So I want to go through this because a guy was arguing with me yesterday, and we got to make sure that we know this stuff. Not only that, today somebody, a Rebbe in a yeshiva asked me a question, and I saw that he didn't know the basics of this stuff. So if somebody touches a dead horse, does it become tamei or not? You say, well, 5 times shots. What's not true? How many times do you know shots? This is the first time. Okay, first time. I thought that, okay. Mixed you up with that. Oh, yes. Okay, sorry. So you say no. Good thing you came tonight. What about a dead cow? Coming or not coming? If you shut it properly, no. But if you didn't shut it, drop dead, yes. What about a dead cat? So I think what people get confused because of the Shemona Shratzim. So just remember, everything is Makama. These are Mufrushim Sukkim. A dead horse gives you Tumah. A dead cow gives you Tumah. Unless you shecht it, then it's not. Then it doesn't give Tumah. A dead cat, Tumah. Everything's Tumah. Besides smaller animals like Shratzim, then you only have Shemona Shratzim. Only those. But all larger animals, everyone, the dog, the pig, the camel, they're all Makama. They all have the milk. Okay, great. So, says the Gemara, so it's very important to remember that. Because a dead cow, if a cow walks into the stock place and drops dead from a heart attack, sees its friends dying there one after another, poof, it's Matama. But if you shecht it, and let's say you find a giant, or let's say you shecht the cow, and you find a giant hole in its heart. This big, its hole is larger than its heart. The hole in the heart is larger than the heart. It's not possible, but let's say. It's Matama, not Matama. He's going to die anyways tomorrow. It's not Matama. Why? Because the Shkita takes away the. Just says the Gemara, Loi Bodak Mai. What if you didn't do a Tika to the Simonim? Yeah. Loi Bodak, you didn't check the Simonim like we were supposed to. After you do Shkita, you open it up, you take a look. We're not talking about the knife, because we just finished knife, but we're jumping back to what we learned before, that the top of Tzor Shiv the Simon. Rabbi Lenin Machlok. Rabbi Lenin Mishum. Rabbi Lenin Rabbi Yomar Treifa. It's Mamash a Treifa Vasur Batila. In other words, there's no Tuma. It's a Treifa. But a Treifa again, but you gain one thing that there's no Tuma. You must need to tell her. Why? Because the mice is but it's not a good shkita. Maybe he didn't do a good shkita. I don't know. No, we're going to assume that it's a good shkita. It takes away the thing. You must need to tell her. It says the Braisa and the Vela. It has a lot of a dead cow, of a dead horse. You're going to lift it up. You're going to come to Amei. So let's remember this Ravona. And this actually throws into another sugi tomorrow. This is called Chazaka de Mikara. It's a new type of Chazaka, not a new type. There's a bunch of different types of Chazaka, not to be confused with each other. Some of them are very, very different and no connection to what we're talking about. It's called Chazaka de Mikara. An animal is an Abram and a Chai. As it's alive, it's Abram and a Chai. It's Abram and a Chai. So, it has a chazaka that it's also. Right now it's also. It's also to eat. If you take a bite out of a live cow, so that means I can continue that status of Isser. What? Status quo. Beautiful. Status quo. What was it? It was also when it was alive, it's also. So now you look at it and it's dead. It still remains also because its status from its initial status remains. That's called chazaka d'mikvara. Whatever I had before continues on unless I know otherwise. If I know for a fact it was a good shechita, now I have to prove that it wasn't a good shechita. Then I have a chazaka that it's good until I can prove that it's bad. But if I don't know if it's good, I don't know if this is shechita. I'm going to say that wow. So okay, no questions, and let's fly. So, but my commitment with the Rabbono, Damar, Behema, Bechayel, Becheskas, Isri, Medus. So that's a chazaka that it's also. Why is it also? Unless I can prove to the contrary that it was a good shechita. Nishchata, but once it became shechted, Harei, because it's kaseta. So just remember this tomorrow for tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to ask, where do we know this? We don't know this concept that if someone gets a chazaka, that chazaka. It's on this Gemara right here. On the Isser and on the Heter. Nishchata, Harei, because kaseta. Now that there's a shechita, and it was a good shechita, so it's kosher. Now you have to tell me why, for whatever reason, the shechita that I did 20 minutes ago was no. So listen, it was a high. Now it just switched categories, but the issue continues. That's how we have to learn a little bit. It's hard to understand, but it doesn't continue to be everyone high. Everyone high stopped, and it just, but it was also. Dies, also. It continues the issue, yes, for different reason. Now it's in the Vela. Myself, because this is Amrina. This is very good. It was also when it was alive. Because it's still Amrina. But when it was alive, it wasn't coming. Now it just became coming. We're not talking about history. We're talking about the tumor over here. No, okay, this is something new. There's not a chazaka. There's a chazaka that was also, but not a chazaka that's coming. Therefore, I agree with you that this animal that wasn't checked is also to eat. But it's not the tummy. You don't have to go to the mikveh. Let me just see this video. Here we go. So since they didn't check, it's on a vela, and then a vela is metabim, b'masa. Lift it up, so it becomes tamim. Very good. Ufa. Amar Rabbanan, now let's go to what we just read. Amar Rabbanan, behemah chayim b'chazkes yisrael medus hashem belo chabim men nishkata. An animal, when it's alive, it's awesome. You can't take a bite out of a live animal. So Mela that is continues on. It's called the chazaka d'mikvara. Mishkata b'chazkes hester medus, but if it had a shechita, now you made it mutter, so now that remains in. That's the status quo. The heter is the status quo. That's the Gemara. Just the lashon is not so bishmat. Right? The lema nishchata utra, not chazaka. Once you did shechita, it became mutter. What does chazaka have to do with anything? When I did shechita, it became mutter. Now it became mutzah. Why do I have to say now there's a new status quo? When I chef, it became mutter. So the Gemara, no, I need the status quo. Why? If there's something new came up, something bad, something after the shechita, we decided, well, maybe it's not a good shechita. Like what? if a wolf, who's the wolf? Here we go. The wolf. Now, the Gemara says in a second, at the end of the sugya, that the wolf put it back. Oh, you saw that hole he made with his canine? Now, the question is, why would the wolf bring it back? So this answers the question. No, he brought it back. Okay. So now we know that. We have to know the Messias. Why would his wolf bring it back? If he grabs away your intestines, what's the halacha? No, it's literally the it's not here. It's not here. Well, what's the problem? What if the wolf showed up and punctured the intestine? Is that a trait for him? No, God, because he didn't do enough beat it. But if he came and bit it, so we saw that he bit it, so we know he did it. So we know that it was kosher before until the wolf showed up. We don't know. He took it, he brought it back, and it came back with a hole, punctured wound. So this is interesting. Then we're going to go a little bit of a sugya. But I assume that maybe his canine that punctured the intestine, it hit exactly in the same spot that it had a previous hole. In other words, this intestine was straight. This animal was straight before, and the wolf didn't do anything. Or no, maybe it was kosher, and the wolf made the hole. Can I say something so far out that the wolf put his tooth in the hole? What if? Oh my leg! No, I'm not concerned that he did that. We're going to assume that it was kosher, and the wolf made a new hole. And it's kosher. If you see, basically there's a halacha that says that if you have a moist fruit that has a hole in it, we have to be concerned that maybe a snake, and we're going to go with the whole suite of snakes now, not now, but tomorrow, maybe a snake inserted its venom into the, let's say, a watermelon. You see a hole in a watermelon, maybe the snake inserted its venom in there, and then you shouldn't be able to eat it. So if you see a bird poking into a hole, maybe the hole that the bird is poking into was already made, it was already there before by a snake. Well, see, we're not going to take it. How am I not going to teach them? So I have to assume that there's venom in here, and I don't eat this watermelon. Why? The far-fetched concern that this hole wasn't made by the bird, rather it was made by a snake, and the bird happens to be enjoying the ready-made hole, and he's going straight into the watermelon through that hole. On my leg, we have the famous saying. Everybody knows it. What's the saying? Kamira sakantami sura. We're more machmir on a sakana than an isra, meaning maybe a snake puts better. You don't need to stay away from it. But when it comes to an isra, I'm not going to be so machmir. Well, then if you come down to the story, when you bring me a riot from a hole in a fruit to a hole in a kishka. Hole in a kishka is in the intestine. That's an isser. We're not so macro on an isser. We're more macro when it comes to your life. Let's say you're driving to Eilat at 170 miles an hour. Should we tell you, be careful? That was for you also. We coming down to these certain Sakana Shani. Sakana is different. That part you understood. Sponsors, that I don't understand. Turning up the dial. Oh, this one I understand. Adar Global Specialist in International Financial Services. Behind Milrab, Krishnay Machim Mirasi, Frada Gobat Spana, so sharply throw all day. Malay, Robo, Maishna Sobik Sakana the Kumra. When you don't know it's a book never should you say, let's be mad, let's put it aside. So it's your number. We also say the same thing when you have a suffix in an insert. Probably Abaye of Lishani Ben Yisrael said, "How do you see the difference?" But even suffix tumah versus surab. If you don't know if you were coming or not, if you stepped over, you touched that person, and that person is surab. You have a suffix. What's that halacha? Suffix is tough. Really, suffix might be gul masur. But as we'll see tomorrow also, if you have water that was uncovered, left uncovered, you have to be concerned that a snake is it's a poison. The famous Golden Going. Today we don't have snakes. We still have to be market on these things according to him because there's many reasons why we should be market on it. The Gemara gives one because of the snake. Upon it, you see, there's a difference. Suffolk Tumor versus Rabbit is tar, but Suffolk, if the snake drink, what's the Suffolk here? We don't know if the snake drinks from the water or not. I don't see a snake. But I'm a big guy. Since it was open, left open, spill it out. You don't use it. It's awesome. Also, this is going to be really a that's different because we learn from a site. What's a site? A woman whose husband warned her not to be messiah and not to have yichud with another random guy. Man, stand in front of two Adam. Don't be messiah. Out this room employer. What did she do? She didn't listen. Why is it so slow today? Okay, we have the faster version. At the bottom, she was messiah. So then what? Then he brings it to this. Something is the whole thing. Well, where was the yichud? Rabbi say, where did the yichud happen? In Rosh Hashanah, only in a private domain. That's what we learned. The halacha of tumah that in order for to be a problem is in Rosh Hashanah. Okay. What's the Rashi meaning? Sheretz would be called a weasel is holding a dead rat, dead mouse. Yeah, it's dead. This thing, even though its eyes are open and looks so cute. Now we don't know if its dead tail touched the bread, the fruit, whatever it is. Now I have to tell you, today afternoon, Magi cheer in a yeshiva came over to me and asked me kasha. So I don't understand if this cholda, this weasel, is holding a dead mouse. So then the weasel has tum in it, and when it touches its own paws, when it walks on its fruit, it should make the fruit tummy. What's the answer, everybody say? Animals cannot become tummy when they are alive. It's a good thing you're learning Daf Yomi, Magachir, because we gotta brush up on where you say this here. Okay? Then I asked him about the cow and the horse. We had issues over there also. Okay. This is inspiring. So what else is this inspiring to our boys' eyes? Everything. Smura. I'm saying a lot of people, a bunch of people came over to me and said, wow, it popped. Usually, everything. Anybody paying attention, 20 shekels, 5 shekels, 50 shekels. It's one of these parts that I don't know, it's flying. And then Tamura just pops out of as the Bakari is reading it, right? It popped 100%. What? Yashan? I didn't see Yashan. The pop for you? I didn't see. Mazar Shimi. Sharon would be pulled of a kudu. I don't think I'm going something other something like that. We don't have to tail touch the bread. Sveketar. Over here we have a suffix. Even if you say yachid, it's tar. Below the suffix, it's tar. Usually suffix if you say yachid is tame. Over here it's tar. Be the suffix might be blue masur. You see that's a chamir sakantam yisur because over here we have a suffix whether the tail touched or not, and we say it's tar. And if you don't know what's going on with this water, toss it. So now he says, a woman, you could ask her, were you Messiah with another man? She could admit to it. She admits to it, it's fine. She doesn't go through the whole thing. She just loses her ksuba, the whole thing, whatever. But you can't talk to a piece of bread. According to Rashi, it's the bread. The bread has no das. He can't answer you. And when I learn from a source that has to be a person that you can talk to, have a conversation and ask her, or ask him. Over here, since he can't ask a piece of bread, The Mela Halka. Now we go to Shish show, and because he can, that's why the something is stuck. Let's stop over here. We'll give the Israelis time to come in. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful evening. A good devah. We'll see you tomorrow. If not, don't fall off when I am gone. We'll be back visiting Hashem in a week. Good morning, Rab. Mordechai, Ayoim, Shishim Shlishim Yoim, Shishim Kamishosh, Shabois, Biyom, Atod, Ba'imer, La'imer. With us today, big boss. We have Yosef Berman, Rizota, to make a seal on Zvochen and Menachos at the quick. So, the Shibisha Havara. Mazel tov, Mazel tov. It's crazy what he did. I'm copying now, but I don't want to go into it. He's a rocket scientist, and he dropped it to go to Hashmonim. Okay. Ruben Borakart at Yossi's. What is this? What is that? Yossi's. Oh, that's beautiful. Yep. See, that's the. He's not the baker. He's the baker. Yeah, Yossi Simon Baker. Yeah, that's him. Yossi Eagle. About Rabbi said MD1 West Hollywood. MD1 Branch West Hollywood. What's this Sunday series on school? Here's the caravan. This is a real robot. All right. Boston Seal. Oh, before I forget, the boys said we have a guest here who sponsored breakfast. And unfortunately, someone dropped the ball somewhere, and we asked him a kilo, so he scrubbed for the breakfast. What's your name again? I see you even wearing marked at the scrub, you even wearing MD white sweatshirt. You scrub with a beautiful bottle of wine. It reminds me, I don't know, somebody delivered, and it came, my wife ordered a bunch of schnitzel for showers. And it's just a great place called Zezzi's, a nice tray, it's not cheap. And the five background came show up with this and three and a half minutes later it's gone, not a piece left. But somebody delivered a giant schnitzel thing with a bunch of chicken and without a name. I have no idea, but it came perfect. You got to use it well. And whoever you are, you should go, but I don't know who it is. So without a name. I knew somebody here was going to take credit, but I'm going to ask for where. What city did it come from? It's not from the China. And it's not, oh, you're going to say it's lying? The boy side, the Boston Seal. For you, the Boston Seal. Daily lunchtime diving at the B&H satellite location. Okay, so I am going to skip. Today is the day. I was super surprised by some of these results. 37 entries of statuses. 30, no, it's more than 37. I showed 37. It's probably into the 50s even. So, but it really helped get a bunch of, I think, there was over 6,000 people joining towards the end of Shas, not at breakfast, not at Kachim, at Chulim. Over 6,000 people. So I really think it has a lot to do with people making beautiful status things, and everybody's a winner here, everybody. This is number 5, and the people involved here are, so it goes like this. There are people who did extremely well in English, and people who did extremely well in Hebrew, and sometimes a combination of both. The number 1 winner did a lot better in Hebrew than he did in English, but he did not bad in English. There's a guy who did tremendous in English, but did very poorly in Hebrew because it wasn't in Hebrew. I'll talk about it in a second. But this one, they had 2. They did 2 videos, so they actually went like, I want to show the Hebrew one. Here it goes. There he is. Okay. So Rabbi Rothschild, they are here today. What's their names? I saw them somewhere. Where are they? Where? Oh, what's your name? Vancouver. And you put on status somewhere? And people came, they joined? Yo, you don't know. All right, so you're number 5. Number 5. For number 4. This completely, this took it. I couldn't believe it. This is number 4 on both sides. Just a moment. His mouth is perfect. Okay, so that's number 4. Number 3, our boys have the $500 prize. What we sell at $500. And our boys side for number 2. Number 2. This did extremely well, both in English and in Hebrew. It fell short, but it did extremely well. It's one of my favorites. There's a guy by the name of Meir Sabach did this. BB was Moshe Cohen from Bnei Brak. The guy that gave us the hall for the seal. Our number 1 winner, the number 1, the one who started the whole thing, actually, Yitzhak Leibovitz. He got a tremendous amount of number 1. Yeah, he started. I think people liked that because he started, but also he worked so hard. And then there's another one. Let me just show you this one. This one's great. He did like 5. Okay, so he won $2,000 to him. Now, Rabbi Rothschild. One last thing. One of my favorites. I would have voted top 3 for sure. Is but you did this last one. I think you did. Kulin not only changed my life, it ended my life. The cow. It was a great line, and many people voted for him in the English, but in Hebrew they didn't have the line. So you did a great job. I'm sure people came to learn Torah because of you. As a bonus, I'm adding 2 more prizes, $200 each to the Bacharim that are here, and to the BB. So, Rabbi Rothschild, what's your go? Did he really? Sponsors the show that money. Wait, somebody sent this in. A chamor that's machmir. Okay. Serious Omer, the Fuas has more Vishnitz from Vishnas Mori Yisrael Ben Leas with Shlema. Serious Omer in honor of Avadia Onur Ergalimidi. Kayla Muriel Stein in honor of Shabbos Sher Brothers of Ricky Stein, Yosef Hellman, of the parent Shlomo Mati Stein, and to Bobby Stein. For boys, I want to say a tremendous welcome to Rabbi Leader. I saw him walk in, I don't know where. He was taken here. Where? Oh, right in front of me. Shalom Aleichem, welcome back. The man who wears tefillin during the shear. Everybody knows him since he's outside. He's been away. I think some surgery. No, eye surgery or whatever. Before Shlema, welcome back. Official edition of the White Shots. Yosefta, Zevin Yal Shoah. Eric, the Benedict family. Daf Best. Oh! Mark Ashkenazi, the Lishmas of Moiri, Chaim, Ben, the Belozo, Elor Hashem. She sponsors David Salomon Sefta. David Salomon is dedicated in memory of Moiri, Shmuel, Baruch, Ben, the Chaim Tzvi, Dozer, Bracha, the Pastor Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance, and all they do to support them. Why Anonymous, and Sefta Rufus, all the guys, and thank you to you, Benny. Anonymous, Vasily Poshnima, and Arikas Galea Basester, the Yovan and Daniela Rosenfeld, Real the Simcha. You know these sponsors are you, Simon? Poshnima, Murray, Baruch Miriam, the Yovan and Daniela Rosenfeld, Parnasa B'Shefa. Weekly sponsors, Moishi and Ruki Markovich, proudly supporting the Yovan in Spanish. Poshnima, Arab, Yaakov, and Lulu, Nishmas, Arab, Chaim, Diving, Yeshua, Zelig and Zeichen families, Mazel Tov, Ethan Zelig. 15 and Hunter Zeichen 1400 500 dot halfway the MDY 1K status. Yumi 5 Levi Nishma Shingle Bas Rabbi Kiel Mechel Shalom Lag Boimer say daily spots Pinchas Bird Pinchas, one of the big Shini Hashems that we have in the Shir. How do you call him? Phil aka Pinchas or Pinchas aka Phil Pinchas Bird the memory of Walker, Mordecai and Nathan Appeal, Baron Rocha. And that's the memory of Ben Pinchas Greenwald. His yours was yesterday, 30th of the year. Whose father? Oh! Wow, back what a kiss from Hashem. Oh. You mean is the yours was yesterday? You done for the Amid and all of them? Not here. Yeah, where was the kiddush? Somebody's sponsoring. It was. This was today's breakfast. It's okay. Yeah, I believe. But we like to know about it and cheer, not the day after. We don't like anonymous. You know what? Somebody felt bad. They sponsors you anonymous. Jamie, the songs would remember. customer on the day. It's a friend that came. Jamie, no, as July, in honor of our sons, Jamie's coming on the trip. In honor of our son Shlomo Yaakov for reading the 5th paragraph of Pirkei Avot this Shabbat. Mazel tov to you. Unbelievable. No, the dot is part of their life. It makes a whole matzah that the kid should be eating. It's anonymous. It's supposed to be for Shlomo. Rabbi Rothschild and Rivka undergoing heart surgery today for Ezra's Hashem Yisbarach. Call sponsors HYK. Ventures is supposed to be success of all our clients. We love him, Daniela Rosenfeld, Robin Carnofta. NYK sponsors, Innovations LLC. As a source, Dr. Simcha and Bagel, and if you use this Yapataya, cover the field committee. Oh, Shlomo Lazarian asked me how Akiva Simcha and Bagel is doing, so I'm answering him here. I haven't spoken to him in a week and a half, but I think he's doing okay. You would just text message me and I forgot to answer him, so I'm answering here. Why not? Well, cover that field committee. Da Livnei Mi'ato Imei. NDYR. Rosh Shlomo Yonatan Eden Mevishav Bracha. Rosh Shlomo Mordechai Ben Esther. Yella Daniel Zevin Yel Esther. What? Oh, we have a candle here. Leader Ishmael, Mike Greenwald's father. Everybody's here he goes. There's a candle, and I'm burning wax. Somebody, and I don't know his name. I got this in the mail. It came with the name, and I forgot. No, it came from another country. It's Givaldic. I'm going to burn wax, and I'm going to show you what I do with this wax. It's a whole set. That's a murray. But it has to do with the sukkah. Omar, Rabbi Shua, Ben, Levi, we're holding like 14 lines from the bottom of the Zion on the base. Today, we have a little Agatim starting out the guys. We have great sugyas that with our AI animation and pictures, it's going to be crystal clear like you've never seen before, and it's going to be easy and geschmack. Says the Gemara Omer Shimon Levi, Lo Manikra Shmon Yemen. These wild mules that the Pinchas Ben Yair was very worried about and concerned that Rebbe had them in front of his house. Why are they called Yemen? Says the Gemara, Shein Mosan who tells us here is a notion of fear that human beings are fearful from this. No one ever came to me to ask me for a bracha or an eight, so what to do with zets, a wound he received from this white mule, the paya and live. As the Gemara of the paya, there are people who were injured by these mules and they ended up living. And also we must say the payas. I've never seen a wound that heals. The person lived, but the wound is everlasting. As the Gemara of there are people that got whacked by a mule and they lived. They got better. They got better. The wound lived. They got better. The Mikasa, they healed. I would not think that. Misspoke. But the Chazina the Mikasa, you see that they healed. Gemara of the Hebrew which arrived Arena. I'm talking about a specific mule. I just took a snapshot from the video. It's a red mule, but it has white feet. It's very difficult. It's like a mule. It's like that. So I caught it right over there. That is the story, my brother. It's the story. That's where he gets his zest. So it's not a white mule. It's a red mule that has white feet, and that's why they're so. Only that breed is very dangerous. Says Gemara, Ein Oid Movado. Yay, no, 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 Movado. There must be a better song than this. Rabbi said these are three beautiful words. Why are Kanina? Bafilut Shaf. Made Movado means I believe that there's nothing but Movado Shlomo. Nobody is control anything. Everything's controlled through. I think he's on a flip, so hopefully he's on his way back. Had a contract last night and he's got over in Khalid. But he looks shocking. If anybody wants to know what happened at the year, that was Shweki walking with his man just to dive. He doesn't say long. He wasn't even watching some videos that were playing. He wasn't watching the screen, diving. He just came, drove in, drove out. That's beautiful. Over in Tanina. Vafilu Shofim. Einav and Vadoi overrides Shofim. You would think that some of this Kishuf does, how do you say it in English? Magic, sorcery doesn't work against Einav and Vadoi, against those problems. Says the Gemara story, said the Habas from a hat from the Mishkal Afro. She was trying really hard to grab some dirt. Yeah, everything. There's nothing besides. But you can't circumvent the Rebbeinu Shalom, even with Kishur. I would think that Kishur has some sort of power. She's a woman, and we see that the etzem it could circumvent, but not the birth. Circumvents maybe nature, maybe regular stuff. The house from a hundred Mishkal Afro the Rebbe Tanino. She really tried hard to get a little dirt from underneath his feet. That's how she could do some real good fishing. So she's crawling on the floor. As he's walking, she's trying to pick up some dirt. Oh my God, what are you trying to hide? What are you doing? Shkoili, go, isn't the hey, here, grab. Let me start listen, it's not going to work for you. It says Eino Mavado. So, yeah, here, let me show you this. Showed it a few times. This, for me, I was very emotional. My wife bought me a gift. A nice tray, which just sits in the drawer, so I never use it. But why did I like it so much? When I got it, I opened it up, and my daughter is standing there next to my wife. She said, Daddy, we put your favorite saying on it. And this is what they put it. Like, that's how they know me as. They know me as Eino Mavadi guy. It's like, wow. Touch me. Wow. How did they know? Like, I never say it. Once in a while. That's your favorite saying. Okay. So, it gave me no balance. It gave me a certain, I can't explain it, certain like, nakas. Oh, they think of me like that. Everybody. Then you have the famous from Chaim Volozhin. Chaim Volozhin says that if a person is in a tzarts, it's full of Chaim Volozhin. If a person is in a certain situation, a bad situation, it's in court, you have to get a ruling. He's, I don't know, a cop pulls him over, whatever it is, a mafia, something. If you think yourself, but 100% focus, Ein Od Milvado, and what it means, that nothing can change in this world. A human being doesn't have power over you. Everything is from the Rebbeinu Shalom. Then it could take you out of a certain any sorrow. They say the mice about the Briskerov, he was in a jeep, they're trying to escape the Nazis, and they come to on the road. There's a roadblock by the Nazis. There's blood all over. We're done. And the Briskerov, maybe Briskerov. No, I just wasn't sure. It was his father. Briskerov was in full concentration, and the Nazi, wherever it was, okay, go. And then there's another roadblock. They asked him, what's going on here? What's with the roadblock? And what are you doing? How come you're not shaking? He goes, the entire time I was thinking this one thing. Ein Od Milvado. So that's big powers. know? You're not focusing enough. Focus more. You mean in that story, he told his kids, he told everybody, don't focus. Hey, no, no, that's the Gemara of Amar Rabbi Yochanan Lamanikul Shmon Shofet. Why is it called Kishuf? Shofet. Shemat Kishuf. Amalia Shamala, they, how do you say, blackfish, weaken the upper echelons, the basically you're doing things against nature. So you see that the Kishuf does have power, so to speak, against nature. Says the Kishuf could work against somebody, but not against Panina, who has many schools. And this is the boy's side, before we go into the sugya of night, very interesting sugya. Just take this. This is a piece. Everybody should think about this and know this. No one gets a boo-boo, a little bang on his finger in this world. Everything has a question. There's a reason for everything. Even something as simple as a little scrape, a little burn, a little something with your finger. It has to be a decree that Eli is going to bang his finger. Last night I was chasing a mosquito with one of those, and I got it. So I'm like a curtain. I'm like, okay, here goes. Boom, and I whacked my finger. And I was like, ain't mouse like this. Ain't other wicked that's by Ramata. And like one of these, like, I thought, oh, is my nail gonna come out? I whacked it so hard. Of course, the mosquito escaped. That was like the video. We have a video today. It's like, you think you got it? The whole tennis racket. Nothing. I didn't hear a zap, nothing. Just my finger zap. Ain't other wicked my manish. A zet from Hashem, not a kiss from Hashem. I got a nikif from my etzbah from Hashem. You'll never understand Hashem's ways. If a person cuts his finger, he's drilling something into the wall and it slips and it gets a little blood comes out. That's the blood of a carbon. It's like the dam of the oila. Amarava, let me ruin it for you. It's only if you stub your right toe, not your left, your right toe. And it must have been the second time that it happened. Yossi Rubenstein sent me this. I don't know where he got it from. It says this the whole. First of all, I like that little stomach going on. It's like it goes to feed. That's I come back from America. You square up the Yossi. I love it. You know, AI could take that off. No, you gotta enhance it. And shkoya. We go to Yemen. It's like. It's somebody asked for this is interesting. The stepping on the leg also counts for Nikus Rishon and Nikus Shane. But nobody asked that. Nobody asked that. Not yet. Go, I'll be the first. So says Rob, it has to be three things. If you think you're gonna make a carbon, if you get a little booba on your finger, no. It's only your right toe, twice in a row, going for a bar mitzvah. So everybody asks, oh, going for a bar mitzvah, how do you stub your toe? Ain't shliach bar mitzvah and the zogin. What? Shliach mitzvah is zogin. Correct. So he says, they say that when he's going, he had a machshava, he had a bad hearing or something, and that it's mechaper on those who. Amr Allah, our brings me yarn, Yomavli Botzal Pusashen Shaloi, he never made a moitzi on bread that wasn't his. In other words, he never enjoyed somebody else's thing. He wanted to earn it himself. I have to say, this famous medrash, the very famous medrash, it's to die to remember this. It says that Rabbi Yudon, Rabbi Akiva and his friends came to collect money, and Rabbi Yudon was very depressed because He used to give him money, and this year he didn't have any money. He didn't have money. He didn't know what to do. So his wife said, sell our fields. He sold half the field. And he gave Rabbi Akiva money from the whatever he sold. He gave him half. The other half, he took his cow and he started plowing. And there was a big pit in the field, and the cow fell into the pit and broke its leg. It's the only cow that he had left. And a regular person would say, wow, what's up this going to do? I'm giving all my money, give whatever I have to the Akiva. And a minute later, the cow breaks his foot. So he goes into the pit and he pulls the cow out of the pit. And as he's pulling the cow out of the pit, he finds a treasure with a tremendous amount of coins. And he said a lashon, my cow's foot broke for my good. In other words, everything that this rubber does, you break your finger, you cut your finger, whatever it is, I don't know, maybe I won't see the treasure on the spot, maybe I'll see it later, but it's always the cover. Says Gemara, says, okay, after the day, I guess he became bar mitzvah. He never benefited, he wouldn't take any money from his father, he wanted to be completely independent. Omar, so here we go. Beautiful sugya. Today we're going to learn about a lot of different stuff. Hopefully we get to the end. We're going to learn about a knife that's heated up. That's how we're going to start off the sugya, hot knives. We're going to talk about something called shkin and mitzvah, which most people have no clue what it means. Sugya, shkin and mitzvah, you know what it is. Think about it. You know what it is. What about if you do shkita with a knife that's an bizarre knife? If you do shkita with a knife. A knife that has treifa, a knife that's shefted. Think about this. You chef an animal and have it all the time. Something's burning over there. No, I don't want to. Fine. Stink. Okay. So you chef the carving, you find out later that it's treifa. That affect the knife? What do you say? No? Believe it or not, it affects the knife. You can't chef another carving after it. Another animal. Wow, today, guys in a shop place, he's chefing. He finds out the animal's cold. How long does it happen? It could happen 30% of the time. So what do? So what's in the cup? You have to wash the knife in between shkita. I didn't know. The guy called up to Rabbi Rothschild and said, hey, yes, we wash our knife in between everything shkita. What about my first? What about chickens? For sure not. They're going like this. 60 a minute or every day. So why burn different? You're not selling traces. So these are things we're going to see today. How many knives does a shaker need? 3. All these things. Okay, so let's see. Shmaka stuff. How much more? Leave that socket. Let's pull out our knife there. This, man. No, it's just because Shmaka wants Benny. He's so nervous that it's going to slip. You put this on there, fire, and it turns hot. Red. Rice is red. The Gemara says white. It means red. Red hot. What's the percent? That when I put it on the animal's neck, the heat is shifting it, not the knife. I want to get shifted by a slice, not by the pure heat. The heat to go right through the animal's neck. That's not shkita. Omar will leave in Sachem and Shofar though. She does a chair. Why? This is super important. This is what we're going to be discussing. We need to understand what happens first in a millisecond level. What happens first? Is the neck cut by the sharpness of the knife or by the heat of the knife? And that makes a tremendous nafkamina. If the heat came first, it's not a good shkita. If there was sharpness of the knife first, and then only afterwards the heat, then something else, then it's fine. And then we'll see beautiful nafkaminas here. Actually, Gemara So if you do the cutting with you, to know that the sharpness goes first on a millisecond, a millionth of a second before the heat, it's the sharpness of the knife first. It makes even sense logically. I can hear that physically. There's a physical touch from the knife, and the heat only catches up a second later. But as for the Gemara, it is lovely. Everybody agrees if I take a torch, I take a cigarette, and I puncture the animal's stomach, its trachea, its esophagus, with a cigarette, the animal just becomes a trachea. If I take a hot knife, I take this part of the knife, not the sharp part of the knife, this entire part right over here, which is boiling hot, and I put it on the trachea. It burns, it sizzles, it goes. At that moment, I made it a trach. A moment later, I cut through the second sentence. I'm talking about in a millisecond thing. What happened first? You're right. The sharpness comes first. So one sharp, I chef it. But a millisecond later, the side of the knife punches that pipe that I just cut. And it made it got burned. So it became a trachea. A millisecond later, it cuts it. Second thing, the esophagus. That part I already caused damage. I already put my cigarette on the first cement. And I made it a trachea. Why got that about? So what if I cut? No. It's not so when I cut because that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to ship. I'm not supposed to burn. I hear. You say what? So I cut the first cement. Rabbi Rothschild, if I burn the first cement, you must that I made a trade. I just burned the first cement after I cut it, but I didn't finish my shkita. I put the first cement before I finished my shkita. I started shkita, I cut pipe number 30, and then cut pipe number 2. I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to cook. At the end of the day, you're taking the neck of the bird and of the animal, and you're bending it back like this. This is what they do even on the machine today. On the back, they call it a back. They have this $100,000 pneumatic back that grabs the cow and flips it over. It's completely immobilized, and there's a piece of metal underneath the neck of the cow, and it pulls the neck backward. And it puts a tremendous strain on this pipe. If I take a knife and I cut this pipe, what's going to happen? It's going to pop open. Says the Gemara, when I cut the pipe, this trachea splits to both sides, and don't allow the knife to burn it. There's no burn. It's not touching the pipe. The knife never hits the sides of the trachea because it's such there's a pull, this tension on both sides. The only thing I thought about it, and whatever. Sometimes when you cut a tablecloth, you two feet are holding it like this, and you put a scissor down the middle. You go like this, a plastic tablecloth. It pulls to the side. The scissor is never touching either side of the tablecloth. It's just hitting the area of the cut. But that's it. It says the Gemara. It's a shkita near the flora. It never has a chance to burn the two sides. Here, we have video. Why am I saying this? Everything's in video. This is the Gemara's question. You have a hot burning. The voice has never done in history. All of us brand new, MDY. Look at that. As he cuts, he's burning the sides. You want to say he didn't get to the right, whatever it is, he certainly didn't get to the next. So, this is not great because I would like it to pop open sooner. But anyway, what the point is that it splits to the side. It goes away from the knife in this picture, but it doesn't have a chance to sizzle and burn. Hello. How are you, Miss Aquarius?
No, that's the show.
I am doing well. Thankfully, I wish my hours were straightened out, but I'm doing okay. How are you? Yeah, definitely. Oh, that's amazing. Do you have like an outing? That's amazing. That'll be fun.
So let me see.
Have you ever golfed?
I don't like this good golfing game, but I never did it. So I'm going to go. Never did it before. It's the first time.
Well, that'll be fun. Take a few swings.
This comes with the set.
Yeah.
This is a wax seal. So it has everything wide.
Yeah.
Dented over here.
I meet them at my job.
Are you guys taking?
I gotta meet them by Wednesday. They are riding somebody.
Okay.
They're the same person who brought me back home the last time. He got brought me back home.
Oh, that's cool.
More or less, this size is the size of the Saras. So let's do this for a second, and we'll see later on. So I just heated this up. I'm pouring. You got it? Wow.
Yeah. So excited. What was you asking? I'm sorry. What was you asking? My bad.
Oh, no, not so well.
I don't recall. If I recall, I'll let you know. But that's super exciting. I've always wanted to go to one of those. LA didn't have one for a long time. And so when I was doing my golfing, I didn't have that. I wanted to do the one in Las Vegas maybe, but that's amazing. So I hear they're a lot of fun. They're like big.
My first time. Nobody never went.
I think it's fascinating that they like have the ball come out of the ground and you just hit it and then it goes to the next one. Like that
Really?
yeah, that machine is like fascinating. That machine, if anything, is fascinating. Because usually when you hit balls, you have like a bucket and you have to take it out of the bucket and put it on the thing and then hit it. And this way it just does it all for you. Nice strike.
And
Thanks.
You're welcome.
turns color.
That is a good idea.
So you go to the kite. Now, if you didn't get a whack, one day you wake up.
So if they show me they want me to go, so I'm okay. Don't first of all, because I have to that's a lot of money. You get an Uber. So I know take me there. So then she was like, well, okay, well, you can meet us at the door. That's easy. I said, yeah, that'll be easy. Yeah, okay, never right. Okay. So now we clock in or something. Yeah, so really?
Did you say they'll let you clock in? You said? Oh no, wait. So you get paid to play golf?
I don't think that's my clock out. I don't know. I read she said, yeah, she said clock in. And I guess they don't clock out.
They just go home afterwards?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's neat. Is there anything special while you're doing this? Like,
We still in the quarantine.
right. Well, if they're getting paid for it, there's an assumption you're going to get paid for it. So that's really cool. Look at you. Folks, Miss Aquarius has put this one out of reach officially. It's not even close. Not even close. This one's over. This one is over, folks. Even if I get 3 strikes in a row, I can't win. No, it's over. It's especially over now. It was over before, but it's definitely over now. What a win from Miss Aquarius. Oh, of course. Of course, Miss Aquarius. Reload.
it's their turn.
Oh, no doubt. No,
Get us a win, Rabbi. You gotta get us a
no
win.
doubt. No doubt. You're gonna get these two. Everybody knows it. They shouldn't even make you throw it. I know it. Everybody. Get it. Got it. Good.
Come on, Rabbi.
Spread? No. Go home. There's something else called a mikvah. Same exact thing. Just rather than it happening from a whack. It happens from a
I'll tell you after this, Rabbi.
Listen, this is very
I'm gonna tell you it's
They go
crazy.
like this.
Stacy.
Then you know how
Hey,
it goes.
I'm
The
gonna
whole
tell you.
process of how
It's crazy for her.
once it turns right,
If
and all of a
you do.
sudden, oh, it goes to the
Yeah, you do.
goes to the
Pray
body.
for
Same
her.
exact thing.
Pray
One week,
for her.
after a week,
That
it didn't change.
God
It didn't
gives
grow.
her
Not to
that
us, go home.
blessing, you know, bigger blessing. Just put his hands on her.
It's a whack.
Everybody just to pray for her. That's all I say. Pray for her.
Okay.
And then he gets a burn.
Oh,
Same exact period.
nice.
Because he's
Stacy just got married, right?
experimenting with the system.
Just
And
got me.
then he
And she just got back from Bali?
So we go by the second one, not by the
No, didn't go.
first one.
Oh, okay.
It's called, that would be a burn, not a
They don't.
sin. If the burn happened first, but I'll just explain a second. I'm saying the idea that I'm
When a
saying why.
blessing is and it is.
Let's say he gets a burn, and then he gets a whack.
I can feel there's a blessing.
Whack, the bang. So we go, it's shin, it's a bang. If the bang happened first, and then a burn,
I got a
it's a mikvah.
message today.
Because it's very, very important.
Saying, hey, girl, thank you. They had the first poem. They,
So he has a happy bris over here.
they,
And then he has another happy bris. So if he got a half a year, everybody's with me? He gets a half a circle on the right. Okay? And 2 days later, he gets another half a circle on the bang. The two circles get together. Two halves make a whole. That's a mikvah. What if it's a half a circle
but they
burn, and
terminated
then
all
the left side half a circle burn? It's a burn. What if it's 1 and 1? No good. They don't combine it. A half a burn and a half a bang, no combination. What if you got
that mix today at lunch, and I was just done. And I called Haven and
let's say you got a half of the right side is a bang.
getting some
The left
positive,
side was
sending her a positive
and then
message.
another
Because I was just done, shocked. She told me that so you don't wait too long. So, like a couple of he just don't want some. So they just been waiting for you to reply to her for a few hours. Within an hour. Okay. If you know what words I can say to, so I came over my mind to it. Hey, well, my thoughts and prayers are with you. Stuff like that,
So
and
now every question that
this
has everything to do with
so
everything.
for
Bring a
you.
riot
I
from
say
the
I love you, and
this Pisamero was heated up and gave a guy a
Is
whack.
everything okay with your husband?
It's a whack and a burn together.
You didn't even.
I did. I just heard. I just listened to you. If you want, I'll give you a breakdown. You got a message at noon today from Stacy. She explained. I know. I didn't say her husband, Miss Aquarius. I did not hear it. I did not say her husband. I'm asking a separate question. We'll hold off on it. And you said that she said that due to her attendance, that they were letting her go, or that they had let her go, and that she's.
Her husband is fine that I know of. But I'm assuming that he's fine.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. That's all.
Yeah, I'm assuming that he's fine. I hope he's fine. Yeah.
But don't you go accusing me of not listening to you, because I did. Yes, I did. Absolutely correct. On the day she was supposed to leave. Right.
So when I looked at the message, I just was lost for words, like,
like tomorrow. And then the mother was like, "You okay?" I said, "Hey, I'm okay, you know, but it just devastated. I know she likes her job. You know, I don't know.
But then afterwards, the bird turns out,
You know, but I'm not gonna call herself probably.
so this does come back.
He was
Get a
not.
bang and a bang. Get a bang and a bang, and it's
And
time.
you know, I know she loves her
It
job.
started out, the left side started out as a bang.
I don't
So
know.
now
Just
you think, oh, he has a full shear in
love
his
it,
wrist.
you know. She
Put
loves
a
like
bang.
it's like getting pieces. So like now she's like, you know, like she said, she got to
This
be in the
stuff goes,
process,
gets branded.
you know, focusing on the next
So
process,
turns into
you know, what to do.
turns into a
What
bird.
to do.
A bird
You
and a
know,
bang.
it's,
Not
you know,
combining with any stuff.
it's just I feel for her.
Absolutely. What did she do? What's her career?
What's her career?
She was working at the airport, and she was a Delta agent as a gate agent. Sometimes we do the 15 counts too.
Okay.
If the heat comes first, then the guy is coming. Why? Because the bang came second. And then you have a situation where it's shin and
She had a
shin.
lot of prayers.
Because it came second. Second always wins.
The
Second thing was the heat, was the
don't
bird.
know.
So the shin came first. Then comes the mythos second. And then you have a situation where it is
I don't know.
it's sorry, this.
Yeah.
No, she put the grave in. I don't know. That I don't know.
And then it's 2 years old.
But she don't do that. I don't know how she miss it. She don't miss it kids like that. So
Piece of metal,
I don't know.
also gave him blunt force.
Well,
Dr. Epstein, what is it called? When a
she's
guy
consistent.
I know big but
Absolutely.
and I know nothing but the devil. That's all I said. Devil and devil is something like this.
I was watching the show last night. Yeah.
Something to say, right? But oh no.
Stupid man.
No. I know God got some stuff.
Mash, Mishum, up.
Something
Mishum
bigger.
Shini, though? Mishum
It's what it
Shini,
is.
look at it
It's
as
cutting.
blunt as a blunt. What do you call it?
She asked the church when you go to, and April, somebody moved, so I don't know in the morning. It's her church again, but I told her I don't know her church, but her church has moved, and they got new name as well, so I got to ask her. I thought I go to the Catholic church. She's like, oh, okay. So I'm asked Adrian, and Adrian told me her church name, and
and then there's a parsha right afterwards, the pasuk of Dalat, another 5 psukim that talks about mikvah. The question is, if there are why not just say in one pasuk, and then you could say 5 psukim. It's one parsha, two.
I pray for every day.
Very simple.
I wake up, I get better, and I pray for it.
It's very, very different.
That's what I love you, God, for you too. My presence also with you. It's a blessing gonna come for sure. She's a good worker.
Well, if she's a good worker, then she shouldn't have a problem finding a new position. And God willing, it'll come quickly. She gets unemployment, so I know that it's just a little bit of a cushion, but that's really sad. I don't really have any words.
And I'm talking about the day of. They got to leave. That's the Sunday day. The day of you got to leave. They come the day y'all about to go running.
That's ridiculous.
It's a little warm, but not enough to be considered something of birth. That's blunt force. It's considered a birth.
That's the shot that goes for it.
Yeah.
No, since the second, she's been out since they terminated her on the thing.
Oh boy.
Anything very poorly happened from a
but that's what they say. It ain't no one to be strong because I know that they're blessed.
I poured it on myself. I was not for 2 weeks, but
Yeah, you just can't do it.
any burn
Ain't up with the devil, man.
by my hand.
Ain't up with the devil like the block.
As
It's like do.
service announcers, be careful. Kids do crazy things.
And then they do that.
That's how we learned all
And
this
it's
stuff.
sad though, but it's not only sad for long because the person's coming and we ain't gonna be strong for her. You know what I'm saying? And so I had to have patience and help me to say, you know, to say, look, you got it. Yeah, and I just told her, you know, I didn't want to say nothing crazy. I did say something uplifting, positive word.
It's not the end.
That's why my reply to her right away, I thought it was fine.
It's not the end of the world.
It's
It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world.
And it so happened to be the size of a half-hour dress. The left side. My was Allah Khabad, he viewed as the blood force first. And the burn from second, so second repeats it. So therefore, and they don't go together.
Right?
Absolutely.
What you said, right?
Absolutely.
On the left side comes the blood force a millisecond
God willing.
now you have left side that is blood force, right side that is blood force.
I can't say anything. I can say I'm not gonna never say that it is the way it is, but it's coming soon. That's all I'm saying.
That's one force.
It's coming.
We view it as one force. He do the force comes before in the microscopic in a millisecond slow motion camera. You'll see that the force comes before the burn. So the Gemara is shiny because it's so hot. There is no so sharp. So sharp. There's no heat on the sharpness. On that sharpness. It's a microscopic. The heat comes later on.
Maybe a few weeks, right, Rabbi? Maybe a few weeks.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, this is just how I would handle it. After today, maybe tomorrow or something, I would send her another message just saying, I want you to know I'm thinking about you. I'm here if you need anything. I'm going to give you some time, and I'll contact you in a couple weeks. Let me know if you need anything in the meantime. Love, Miss Aquarius. That way she doesn't feel like she's alone in the process. I might add in there, I know that you're going to overcome this and you're just going to be better. And I keep it short, but that way she knows she's not abandoned, she's loved, that you'd love to message her every day, but you don't want to overwhelm her. That's just not the relationship with her. But that she's on your mind and she'll overcome this and she'll be better.
I told you, I said, hey, love, I'm so sorry to hear that. 1,000 birds are with you, and God has a blessing in store for you. Keep me updated. Love you. Thank you. Love you too. I don't want to overwhelm. I don't want to talk about it. I want to talk about it. No. Call her. They're probably, you know. I'm calling in a few days. I have a
Okay, anyways, comes and brings the heater to heat him up. Fine. That part we could have done with that. So that's how you ask me how you got to put on the bottom of the foot that might not be too rough.
She's gonna be alright. My sister's gonna be okay.
Enough of that. Here we have another price lesson.
And I'm glad that you're here, Rabbi. Rabbi. They appreciate you being here, and you're going through stuff too.
100%. Right with my friends for more than a year, and I look forward to many years of friendship. And your friends are my friends, and I only want good things to happen to them and their loved ones. And that's why I was so shocked. And I had to ask for clarification. Stacey just she's in my phone. I can tell you how many exact days this woman has been married, and that exact.
What happened? Baby? What happened? What happened? Something happened. I said, right? I thought it was going to say the day I was pregnant. I had to call her like to come and step out. And then she said, oh no.
It could be a lot worse. She could have issues with her husband. She could have had a miscarriage. She could have been diagnosed with something. This is just a job. Jobs are not forever. There's been no person in the history of humankind who's ever been at a job forever. They are, by definition, temporary. And she'll get through this. She's been married 39 days. As of this moment, and God willing, she'll be married for 39 years. And so long as nothing's wrong there, that's key. And who cares about Bali? She probably saves a lot of money by not going. And if she is able to get a job this summer, then she's going to be perhaps in better financial shape than she was before. I understand she had benefits, and I understand that she enjoyed her job, but there are a lot of places where she lives that are looking for good people, and she'll get one of those positions.
I ain't sad to go and just go. It's just that I'm bad at that. I'm just sad that,
I need to say Shalom Aleichem to some guests. What's your name? From where?
I'm strong for. I have to be strong. Yeah, I'm here by her side.
From where? Brooklyn, New York. Shalom Aleichem all the guests. We have more. What's your name?
Yeah, good people by her side.
She's originally from New Orleans, right? She's tough. She will get through this. It's a shout. But all jobs come to an end. What sad, a decision that Delta made on the day she was supposed to leave on her trip.
His brother? Okay. Yeah, $200 winner. Something tomorrow. Well, what is the brother of the $200? Oh, my Robo!
But thank you for sharing that with me, and we'll keep her in our thoughts. And you just stay strong for her, and I'll stay strong for her, and she'll get through this. It's going to be a tough summer, but she's going to find something hopefully pretty quick and be back on it pretty quick.
Sometimes I have a situation where you're let it, but sometimes you want to give a guy a nice gift. You want to give a king a massive, I don't know, what's it called?
Something fishy though, not about her, not about what Delta did. Basically, you and I both know when you work a job, you may have a certain number of unexcused absences, and then you have like your vacation time, and it sounds like this was planned vacation time, and it's almost, and she was taking a big trip, which is going to cost the company a few $1,000s, and just based on that benefit, and it's almost like they were like the way that it sounds, and this is just. She has a supervisor, and that supervisor has a budget and recognizes, hey, we could save the company money by letting this person go right before they're supposed to leave. She doesn't have any retribution against us. She can't do anything to us, and we're going to save on our budget. but that is
I know she had to be back there. It's not just a few days. I know she was work the word before. Said she don't. She said she was go.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Now you're saying something that's a little different. She's been out since May.
Yeah, I said, this is what she said. She's been out since May 2nd. She officially got terminated on the 26th.
Okay. Now she got married on the 26th of April. And then, did she say why she was out since May 2nd? Okay, well that's a little different. Not, no, I'm not saying you're saying. I'm not saying you're saying anything.
Yeah, she got out since May 2nd. And she's been out since May 2nd. So I know she's in work. Yeah, I don't know. I talked to her on. I talked to her on the TT on her birthday. No, it was Wednesday before her birthday, not her fourth. When did we talk? We talked. Told me about the thing. So that was this was on May 4th. Yeah, it was May 4th when I and I said, when do y'all leave? She said, we leave on the 26th. And I asked her, what you think for Saturday? She said, where? So that was on the 4th.
That's right. I remember you saying that. Okay, so and I don't know, and I don't think you know. There's a reason why she didn't go back to work from May 2nd to the 26th. And I don't know what that is.
But you know, she had done. I know she was quit. I don't know when she. I don't ask you how they get. When you coming back, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't ask how she. So I know she. I don't know. I know she. Because I was like, the other she don't know that she wanted to. So I don't know if she left. From Navy, I don't know. It is a big gap. I don't know.
With that job, was it one where you just come in every day, and it wasn't one where they called you to come in, right? Yeah, something happened between the 2nd. Something happened between the absolutely. Something happened between the 2nd and the 26th. You and I both don't know. There's nothing included in that. So nothing included in that.
I told her, I said, I don't know. Because I didn't ask her first. I said, I'll give it some time.
Right.
That's a process, everything that her do, you gotta do. And tell it to your tail. Right now, that's all I'm doing.
And she's a smart woman. She knows that she wouldn't be able to take like a month off without it having any kind of, paid time off, or it was pre-approved, or unless she had a health issue or something. And so the delta, I can't necessarily say it didn't click with me. I think you said she's been off since the 2nd, and I didn't know.
She said she was out. That's what I'm they officially terminated her. That's what I'm got to do. I know. I'm like, did you not? So she went to work. There you go to work on that. I don't know. But no, she was out. I don't know how many days she was out. She was out there when she had to be out to stay after the wedding. So the rest, I don't know if she worked the next day or the day. I don't know.
Just wash it up with hot water.
I don't know when she went back.
And that is, you don't fall.
But I'm not mad at her. I'm just
Not at all.
upset because
Not at all.
yeah.
Even if she took off for her own personal reasons to get her health or whatever before her honeymoon, I would understand that. I really would. I get it. She had a huge buildup. There's a lot of pressure and there's a lot of stress and anxiety and stuff. I get that. I 100% would. I would understand that even as a supervisor. I would get that. Hey, there's a lot going on with this person, but they did the decision that they made. There's not too much we can do. Hey, look who it is.
Hey, baby.
Absolutely. It's shepherd's time.
Hey, Dave, are you outside, Dave?
What up, Jason? How are you?
When it gets heated up, when does it get heated up?
Jason, you okay? Oh, that was Mr. Query. Apologies.
J-Ski. J-Ski. His light is out. J-Ski.
Not working. Messing up. 1 second.
You're good. We can hear you now.
I'm outside.
Absolutely.
She gonna be fine.
Good morning,
He's gonna get it done somewhat.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's a saying in the job hunting world, you've got to treat getting a job like a job. You got to spend 8 to 10 hours on it a day, and if you do that, you'll have a job within a few weeks.
You once sold out in a few days. Now there's a few dollars left.
How long was she? How long was she with Delta?
A year or two. Yeah.
Plus all our pictures. This chaval that I didn't translate this into English, I'll just try to translate as best as I can. The way Rabbi Rothschild, my name is Amichai Lipstein. I live in a league in Binyamin. I'm with MTY, beginning of Shavuos about a year ago. I was exposed to Yeshurim because
Well,
my
it's gotta
friend,
be.
Oded
Yeah.
Harosh,
I've known you for more than a
before.
year, and you've been with your company for at least a year. And you worked with her at Delta. Oh, you've been at your new job 4 years, and you worked with her at Delta? You worked with her at Delta? Of course I know that. You didn't hear me. Or my question come through. Did you work with her at Delta?
Since I left Yeshiva, I was looking for a way that would learn that fit my style, and everything that I tried, I don't really know whatever.
Okay.
Gave back to schmack of learning and the will to learn every single day. But more than that,
Delta.
when I started the daf, it was right after a long shikum preparation from an injury I sustained in Gaza. She gave me chizuk,
I got it.
and
Okay. So she's had a couple roles.
Hashem, hopefully, and hope, hey, the person tell you tremendous amount to you and all of them do why for the rest of my life. I just did 2 months of Nevi'im, Lebanon on the first lines.
Is there any way that basically gets touch with your career coach?
You can't understand the chizuk that there's in the daf. I was Baruch Hashem Zayt to learn the daf every single day. Help me to find time. The boy said he found time. He found time in the front lines in Lebanon. So in the hardest and the most packed days of warfare, I was able to learn the daf. Thank you, Rebelli. Amichai. Here he is. Picture of Amichai. The London Sierra boy side. Packed house. Michael Chesel described everything using terms learned in an office. Beautiful place. Cleveland Seal, more than 40 people joined the Cleveland Seal. Unbelievable, our boy side. Cleveland Seal. Manchester Seal. It's growing and growing. What's this?
Yeah, I've got 2 podcasts tomorrow.
We got instruments going.
Them.
Look, they're all wearing their white shirts over there. Unbelievable. Look at that. Wow. Manchester. What about? Oh, it's expected down. She relieved me with Chavero. Beautiful. Oh, this is also not in English. Okay, we got to get this in English.
Let me check.
This is a new
I might have.
satellite station device for it. This I left out.
Maybe not.
I
got so many of them. I put them on my calendar, but I might have picked the wrong name. Which one of them?
Now, regarding the song that we sang yesterday, the Shia Zari, that's a song that my brother Yankee composed. And the lyrics are not in Avlokas Neres. For Shabbos, it's in a different Avlokas Neres. It's a tefillah from the Shlom.
What do we say?
In Avlokas Neres of Hanukkah.
Okay,
it's not in Avlokas Neres of Shabbos, and a woman doesn't say that.
Who doesn't say it? You didn't say it.
You
didn't say it. Even God, you didn't do
it. Every day, and I begged a lot of friends to start. And it's amazing.
How did he start? He was singing, and I got on stage and said, "You got to start the cheer."
Let's see what I can do. Right?
This is This doesn't happen often. From a Chana learner, I just got this morning. My father, Rabbi Rothschild, learner, was nifter yesterday. I want to tell you a story that could be mechaz a lot of people. It should be close for him and his neshama. This is him. He came to the Shabbat phone near the control. Yeah, the one in the wheelchair.
I agree. I'm gonna have to
Sunday,
delay one
this
of
Sunday,
them.
this past Sunday, he
Maybe
was lying and he was on oxygen. He was the respirator. My brother was standing next to him. He started pointing glycerin in his ear. He was trying to tell us that he wants to hear something. So my brother asked him, "You want to hear a shear?" He says, "Yes." You want to hear the shear? It's one shear. No. You want to hear a shiur? And he says, "Yes." You want to hear a shear art? He says, "No." You want to hear Rav Stefanski? Yes. So he's lying there, munsham on a respirator with his sweet ear. He's listening to your shir. My uncle was at the Levaya. My uncle told me the story. I said, "Okay, fine." I sent it to Dave. I said, "This is what he said." But this is from the son. During Shiva, he felt that he has to write me an email. This is the last time we were able to communicate with him. in the last years they had tremendous isurim. The shear for him was a keren of a thing of light. How do you say keren? A beam of light, a ray of light, They gave him the koyak to keep on going, and I want to say thank you in his name and in the name of the whole mishpacha. Koyak, and I thought it's a Torah. The Chana learner. It's Rabbi Zitfunam, his man Shemet. Oh! I didn't put in that picture. There's a picture of him, okay. He was laying there, I didn't realize. Oh, Lord Fatzim. Okay. Wow. You both well me. No, I saw pictures. I see him laying in the bed with the respirator. I'm not going to show that picture, but I didn't read until the email. So the beginning of the email, I was running the shear. Nice stuff. What? Yeah. You say that. I put in this picture because he's smiling here. It's geschmack. Rabbi Isai, Spear Soimers, Lefus has more vision Shlita. The official edition in the White Shots, the Masechta, 7 Yal Shohat, the Perek, the Benedict family. We're going to miss very much. Back that as a trip on us. Maybe they can still come. Shaya, Yaroslavets, the Zeichnish was Daf, Zion, Ishti, Hinda, my wife, Hinda, Miriam, Bas, Yomen, Zev, Allah, Shalom, Zion Tavis, Toshim Pei. Sponsors, the Masechta, David Solomon, dedicated memory of Murray, from Shmuel, Baruch, Ben Ruchainski, Doi, the Pastor Family Foundation, in gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all the good support of UI, anonymous. Anonymous for complete report statement on Rishis Yom, Kaleba Sester, Yemen and Daniela Rosenfeld, Brius Simcha. Ari Simon is a monthly sponsor of Full Stem of Murray Bar Premier, Yemen and Daniela Rosenfeld. Also, monthly sponsor of Parnos Beshefa. Sponsors Moishi and Ruki Markovich, proudly supporting the film in Spanish. Shlema, Yaakov Ben Lulu. This was a time Gedali Ben Yeshua. I had it. You go on there, first year's over 1,000 views, second year 150. I can't complain. 150 is 150 more than we had before. It's all in Spanish. Keep on pushing them. If you have any Spanish friends and you have any Mexican workers, just let them know about it. Zeligans, the Zeligans families. Mazel Tov to Ethan Zelig, 15, and Hunter Zeitlin, 14, under 500 halfway to MDY, 1K status. You'll be fine. Gotta get any way to get those numbers up. Lila Nishmash, Lubas Rabbi Feel, Mechel Allah Shalom, Lag Boimer, the yard side. Give me 5. Ruben and Chaya Goodwin, Abby and Rachel, and the whole clan with the K. The covet, the Kamianskis, I guess. Thank you for making our aliyah settling in much easier.
3 at one time. Right, one time.
Anonymous, you get to do the daf yet? Finished. That's number 1 in aliyah. This is daf, this bank. Anonymous, I love you, Anonymous. MDY London Chevra, thanks to Marta Groskop, Chaim David Hoffman, and Avrumi Nezri for a great CEO. Mishkoyach Chevra, it's unbelievable. Anonymous, the merit of a smooth operation from Rivko Rahama Bat Simcha by her parents, Rahma Bat Simcha by her parents. Amazing. Moshe Gutman, in honor. Oh, yeah. Wow, not the first time sitting in that seat. In honor of my wife and kids who keep on cheering me on. MDY Gutman. I know. What's the real name? Moshe David. Wow. MDY Gutman. The real Yitzhak Gutman.
That teaches the next story. Okay.
MDY Goldstein. Is MDY Gutman? Is MDY Goldstein? But does he do the daf? That's the silent. So, you don't know, I gave a steer in Sacramento. Nisim. Yeah? Nisim Asali. So you're saying that it wasn't even Sacramento. There's a bunch of Litvaks that came in. Okay? No, there's a lot of them. Nisim Asalian and family in memory of Shlomo, Ben, Moshe, and Chana Bat Nisim. Anonymous, gratitude to Hashem because he does incredible things for us. No, gratitude because even not incredible. We're alive. We don't write books called incredible. Just breathing. We write books incredible for incredible. I know that's the most I'm giving you and him. Start along for the merit of the force. Incredibles 3, how Nachman Seltzer breathes every day.
That's noticeable.
Yeah? There should be a hope. Place Arlo? It should, but there isn't. To the merit
Okay, so I sent out an email, and I had to send out an email that I have to send this previous email. So I only have 2 tomorrow.
Alicia, that's the center.
One person was emailing me, but we have a podcast a week from tomorrow, and I was thinking that it was tomorrow that they were emailing me. But right now.
Mordechai Spazin family lineage was our father and grandfather. Yisrael Aryeh ben Rebbe Shayohu, Sapazim Zipporno Rocha. Harry Zinski,
You never know.
completely
You never
Shmuel
know how these
Yaakov
things
Ben,
go.
Rocha Omeid, co-sponsor HYK Ventures and Sports for success of all of our clients. Yona Daniela Rosenfeld, a Bracha Beparnasa, MDY Kids sponsor. Monthly innovations of the sales skills by Kiva Simple Ben Pega. And review this Basia Papaya. MDY Coffee Corner month. Cover that field committee. That was named me at Doiven. Was it worth it? Was it working? The kids just not working. Rabbi said we have a tremendous daf. A lot of agadita. Huh? Oh, MDY the first lema, Jonathan Eitan ben Bechor Bracha, the first lema Mordechai ben Esther, the first Ayelad Daniel Zev ben Ayelad Esther. So we're holding up Bottom's Bays, Hayes, and Yeshua ben Zerus. What's going on here? Why is it taking more and more time to start the year? What? Allah is not what's the next word? Hey, Rabbi Rothschild. You know the song? Who sing it? Hey, Rabbi Rothschild. Big flush of a man, his name was Rabbi Rothschild. He was the son of the mayor's father. In other words, it's his brother-in-law. And Shua ben Zerus is your mayor's brother-in-law. Not a simple man. He gave testimony. His name Rebbe. Tells Rebbe, I saw with my own eyes. Already mayor Shachal Allah Shayara. He ate a leaf of vegetables without giving Meiser in Beit Shan. Beit Shan, kind of like today, Beit Shan is outside of Eretz Yisrael, close to Eretz Yisrael. And I saw a mayor eating some leaf without making Meiser. As the Gemara is going to describe later on, if he testifies, he's not. Maybe Reb Meir did it and he didn't pay attention. Maybe Reb Meir whispered something. No. He's testifying. This is Yeshua ben Zerus. He knows what he's talking about. And he's testifying that in the Bet Shan is not Eretz Yisrael. Like Lamasa, like Eilat. Like right outside, like you don't have to take my over there. What's wrong? So just to give you a spoiler for you, Bet Shan was once Eretz Yisrael. When Klaishon came into Eretz Yisrael the first time out of Mitzrayim, they captured it, they conquered it, they became Eretz Yisrael. The second time around, when they had to do it again, when they came back from Babel, they did not conquer it. And therefore, it's possible that in this time, when Remeir it wasn't considered Eretz Yisrael. You don't have to take myself. Rebbe hears this testimony. Based on this testimony of an individual, he says from today on, Bet Shan is Chutzlar. Every story, you don't have to take myself. What happens when this happens? Something like that. Try to pass me now. A certain city in Eretz Yisrael is now. What's going to happen? The Doilim are going to come out. He's going to be Pasuk. He's one of the Doilim. But nobody could take his brothers, his father's mishpacha. Why are you starting something new? Your fathers, your forefathers, they all took Meiser over there. Where do you come from? Like all of a sudden making up a new halacha? So Rebbe says, no, I get it. And then think about it. I should have had my child again. Rebbe and Abu Secha, these are all
Nita.
people. He says, you find something similar in the Torah, in the Navi, where things didn't happen in generations. Comes somebody in the new generation and takes charge and changes a certain thing. Where do we see it? Try to say it 10 times in a row.
Yeah, she and I spoke. Hello. Yeah, we're supposed to do a podcast a week from tomorrow. How are you?
I'm good.
Welcome.
I sure hope I'm camera here.
Pardon me?
I sure hope I'm not on camera.
Your voice, but not your picture.
So
Okay,
people over the generations,
How's your day going? No, I'm the one on camera. How's your day going?
Something that symbolizes
Excellent.
checking you out.
healing.
Very well.
And
Very well.
connection to the Rabbi Rothschild.
As
It's a nice thing.
I state, I'm on camera 24/7, and I'm in my Discord 24/7, so people can watch my life whenever they wish and connect with me, ask me questions, play games. This is great tonight. Another person finished playing the game, and I've got some friends who are going to be here a little bit later playing games and just chilling, watching podcasts. How about you? How's your day been?
So
Yeah, pretty normal, you know. This, that, and the other thing, but we're checking out all your links. You got funny links. And I sent you an email earlier. I don't know if I responded.
Absolutely.
Your last name, is that your given your birth name?
That's on my birth certificate. I answered your question.
In Yiddish, this snake is enough.
Oh, you did? Okay, sorry, I'm not in my office. I'm not at that email. But that's very interesting.
The snake itself is not a healer.
It is what it is. I said in my email that I'm not affiliated with the family. We do have direct ancestral connections, but they're pretty distant. There are thousands of us who live in the United States alone. Tens of thousands of us throughout the world. We basically are in the Ashkenazi world, like the last name Kennedy is into the Irish culture. It's a pretty common last name.
Yeah, it used to be Rothschild, wasn't it? Before Rothschild.
Yeah, it means Red Shield.
Red Shield, right.
Yeah, it was the...
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So,
That's very interesting. In the world, you know, that name is definitely on the forefront right now.
Oh, it has been for like 200 years.
Most people it has. We're just starting. The masses are just starting to wake up now. So,
give me a little piece of it.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So would you be willing to talk about that stuff our show?
As I stated in my email, generally I don't go into my history just because there are people in my direct family I don't necessarily want to have threads or any kind of random people show up at their house. I had that myself with my live streaming. So, as I said in the email, basically, if possible, I'd like to focus on my live streaming, futurism, and how we make the world a better place.
Right. So you seem to be focusing on peace somehow. That seems to be a big theme.
Absolutely, yeah. So I live stream. I like for world peace. Do you mind if I give you my spiel?
Sure.
Excellent. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild, as you know. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, real life Big Brother. This is a timeline of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. The reason why I say that is because in 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential, going viral. God willing, when I do, I'd like to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
But I mean, some people say it's not zero.
Well, the plan is multifaceted. First and foremost, as I previously said, data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data, specifically human data, on which to have AI models build as an example than any person in global history. I'm not just live on one stream nor two streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous streams on multiple platforms at any given time. So this is essentially a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. So from there, we're going to be able to monetize that. Am I monetized right now? Yeah, actually on some platforms I am, but not in the way that I think I really could be once I have all of my streams that are available to be digested by the world. Additionally, I am someone who has the opportunity to do endorsements, and the plan is just like you may be able to see. I'm endorsed by cryptocurrency right now, and that's what all my betting and merchandise is. I'll be able to do the same for your Fortune 100 companies, because what makes me different than any other influencer that you'll find is that my streams don't end in the traditional sense. I mean, I do stop them every 12 hours and restart them so that the information is archived, but with any other influencer, they go offline, they go do whatever they want to do. I ensure that I'm streaming 24/7, and that means that someone's logo and brand will be available to the audience 24/7. The plan is to take all of the money from that, additionally from cryptocurrency, not just the ones that I endorse, but within those markets, and my social media. Take all of that, put it into a large 501c3 tax-exempt organization, and basically make the world's largest charity. From there, anyone who's helped me along the way on my streams, who can document that, we're going to take care of them, we're going to take care of their friends, we're going to take care of their families, and I want them to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of their own so that they can help people, not just in their life, but any kind of things that are near and dear to their heart, such as veterans, people who want to help animals, people who want to help homeless, clothe the homeless. Other things that I talk about, in addition to world peace, are ending things like world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. I talk about it. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Livestock program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump water to make it drinkable. So it's the idea that we'll be able to help those directly who have helped me along the way, and then additionally take the funds that we generate through the stream and be able to give it back to the less fortunate of the world. I hope that answers your question.
Very interesting. With the data centers, I'm hearing a lot of people are talking about that they're taking all our water and whatnot. What do you see there?
Well, that's where desalination comes in. So the Earth is 2/3 water, and with desalination, specifically perhaps powered by nuclear energy, we have more water than we could ever begin to want to consume. Now, there's an issue getting that water purified to the point where it can be used in a data center, but these are just challenges that need to be overcome. I feel that knowledge, information, and the publicizing of
that like basically these technologies are available. So I don't want to be draining our lakes and rivers. I would like to be purifying the water from the ocean, and this is a type of technology that's been around for decades. It's not currently utilized very much in the United States, but it is in some other countries, and I'd like to see that type of technology expand.
That were not recaptured. Excellent, excellent. So I would think with your name and your family background that you would be able to do something about it. You actually go to the people who are funding this.
As I previously said in my email, I don't have connection to the direct bankers. So there are thousands of Rothschilds in the United States alone, and they're more European, that I don't have on speed, so to speak. So if you think that I can influence everyone in my family, that is a potential, but probably more long term and more direct. The people in my family, many are academics, and not
Influence one in your family that will influence more, and so on and so forth. That's where the change is going to be made, because we can all sit here and buy you and we talk about this and talk about that, but none of us are really doing anything. You know what I mean?
Well, I feel like I'm influencing the world in my own way, and I would like to influence everyone of a certain class, whether they're Rothschilds or Rockefellers or the House of Windsor or the House of Saud, whomever it may be, to move in a world where unity and practices about global unification are promoted as opposed to that divides us. But if you think that I am a puppet master, I want to say that I am as normal as generally probably anyone else you're going to meet on the internet. And my family, we're generally academic. We're not.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you go. Enjoy your night, your stream, and we'll talk to you later.
Excellent. I look forward to speaking with you a week from tomorrow. And let me know if you need anything in the meantime.
Exactly. Thank you.
You're
thinking that the Chan is in the center of Eretz Yisrael, and they didn't capture it, so it's like it's on the outskirts of Eretz Yisrael. It's like Eilat. Think about it as Eilat. They didn't go as far as Eilat. They decided to stop right here, so that stayed outside. They could have. The first time they went further, the second time they didn't. Hold on, what are you saying? What? No, it is true. They didn't capture it. It's not. They didn't get it right. They didn't make it part of Eretz Yisrael. Isn't that a lot of people knew that? No, you have to do shtaddle. You have to do shtaddle. Oh, I see. Of Shemitah. Oh, you, yes. I have to worry about that. You have to do shtaddle. Boys, the good stories are coming out. Where's the biker man? He's the boss. He's the boss of the thing. Shloite Vaisheni. Alpha Vaisheni. You're not asking these kashes. Go to another Magashir. Whenever the feeling comes. This is a few questions when we get into that topic. Oh, here, we got all David's in this booth, so check it out. So let me tell you something very shady. Your mayor, what did he eat? He ate a leaf. You're allowed to eat a leaf. The woman said, you only have to. First of all, yeah. What are you tired of? Only
Dogum, Kirchi, so wheat, wine, and oil. But besides that, he ate as you're eating. If you're eating, like alright, you're cooking. There's a tomato that didn't have a gemar malacha. What's a gemar malacha? You make a pile and you smooth it out. You put it into a package. He's eating a full sorry. It's not tied to mice. Your mayor, all of Alamo, you didn't even need a tomato. You need a leaf. Hey. No, we're talking about mice now. Don't do street. That's something else. Don't mix the two. We're talking about mice. We're talking about hey. Now, good apple. He ate it from a package. It was already tied together as one, and that's it. That's the gemar malacha. It's not your tanegas. It's the type of vegetable that, typically speaking, you put together in a package. Which you have it. So once you tie them together, it's gemar malacha. Okay, fine. And this is that doctor right here. Leads us into a full everything under shear is a godly thing. There's still a lot of items. Maybe Mayor simply wasn't paying attention. And he grabbed something off his plate and he forgot to take mice. Oh, that's impossible. Past the Behendis and Tzaddikim was born from maybe the Halal Yom. It's the animal, the repentance of the Yara that one is going to talk about. What happened? Allah doesn't allow the animal to eat without micer. Tzaddik constantly touching for Tzaddik. But the Yara himself, or his mayor himself, he's going to eat without any mice. So that's the third time we have that story, and we're going to have to tell us the story. But the Gemara has, and maybe he had a mom to have a package of tomatoes at home. So when I get home, I'm going to use one of those tomatoes as micer. Meanwhile, I'm going to eat this. No, impossible. Next to Chaverim, he's a father, he's a person, he's a tzaddik, who's makbid. I'm from some mice, he's makbid from Tahara. He wouldn't do that. Little Shloim and Amutov. He wouldn't take two of something that's not next to the Paris right here. It has to be next to it. So the Gemara is going to say, you don't have to be master from the night. You don't have to separate it. So look at a bunch of fruit and look. The ones on the right, I'm going to use as similar mice. The one on the left, I'm going to eat. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe he did throw some mice on the spot. This is Rabbi Yeshua ben Zerun. If he says he saw, he knows what he's talking about. If that's what happened, and the mayor was looking over there and he did over there, Rabbi Yeshua ben Zerun would have noticed it. He knows all this tricks. He's done it himself. He knows which movement was also. It's impossible that he's saying this whole list of the Chazanish on two devices, and he didn't. No, you would have known that. You know, if the brisker of is taking two devices tonight. It's not. Oh, yeah, maybe. It's not what happened. Fine. So just remember this because I want to point out that on our show and on the thing. Maybe you look at a place and say to yourself, okay, the true mention of these two on the left side, on the right side, and on the left side. It's such a thing. Says Gemara, here's the story. My bad. So what's going on there? The behemoth that wasn't Nitshal and Truth. Says the Gemara, the story, they were thinking the Yara out of the senior street. The guys worked 11 hours of production, like unbelievable. A crazy investment in time and energy. You'll see it at the end of this year on the Sugarnut video. But no, what they can do, they can pull off in a day. It's unbelievable. 2 minutes of just this whole story in a nutshell. For kids, you show it to kids will remember this forever. And there's one mistake in the video, one schmuck mistake. Let's see if you can see it. No, worse than that. There are videos having the ultimate Pidyon Shmuim. He was going to redeem somebody. Pidyon Shmuim, I just saw Mamish 2 days ago. He's a real Pidyon Shmuim. I forgot what happened. They arrested in Colombia. They arrested a guy, and they just need see if you give him $20,000, they won't kill him or something. So, they want to kill him? No, you only had a couple of $100 amount of money, and then I was crazy. You understand? kidnapped or something. No, you're talking about a different thing. The Sisha guy they just found him, in Colombia. That's something else. There's another guy that I forgot what it is. They said, you just need X amount of money. Don't even get him out of here. And they put on the sheet, or lose something. Finish me. They say, the guy himself says, we'll finish me. On the bay, you know he's Mahara. So he's walking with his doctor. Like he's and there's a river in front of him. On the lake, you know, he tells the river, you know, I like me, me mess of it. Chris Yamsov, I want Chris Yamsov as well as it. I like, I want to get the book. On the lake, so the river, the side of the river, responds to him. After all that classes you think, guess what? Who says you're better than me? You're going to do a great mitzvah finish me. But I mean, all the classes you think, what I do every day that the water goes through and goes through. All I'm doing is Ratzon Hashem. Not the self-abase and self-gathering. Who knows if you'll be successful? Maybe they won't accept your redemption. I mean, about the Yosef. What I'm doing is, ain't self-abase with the Ibadah. I need to continue doing Ratzon Hashem. Alright. You have to pray like say presence. Yeah, you have no choice over here. If you don't split the water, you can do Ratzon Hashem for the next 5 minutes, but that's it. It's going to be done for life. It's up to me. I could stop you forever. So you want to do Ratzon, big talk, you want to do Ratzon Hashem? Open up right now. Okay? Sounds scary. So you open. It's crazy. How about God would have a separate seed of the business, somebody with him doing a mitzvah, schlepping wheat from matzah? I want you to open up the water again for this guy. The mitzvah, he's doing this. Open. How about I have the level of God dollars? One attitude who's with them. Like the company, I'm helping them out, pulling them away. I want you to open the water for him, and they later can't place in the volume. Oh, look at these Jews, and they need them, they use them, but as soon as they don't need them, you dump them on the side, on the other side of the river. I don't need to fill out Hashem here, open up the water, split the river, always split the river. Oh my Yosef, have enough of God in the motion, and she's going to go. Look at it. Look at me. Yo, greater than the most of Rabbeinu, and 600,000 people there. Hey, Nats, what's going on here? You know, Chris Yamsov is the greatest miracle that ever happened. And, from the greatest thing, I'm not judging the numbers. Chris Yamsov, we have a whole segment about it. And then in the 50th year, many generations later, he says, that was before Matan Torah. Christ told the next person. So once we have the Torah, the 50th year is coming from a different position. It's coming from a position of Torah, full of mitzvahs and Torah, different. It's easier. You will also have Zinno. Don't love the Zinno. There's your Beta is only able to do one. Over here, the 50th year is people. So the Lord doesn't have an army, but Zinno over here, maybe it's also one. Hello, the motion should be moving on. Maybe it means to say that he's as great as, not greater, as great as Moshe Rabbeinu at 600,000 units. The kids are the mice that get these, if not the gets things. Normally, sorry, the Kamari today, they're like, refuel your car, and then they refuel your donkey to give them a barley. They all bow. Review seed. Saftinu. So the first time I read it, I thought it meant like they beat them up. Saftinu in Rashi means they didn't need toys. They took the barley and they separated it. Maybe it's not good quality. Rashi is impossible that it means that they separated the shafts from they sifted it, but on a simple level to make it better to eat, because it has to be those highest the nicer. Otherwise, this whole story wouldn't exist. And it won't be highest the nicer in the first stage of where you have to separate the shaft, but it's not edible. You know that it's edible. Just maybe we'll use the best, so put it through a sifter of barley, the ready-made barley, just make sure there's no stones in it. Well, he wouldn't need them. Now, Freeman said, okay, then maybe there's some. If their hands, they want it, let's see what's going on. Loyal for staying. I don't know, this is the season that's going on here. You know what I'm asking? Is it possible you didn't take Meiser? Freeman's awesome. He went ahead, he took Meiser, and he ate. The donkey ate. He took Meiser from this barley and the donkey started eating. This donkey, this poor donkey, going to do pigeon food. I can't believe it. Try to feed her. Yeah. So I want to tell you a fascinating marshal. Anybody that hears the question is going to be blown away. But I do have a marshal that's small and it's interesting like this one. The marshal has a cash over here. I understand. If the Gemara says that when Meir could look at the nicer, could look at a plate and say, that side of the plate is nicer, that side of the plate I'm going to eat. Why did the donkey do that? The donkey could have eaten the food by itself. So it's a cash over. What do you mean? How could a donkey think nicer and this and that? Okay, there's a bunch of people who can buy. There's a Noda Yehuda. Somebody came to the Noda talked about this. He takes this Marshal's question seriously, at least for his part. Somebody came over to him and said that the Bachram used to get Yamin. Yamin is the Tanah, they used to give Teg, Yamin, Teg, it's the same word, Yamin, Teg. I guess in yours, Teg. The Balabadi would give food to the Bachram, Shiva Bachram. So, It says, the Bachar, he ate the entire plate. He didn't leave anything over the plate. Like in the church video, doesn't tell us this. This is all I tell you. When Moshe asked a question when he was killed that time of day, how come the donkey didn't go nicer? The child is very precious. The donkey made a thank you. If there's a plate in front of me, and 20%, 10% of the plate I don't eat, so the guy tomorrow is going to give me 10% less. And he's going to have to take mice of that. So every day he's going to say, oh, the donkey's not eating. Why should I give him that much? I'll give him less. He says, my yeshiva guy doesn't eat the whole thing in plate. Tomorrow you're going to give him less. So he wanted to show. Anyways, when he took the Marshal's question, what's your name? Remind me your name? Shomalei, you're from? Shomalei, I saw you in Park City. The ganze Futz over there, the sea Futz. Shomalei, what's your name? What's your name? From? Baltimore. Were you at the Baltimore team or you were at Israel already? You're Mechaz at that moment, you got to be Mechaz. Baltimore is Israel. A lot of people do this after, but they don't. What's your name? From? Switzerland. Landsman. I heard myself a stupid squish. Stefanski. And you, Shomalei? Yeah, I know. Well, no, what's your name again? Shomalei. Okay. So, Gemara. Sponsor. Adar Global, Specialist in the National Financial Services, Chaim Lurad, Toshtemi Rossi, Chavarata Vaskhana, some Shasha Yisrael. Remember Chayva, what is the donkey, the things to eat, something that has mice but none. I would get with zero in the behavior. If somebody purchases mine, now obviously, if you're going to purchase food from a store, I don't care who you give it to. You can give it to your animal, you have to take mice from it. But if you're going to purchase mine, which is food that you buy from an Amaris, you're not sure if you could do some ice rich. So then it depends. If I purchase it specifically for animal feed, then you pop it, pick up a flyroids, fish them, and in there, fish them, and that's what like Palin. I like this mice. This guy comes in with two Ben Gurion over here with like a giant bag. So the guy asks him over there, what's in the bag? It says bird feed. So let me open it up. He rips it open. It's not going to be schmack of coffee. Not thirsty. He says, listen, I give it to my bird. If he wants to eat it, he eats it. He doesn't want to eat it, doesn't eat it. If it's all stuff for side things, the flour for your height, or oil to do your dinner for your light or to dishes, talk about you don't have to take much. So, if you bought this barley. So the animals is popping. As Mar says, read my law. That may be Yochanan. The Shema is the company who is killing the behemoth. That's because if you purchase it initially for the animal. You bought it for your own consumption, and then you decided you wanted barley for your child. He said, I have a bunch of parts. Let me give it to my animal. Then it's too late. Then Chayiv La'aseh. I just love this lesson in places, top places. The race rabbi the Mishanim Yedidas and the Aisha left. The Nafsha. The donkey is potter. The donkey is potter Meiser. But the donkey is a machner. It's a more machner. It's a more the Galatian. So why do I love it? Because sometimes if you're a donkey and you have chumras, you remain a donkey. The chumras don't help you become a mensch. I mean, if you're a adam and you have chumras, givaldi. But first you have to be a mensch. Mechamra nafsha. Huh? It's a more that we have to have a new van. It's the Midas van. Chamorim and Machmirim. It's a good lesson. Chamorim, in fact, Shaisi says it. The Machmir and Asha. It's a Chamorim with a lot of singers. It's a biscuit Chamorim. It's unbelievable. Amazing. No? That's just going to know now. Chamorim Machmir. Right. We're not even like the donkey. Right. Oh, yeah, they speak about it. They speak about that. The Gemara and the asking. Yeah. But I didn't understand what's happening here because you have to do Shabbos. It's the same thing.
What up, Mr. Perry?
My cows are not. They're not going to eat this.
I am tired. And this is crying. No praying.
Right after muzzle there. I know, they asked right after muzzle. But they asked, why being muzzled then? Go muzzle. There's nothing to eat.
Take care of it.
What's on you? If you have a pencil, you should write the word for the use of radical. If you take fruits from the marketplace, to eat. Then later on you decide to use your animal. Do not use it for your animals. You must take it. Shoma Rebbe heard that Pinchas Meyair is coming. Rafak. Oh. This is some more mafia. Where did you get that from? Who said that? There's a more mafia. Someone's made it. Very nice. Sometimes it's back in the day. That was like the AI that we had. They made a little picture and I'm like, wow. Someone's from the captain of them, 3 each other, Kapoin, tomorrow, Banaf each other, Isa Rabba. And then even tell you where it is. But you can come give me a spot in that there. Okay, about it. So the Gemara. That's how you can tell. Like, I really had a question on a certain. There's a picture from. I don't remember if it was true, but they gave me something like, is this AI or not? And then when you zoom into the side, the words are upside down, and then they like, Overland. Shoma Rebbe. Your business is always coming. Love Agape, he ran out towards him. This video that I'm about to show you has literally every word of the story. It's crazy. Please do me a favor. I want you to come eat by me. I'm like, hey, he says, sure, I'll come in. So I don't punish the Rebbe. As we're going to see at the end of the story, Pinchas Meyair has a minute, he doesn't eat by anybody. He said, yes, the Rebbe. The Rebbe is Gil Adar, wealthiest man in the generation, greatest models, tzaddik. Rebbe HaKadosh, I'll eat by you. So, Rebbe is so excited. Omar Lai, why are you so happy? What do you think? I'm mother and I'm not going to eat by you. Of course I'm going to eat by you. Yisrael Doishimei, the Kodesh. So there's a myriad of places here. Every places, but we do every places. I'll just do one more line and then I'll read the places. Yesh, he says, Yesh Roitzev Eilon. There are many people who want to invite people, but they push it, don't have. Says Toisves. I hope I have it here. Yeah, Toisves. Why are they considered Kedoshim if they don't invite you? The fact that he just invites you, he says, please come to me, and then you say, no, definitely. Okay, fine, definitely. But you don't, you want him to say definitely. What? Yeah. Okay, fine, that's sorry. So fine, I'll just say it over here and start saying, when people have Pusha, that Pusha, just for the fact they want, even though they don't want, that itself is considered Kedoshim, even if they're not so good as we see. Oh, but let me just say this. I'll go, so we'll get there. I'll say it again. Right. He just has a Yitzhahara that he can't. No. The next one he's saying. Yesh like Ben writes. He has. Doesn't want to get. Let's say the story about Rabbi Rothschild. I couldn't really figure out who it was, but let's say it's Rabbi Rothschild because at somebody's house, and the guy offers him a fee. He says, my doctor doesn't allow it. So when he left, his person said, when did the doctor, since when did the doctor say he can't eat? He says, my doctor's a Rambam. And the Rambam says, if somebody doesn't have enough to even feed themselves, shouldn't say them as things about blood. Not allowed to eat. So my doctor doesn't let me eat. Okay? Listen, if you want people to believe your stories, you have to believe everybody else's stories. Yes, they're very right. There are people who have, but they're just too stingy, and if they don't want, you see, since I'm left on don't eat bread with somebody that has a bad eye, stingy. But this one with them, don't have a type of unbelievable food. But Shar, the Nashi Kenu, has a bitterness in his neshama. The Chayr stay Yarmala. He's going to tell you, come to me. Not with you. Yeah, because it says, from Mazdas, every level of patience. He's a Kaddish because Lamaisa, you eat by him, and he doesn't really want you there, but he still has to appreciate it. The Rosh Hashanah is much of it. Because he invites you out of the embarrassment. That's the right to but you, Rebbe, I know you have the ability, you're the wealthiest man of the generation, and you also want me to be it. We all have some of this Harizma, I'm in a very big rush. The Muslim mitzvah of I gotta run, get this guy out of captivity. When I get back, on the way back, I'll come and do, what do you think happened on the way back? What do you think? You think you ever made it there? Because that's the Yisrael. You have inspiration now. You gotta act on it now. You never know what's gonna happen on the way back, and the next day, the next. Who knows? He also, he's not on the way back. He's a man of his word. Isrami, it happens. All Baruch Bismillah, this Isrami is a big word. Isrami just happens. It's not just happening. It's Baruch's Mazman that should happen. The one he took the wrong door. All Baruch Bismillah, the coming day, to the Yosef Barasa. A bunch of pitbulls and Doberman pinchers, white donkeys, the worst of the world. These white donkeys are killers. Oh my, in the video, when it says Malchamav Gulezi, you understand, it's confusing. All of a sudden, it turns into Malchamav. He has animals of death over here. Dangerous stuff outside of his house. And he has his place. Think of it by him. Shama Rebbe. Rebbe heard that he's refusing to come in. Nothing's happening. He ran after him. Omalei, he's like, what's the problem? I'm going to sell them. Omalei, maybe it's the issue. You know, sell them because you're creating a stumbling block somebody else. Makarlim, so I'll make them hefker. What do you mean hefker? You have these white donkeys running around the streets killing hundreds of people. You're making more hefker. Makarlim, I can do something. I can chop up the saddle, the hooves, whatever. They're not going to be dangerous. You can tell about the guys. The dad is going to create a sire for the animal. So what should be the answer? I'll kill them. What should be the answer? No, there's no Tzar al-Chaim when you kill them animal. You see it, you saw it. If you kill them humanely, there's no Tzar al-Chaim. Just swap is another problem. Think about kashrus. You're getting rid of something that has value. They're actually donkeys. These are not donkeys. These are real humans. Cool. They have them around still. They're dangerous. Oh, they're wild onagers? They live here in Israel. Maybe that's the thing I caught in Tehran. I caught a white mule. He needs them to work. Take care of them. I don't know. Rabbi Omar. Oh, sorry. So he didn't give up. Asked him again and again. Go back through. So a miracle mountain went in between them, and that protected them. Just for Rabbi Vama, Rabbi starts crying. Not Chaim Ta, there's Baruch who helped out with things in the yard that he shouldn't come into my house. He saw the mule. He went in the wrong door. He was such a tower. Allah has found the times. So certainly when after they die, the Baruch protects them. Lord, Tzaddikim are greater in their death more than in their life. And the Gemara goes into the whole thing here. So let me just show you the video now before I forget. The boys have a seat. Everybody together. We have a new Talmud. Talmud Chaver. How's it going, Yaakov? No? Let me show you. The Valdic video. We gotta finish this year. Oh, yeah. Allah Sadiq. بني عربي حسان تقول لا يحلوك لي بالميخ يا صديق ولا انا عارف كيف زور عليه شنو يعبدوا كمان اصبح مشكلتين الغرب that's a mistake. But the Gemara says maybe it happened once. The Gemara says maybe. What do you abuse? You abuse very good. يا اخويا سلامي كان ربيان بالسماء فوق اوه كم شي سماء بارح بريدوت بريدوت كشالي ما بنقول يحصل بمجد يلا شو كاب ربي حرام فرضا كنترول كثير بهنازك يقول كده أربعة لخيل أركان بطريد أزل شريعة يسلمين حرب أشكر حرب بطارب A lot of work. Go ahead. Okay, let's just finish up over here. Oh. Do we have time? Oh, a minute. Okay. Once we're late. Shinema, they were in the middle of burying a Russia. And all of a sudden they see the army of Moab coming. The famous story, they dropped the body in they used to bury in a cave, so it was open, and they threw the body into the cave. And this Russian touches Elisha, and he touches the bones of Elisha. And the Russian wakes up. So what do you see from here? It's amazing by touching Elisha, but when Elisha was alive, with the Ben Tsunamis, he had to do something. He had to put his hand, he lied on it, and breathe the whole thing. And over here is just the touch. So you see that he's greater when he's dead. We gave Elisha a prophet that he's going to do double his kiss. It's amazing as himself. And Eliyahu did one kiss amazing. When you see me go up, then you know you'll have doubles me. And the Mela, the reason why he woke up with Chris Amazing wasn't the least the source, it was Eliyahu Navi's. What kind of Chris Amazing? If he didn't even get to go to his house, I'll tell you real quickly, every time I see this, and I said it's nice, it's a crazy story. The guy, he's dying over. He was a firefighter. Look it up. The firefighter. They wrote a book about him. He was trying to put out a fire in America somewhere, and he fell through the roof. And he was in a coma for 10 years. For 10 years, he was out cold. And one day, he wakes up, and he starts talking in full sentences. And he told his family exactly what happened the night that day, where he was and why he fell. And he had his kids, the whole thing, everything. And after 24 hours, right back into the coma. And then he died a little later. And we grieve him. Shackles coming when he's dead. Well, you know that's the name? There's a Muslim of a person after such a... So here, no, just remind me, he's dead, completely dead. He wakes up for what? Just for a few moments. So he could walk away from Elisha, and then he drops. He's dead again. Imagine the family, just losing with this firefighter, the whole thing, everything's divided. He's gone. So it says like this. Over my time. So, but how was it that that Elisha did two kiss amazing? It says the Gemara Rabbi Rothschild. Shuriba Taras Nam. She schools the mace. If you remember yesterday, we had this. Gemara says there's a Tana that was a Nara. Gemara says it has a contradiction. What does Gemara say? She was a Tana, the Minoirin. This is the Tana that told this, he was the general of Aram. He had Tarash. He says, why don't you try Elisha? He's going to heal you Tarash. And this is what happened, boys. I like the small things in the videos. This kid's gonna cheat.
הנביא אמר שתלך לדגור בנער חייו 7 פעמים, לא רק שהוא לא יוצא, אלא הוא ממליץ לי על הנער הפשוט הזה. אדוני המפקד, הגענו עד לכאן. אולי תנסה בכל זאת ללכת.
He came up to here and try it anyway. He's not happy that at least you're gonna come outside to greet him. This is the best part right here. Sharifa Suras Nama. That's Kis Amazing. She's cool Kemes because somebody has Suras like a dead person. She never. Although she Kemes. She see in the Torah considers someone with Suras a dead person. Rabbi Rothschild. Have a wonderful.
We don't want to fuck around. Going back to New York, not usually deadly because we can get venom. Their venom's highly toxic.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. The voice had beautiful museum in Toronto. MDY night of Apples, we have the brand new screens. You show up to the donors, they all know. That one is not yet. Toronto Museum, MDY night of Apples. Because we have a long video that's about 5 minutes, and we have to move. Menachas thing is sourdough buffet because of Menachas. The idea, they always have great ideas. Toronto. Tom's River MDY satellite, like volume and team event. Nice turnout, beautiful place over there. Guest speaker Rabbi Yehuda Mandel, Auburn Bitachon Weekly, Rabbi Ozabadad, Rabbi Shul Kalbane Sacher, Moshe Fisher, Daily Pending Messiah, News Brickers on Mars. Okay, so this kid, are you able to fast forward almost to the end? Almost to the end because it's in Hebrew. Yeah, right there. Stop, go. Okay, very good. A lot of these videos are in Hebrew. And that's the oil we're going to do a photo. The statuses were very much clear. Even if you don't win, it's much clear. Why? How do I know? Over 6,000 people joined the pool. It's a record number of people. Usually we have 2,000, 2.5, 3, 6,000. Is because there's a crazy amount of statuses that went out all over the world. These are just 35 of the statuses. There's some that I didn't even show, some that I didn't even get. And every one made a difference. Every single one. But for all of the statuses. Now, it's your job. Each one of these, we're going to show a clip of 5-10 seconds for each one. Even if it's in Hebrew, it doesn't matter. If it was good, if it was funny. Write the number down, up to like 5 entries, and number them, 1 through 5. What's your favorite? Just pick some. Number 22, and it's a 2. 22 is a 2 for you. 35 is a 1. Nice. Oh, by the way, one more that I didn't show. Hold on. That's it. No. We've got to show this one. What do you think? Whatever is highest for you, that's what you're right. Don't confuse everybody else. If 5 is the highest for you, then you do like that.
All right, this is not for the people who are Shulei Yeshiva. These are not the people who are or everything. That this is for somebody of all those many people who see the status. This is for you. This is for somebody who is working. This is somebody who can't really make time to. This is for somebody who, maybe not down to learn, it's too hard. This video is for you. Definitely with the goat himself that they call Lionel Messi of Judaism. That being said, we're starting this episode tomorrow. We're starting first. Lock it. For those who've been doing it the past, how long have you been doing it for? Resolve to all of you. But we're starting this episode tomorrow. So if you can have Spotify, you can have YouTube, you can have whatever you want. Rabbi Stefanski, MDY, we're on so many different platforms. It is so easy. Just come here. I'm going to send you a link. Sign up. Chorus for the win. It doesn't get better than that. It doesn't get clearer than this. I'm saying learning wise, you think you don't have time to learn? You have time to learn.
Okay. Not appropriate. Okay. So we're gonna call this guy number 35. Okay, Spicy's number 35. He's not in the video. So if you want to write him down now, great. Here's the video. Here goes.
Subconscious. In the movie, it's subconscious, Obsession is basically this choice. Just the plot is basically like he wants her so bad, even though she wants him, he doesn't have his friend trying to get him. You find out that she does. I'm only going to watch the because if I say too much, it's going This podcast is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Alright? You are in the business of keeping your car friendly, help service, parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs. You've got thousands of parts and accessories in stock either in store or online, so you have to worry if you're in a jam. The team at O'Reilly's Auto Parts can test your battery for free in or out of your car. If it needs to be replaced, they'll help you find just the right battery for your vehicle. They'll help you find just the right everything for your vehicle. And the professional parts dealer O'Reilly are your one-stop shop for all things to auto do yourself. And you can find what you need in store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
It's a transformative journey. A movement that connects you to thousands around you. MD1 Group. Oh, excuse me, sir. Excuse me. What are you doing right now? Oh, watching documentary. What? Sitting here, exactly 5 years today since I started doing documentaries. Honestly, that itself is a miracle. If you want to do something in your head, and give me a small secret, give me a responsibility to yourself.
Price tool, you tell them what you want to pay, and they show you options that fit your budget.
Okay, so what? Spicy's 37? Not 35, sorry. Spicy's 37. Throw in Spicy at 37 if you want. Okay, Rabbi Isai, Shkoyach, thank you for voting. I'll take all the, and by the way, all your votes don't count at all. It's me, I decide at the end. No, bring it in. Seriously, however, before I had more business with the official edition of the White Shas, Masechta Zev and Yao Shoha, Eric, the Benedict family, Das Avov, Tzvi and Achama Spiro, Yunishmas, with Abba Zev Ben, Reb Chaim Yitzchak Levi. I believe he's coming on the trip, right? Tzvi Spiro. David Salman just notified me he is not coming on the trip. He needs a complete refuah on his ankle. Somebody happens to he's running and he's dedicated in memory of Avi Meiri, Shmuel Forrest, Time Steve Deutsch, the Patrick Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all they do to support and do why not. And thank you to Chief Benny, Anonymous, for complete refuah, Shleiman Aritzyon, Talea Bas Esther, by Benjamin Rosenfeld, Rios, Besimcha. I think he is coming on this trip. All sponsors, one. HYK Ventures, and the success of all our clients. Yomer Rosenfeld, Rafa Bekarnasa, co-sponsor. MDY Bobby Garner, for that field committee down in and pay by the one and only, the Gewaldiker, Mendel Lerner, who's with us today with his sons. Our son, Pinchas Chalake, he's not here. But over 1,500 daf since Yevamis, L'chvoid, Hilula, Mendel Merimino. Shit! I just turned off my screen. So the Rebbe said to me in the video, "Who did this? Is that you? Troublemaker. You the troublemaker. So you, you're the troublemaker. I knew it's one of the gray beards. I didn't know which one. All right. Got Remelo. Safnachas. Wow, he's a man. It's a big kid for a 3-year-old. Unbelievable. That's not him. Not him. By Ari Simon. Rabbi side, we have a special surprise for Ari Simon. We're full flame of Miriam. And for the third time today, monthly sponsor, Benjamin Roosevelt, Parnas B'Sheva Rabbi side. Check this out. I'm noticing this now. He did. I'm the sponsor. Here he is. He did. Hey, fellow sponsor. Here he is. And he did. Monthly sponsor. Here he is. Yes, he is. Weekly sponsor, Moshe Ruki Markovich, proudly supporting the Daf Yomi in Spanish before Shlema, Rav Yaakov ben Lulu, and the Nishmas are Chaim Gedalia ben Yeshua Olav Shalom. So, Rabbi said, don't forget, tell your Spanish-speaking friends to check out Espanol. Unified, Nishmas, Shendra Bak, so Rabbi Chil Nefel Olav Shalom, Yertzin is on Lag Boimer, and Zeligan, Zeitlin families, Mazutov, the Ethan Zelig, the Hunters, up to 14. It's coming up. Other 500 daf halfway to MDY 1K status. Every day I'm going to make, it's going to be a pause. And it's a memory of Avi Moiri. Akiva ben Avram, Dr. Clifton Price, the Price family, Lili Nishma, Dr. Clifton Price, Akiva ben Avram. You struggle the two of you. Next time get together. Each one's different. Yeah, each one is different. Anonymous and then the Price family. So I guess the Anonymous is not part of the Price family. Okay. Anonymous and Avi Meiri. So we know it's a boy. We know he's from the Price family, but it's anonymous. And then maybe we don't say Avi Meiri. Yeah. Good point. Wow. Bad call. The Price family, Linishmat, Dr. Kevin Price, Akiva ben Avram. Rafa Green, Limutar, Lilin Nishmas, Achi Shlema ben Yisrael. Shem Shada Evan Aliyah, MDYR. Mount, first time I want to tell you some Rafa, first I yell, Refuah Shlema. First I yell, Daniel Zev ben Ayel Esther, and Refuah Shlema, Mordechai ben Esther. The voice side, here we go. What am I missing? I said it once ago, no. Omar Simoniklas, we're like a little bit below halfway. Now the good news is Buffalo base very short. Probably not going to do it on base today. We'll see what we get to. Omar Khanna. Good. Rabbi said it's a guy from MS. Not like we were told the end of the nothing is going to be a guy. It's a few thousand of a guy. This is a guy for today. Omar Khanna, Omar Yaakov Ra'idi, Omar Shubin Levi, Meshubak Kapara. So it's a great start. 2 lines. It says, Rabbi Gamliel Nimnu. He was a vote. We had a whole sugya. Are you allowed to eat the shechita of a sushi? And we said, come in, Elvis. There's room for all this somewhere. That a thing? There's a seat over here. Even though it's going to make a big... He doesn't want to sit next to the burger. That's him. There's a number of reasons. Oh, here he is. Okay, so are you allowed to eat the meat of a kusi? We said if you have a Yisrael Oimid al Gabov, we have the Mashgiach Midi, yes. We had another thing, if you do the taste test, remember? If he eats it himself, it says Gemara in the name of Gamliel. Now, Rashi points out that this is not the Gamliel that you're thinking of. This is actually a later generation. This is like in the last Tanoim, the son of Rabbeinu, Rabbi Rothschild. Yeah, I should have it right. Correct. The charge of being there. He and his pastor Nivnu devoted Malachim. He just did a post as Kitas Kusi Basalua. They decided we're not allowing the Shkita of a Kusi, and the Gemara is going to go into it. Why? Not this minute. Oh, my name is Zera of Yaakov. Says Reb Zera, it's bad news for saying it. Messed up a little bit. He tells Reb Yaakov the Shema, Neshama Rebbe, Elav Shein Yisrael Oimid al Gabor. Perhaps what you're saying over is in a case there's no Mashgiach Midi, but otherwise, in a Mashgiach Midi, we can eat the meat of a Kusi. You know what you sound like? Like Miri is your Shmaita, like a person like I'm a Ritz. Like somebody that doesn't know how to learn, like you never learned a day in your life. Shein Yisrael Oimid al Gabor, the Rebbe. We know a Kusi doesn't care about the evil of the Mitchell. He learns the pasuk very literal. That it means don't put a stone as a blind person is walking. Do not trip him up. It has nothing to do with tripping people up with halachas and prayer. And therefore, if you don't have the gift, maybe 100% is such. That's the whole sugya. Obviously, when Rabbi Gamliel comes and says that you can't eat the meat, he means where's the Mashgiach Tzmidi? You can't eat his meat. Kibla Minei, like Kibla Minei, is Zera. Agree with what he said or not? When it proves to you that he agreed with him, we realize that he made a mistake. There's no way that Rabbi Gamliel said that the beat of a Kusi is also when there's no Mashgiach. When there's no Mashgiach, we know it's also. Another story. I saw Rabbi Yochanan Sha'achal Mishkitas Kusi. Rabbi Yochanan, like the first Amoira, later on, he ate the sheet of a Kusi. He ate the sheet. But Rabbi Yochanan Mishkitas Kusi. He also, the Toibar Zera himself, who just got himself in a little bit of a pickle when he was yelled at. He says, you don't even, it sounds like you don't never learn Torah before. The Zera is wondering, what happened there? Why did Rabbi Yochanan eat the meat? Is the Pshad, the Shmilu, you never heard about this Psak in Gamliel? Yeah, the Shmilu have this Hamlet, because had he heard it, he would have never eaten it, he would have accepted it. Of Bill Shmilu, maybe he heard in Gamliel, and he put it through less, and he ate it anyway. Other parts of the say, then he said, Pshad, must be, it started the Shmilu, it has to be that he heard it, and he didn't accept it. Why? So, the Shmilu, if you tell me he never heard this, had he heard it, he would have completely accepted it. Impossible. There's a story about the Vilna Gaon. They say the Vilna Gaon once touched Muktzah and he fainted. By mistake, he realized he touched Muktzah, he fainted. Because the Nish said the story is bogus, never happened. Impossible that the Vilna Gaon would just make a movement without thinking it through and that he touched Chazon. And now we're talking about Amorai. Shemiyasha. I don't remember. I remember talking about it then. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, that's right. Okay. The Chazanish didn't know what you were saying. This is the more that you're talking about the Chazanish. The Chazanish forgot it. You all forgot it, right? Attach to the Chazanish. Yes. You are the guest. Okay. Fine. Vishmilu, I will tell you. Learn the sugi, we spoke about every one of those things. Hey, Mr. Island, so how could it be possible that this is a second best? Not get this meat, they're going to go ahead and eat it by mistake. Ask the bandit, so they can have this boat for maybe the color yoga. If the animal has been yard wouldn't eat the weed that didn't have mice, sir. So he cannot mom. Look, okay. Tzaddik himself would never, ever trip and do this by mistake. If you want to let it happen, here's a beautiful video. Here we go. Just don't look at the guy's fingers. The guy on the left, he has a problem with his fingers. Don't look. Look at his stomach moving from right to left. Let's bring the rag out. There's a big tzaddik here of Gross. He opened up he sent in a video, and I was looking for what to show us. Maybe I'll show you the design. He says there that it's supposed that he didn't have children for 8 years, and he got a rough when he screened individual from NBY. And since then, he had 9 months later, his wife had a baby, and he's opening up, that's supposed to be opening up a satellite location in Montreal. As a falafel place, and he showed you the whole thing, but he showed us this video. So, just as a steer for what he claimed, so there's a Maisa with myself. When I was a buffer, I was like 19 years old. I remember I was telling you nothing else. I was in Europe for friend's Kasana, and it was me and another friend, and he introduced me to his uncle. And his uncle took us to shul and Shabbos, this German Yid. Some guy, German uncle from the war, whatever it was, older man. And he says, my son, you want to go to Austria? I have a place in Austria. Yeah, I'm going to go to Austria. Mercedes takes us in the Autobahn, he's flying, shows us how fast he's on the Autobahn. And then we get to Austria, and we stop in the Alps over there, where they did one of the Olympics, and there's a store there, all they sell is chocolate. And we're salivating these chocolates, these truffles, everything's nice and lovely. The whole store is just all types of chocolates. So I said something like, wow, it's unbelievable, right. From this thing, from over here to over here is no kosher. You're allowed to eat this section over here. Yeah, you sure? Yeah, from here to here. Gets us so we take some chocolates. We don't ask too many questions when we eat. The value of these chocolates, now is the best of the best. And that's what I look at it. So it's like it's in Austria, so who gives the hechsher here on that section? Who gives the hechsher? The priest gives the hechsher. I'll make you eat trade. Not like that. Like, excuse me? Yeah, the priest gives the hechsher. He just walks away. So wherever you are, some tzaddikim are not nechal, some are not tzaddikim. Sounds like that. You guys are in shock. Nice to show you. It's not a nice mice, no. It's a naya. No, it's naya. I said it. Because it's not the most appropriate story. I don't know what went through this guy. Like he's an old timer that lived in Germany. Who knows this goes on in his brain? Now, the Gemara continues with the proof. Rabbi Zera has it. Rabbi Zera himself. What happened? Let's go and let's review. Rabbi Zera. Wasn't he trading? A lot of things. What? Swiss chocolate in the bar, but I'm talking about in a homemade place, like it was all made, special, open stuff, not a firm factory. I don't know. I'll take that. One minute. If you're right, I have a much bigger size on the guy. Why only this section? I could have had the whole thing. He's talking that. You never had one of those chocolates. Tell me, you ate the Toblerone, whatever it's called. Those Swiss chocolates. Toblerone. My kids eat that. They buy not the one that comes with 25 in a box. Go around here. And that's all they eat. For 3 days, they're eating that. And then I'm hungry. I have pizza. There's no two things to do. Okay. So that I don't even know how to say the name. No, come on, let's do a quick review. Zera messed up a little bit. He said that when Ramil meant, when he said that you can't eat a kusi, exception is only when there's no mashgiach. And then he has a problem. He himself has a problem with Rabbi Yochanan. How did Rabbi Yochanan? Did he know about it? Did he not know about the halacha? It's impossible that he didn't know that he didn't know, and that had he known, he wouldn't have eaten it because of tzaddik is not nifsha. So that's the one top of him knowledge. He's so predictably compliment. And if you would think they did not accept the Musar, in other words, he held up. Gamliel only asking in a situation where there's no mashgiach, but if there's a mashgiach, you're allowed to eat kusiniki. We shine it like. What do you ask me a question about Rabbi Yochanan? Rabbi Yochanan ate meat that had a mashgiach community, that had a mashgiach, and that's why he ate it, even after the tzaka and the meal. He agreed that there is zero difference between a mashgiach and not a mashgiach. The meal made a psak, no kusimi, in any circumstance. Even if there's a mashgiach, even a gabos, and that's why I had a problem with Rabbi Yochanan. Remind me though. My time to go through the Rabbanah. And why the Rabbanah makes Zera not to eat the other Shimon and Lovin, Rabbi Meir, Ratzi, Rabbi Beishai. Rabbi Meir sends the Shimon and Lovin to buy some wine from the Kusi house. So this old man met him. So the famous places, it's not always, but here we have the places, mom is spread out and it's small. The first places on the other, it's easy. Yes, of course. When we learn every place. The call Moshe Shumasker, Sabo, Elio. So Elio Hanavi. We actually overcame a paragraph in a big and daf, Medalid, which is busy. The Shimon Bai and Yoichai. The whole story of Rashbi is in Shabbos at Lamed Gimel, like Domer. But he brings Lamed Aleph. Oh, because today's Lamed Aleph. What was the Shimon Bai and Yoichai? Ramesh. So, the Yahweh becomes, it says, oh my leg, the second put the knife right in your cheek, and I'll never doubt it. Say if you're a person that has a neshama, you're a person that does the right thing, do not drink this wine, put a knife there, don't let yourself drink it. Yeah, actually, my Gemara fits with the sound. Yeah. The Pasuk says sin. You're right. The Pasuk says sin. So Shimon Elazar, he runs back to him and says, "You're not going to believe what I bumped into Eliyahu Navi." And he says, "Don't drink their wine." So Rebbe says, "You know what? If Eliyahu Navi says it, let's make it no wine." So now we have a mayor that says no wine. We have a Gamliel that says no. That's it. They closed up. My time off. What's the reason? Or not by Yitzchak. The reason is because you're up there in the saga. Who? Not everybody. a few sick people. Here, let's check this out.
So, Pete Diddy has a sex tape out that just got, I guess, just got released yesterday. So, wait,
There's a cool scene. The question is the Gary I Rice, Gary Evans. It became Gary because they were cleaned up by July. We had a stupid boo-boo. You see, not everybody, so very good. I just noticed now. Most of them didn't bow. 2 out of the 12, or whatever, how many people there. So they made a Xera on their wine because of those 2 people. Why? If you ask anybody that learns the dot, who is the person in Shas that always is concerned with the meal, with the minority? The mayor. Everybody knows it's the mayor. No Shas. Okay, weiter. Where does your mayor say? No, not right here. And where's the McCarr? How do you know? Cheater! What happened in your vomit? Oh, Islanders. The mayor says a youngster, a kid that's under 15 should not do evil. Why? Because maybe it'll turn out that he's going to be a servant. Or the woman, if she's a Tano, you shouldn't marry her. Why? Because she might turn out to be an Islander. What percentage applies to our Islanders? I'm sorry. It's a very, very small percentage. Baruch Hashem. So he's cautious. He is concerned about the minority. But here also he's concerned about those 2 people that bow to the pigeon. The Persian literature says, how come it is that when a person is very sick, they say, give money to a mayor Balanet? Because a lot of things in this world, because like, they decide what happens in this world. The whole pastor, a guy that's on his deathbed, he's voices and he's on the last. So there's certain halachas that's considered like God, there's certain things. No, but if you go with your mayor's especially miyuta. So give money to your mayor Balanet. Who goes and move out to miyuta. God the move out to miyuta, and therefore, since I'm going with the minority, I'm going to be going for all 2 sins. They're all going to suffer. And you can't drink their wine. And when it comes to me, they're also concerned about the minority and the opposite. So the Gemara actually covered but Mike said, we're doing that God to a voice saying through every minute. I heard that all 140,000 are like this. Besides Basim B'Chalav, and I don't know, they're serious. There's 2-3 daven in entire Masechah, but we need some good charts. So, how should they grow up in Mike said, this passage that says, V'samtu sakin b'loyecha, with the sin, in Bal Nefesh Asha, what's the simple meaning? B'talmud ayosh l'shnei rabbi, that Talmidim sitting in front of the Rebbe, it's very revealed. Seshav as Moshe, so little time could be a lashon of spread. As Moshe is sitting and learning Torah, bin Oven Es Hashem Panecha. The same time what's going on in Never about Never Shabbos. If you know that your Rebbe could answer you well, bin go ahead, ask him good questions. Get to the bottom of it. He'll teach you the simple. Give him love, if not. Oven is Hashem Panecha. You should understand on your own. The sound of Sakin Le'echa says Rashi. You love Oven is Hashem Panecha. Al Kishas. Bitte Vaishenu. Don't embarrass him. You hear this now? Good friend. Manish, good friend. Al Kishas. Aryeh.
That can happen as soon as someone makes some telling you they're a joke.
How It's the one embarrassing one. The one that I don't know to answer. You don't want to say that. And then look. Yeah. It's a hint. Check this out, Rabbi Nefesh Ato. So I said this last night in Shir. Here, it's a Mendy, a different Mendy. Ibal Nefesh Ato. You should go to another Shir. The guy says, yeah. But there is no better Shir, so I have to stay here. So I'll be Mivai issue. He says, I'll be Mivai issue. I said, but it's a smash that if there was another Shir, he'd go. He says, yeah, about the. Rabbi Yisrael ben Yosef Shadri Rabbi Rothschild Chamer Bekin Soy. Okay. We'll talk. Shadri Rabbi the last time we had something like that, I actually made a sign. So the Olam. It's an interesting lesson. It's the same idea. So anyway, it's a mention about Shani, like the Olam should, don't ask such hard questions. Oh, but on your part, that's on my part. What about you? You have no right to do it. Don't teach me. Rabbi Yitzchak ben Yosef Shadri Rabbi Rothschild. So Yitzchak said Rabbi was to bring wine, the baked soys, from the pussy's house. Once again, Aliyah, Navi, according to something, Aliyah, Navi. And Aliyah, Navi doesn't lace Panshomer Torah. Nobody keeps the Torah here. Nobody keeps the Torah. That means you're done. You can't bring one. You can't buy one from this. Oh, that means don't see the brother from the Rubavon. So Yitzchak went and said this over to Rubavon. Oh, no one else was the brother from the Rubavon. He said this over to Rubavon. Where did Rubavon live? Where? Who? How do you know? Very good. Yeah. They live in Tveria. Because when we had a Gemara in Brachas, they were sitting under those beams there, Tveria davening. But it's all going to show much as so goyim gmurim. They didn't leave until they decided to do some of the goyim gmurim. Those of you who know, or mainly in the Hebrew shir, I had a thing. If somebody, a piece of bread on Pesach, that's chametz. Chametz. A piece of bread, that's chametz. What's chametz? Gomer? Or matzah from the factory. There's the spirit, chametz gomer, they call it. Yeah, chametz gomer. So there's a guy. The guy, what's a guy? What's a guy gomer? A guy that wears a blue shirt. That's a guy gomer. So in the Hebrew shir, they say, guy gomer. I have the right guy used to work at church back in the day. And it's not just some goyim gmurim, and this is mamish in the Gemara, this idea. I didn't make it up. Here, mamish in the Gemara, don't worry. Think about it. We'll see in a second. Lemai, what does it mean? We just decided. Remeir made a gzeira on what? On wine. What did we make a gzeira on? The meat. We already had this in the Tanoim's generation. So what do you need Amarayim later on? So Gemara, Inu Gazer B'Leikilu B'Nai Remeir and Gamliel. By the way, Talmidim of Rabbi Kiva, because from the 5 Talmidim, right? This is today. Mamish today. This is when they started today. The Rabbi Kiva took the whatever he had left over, the 5, and he made Torah from these 5. Inu Gazer B'Leikilu B'Nai. That's Rabbi Ravasi goes through the Kilu Minayu. Nobody accepted Gamliel or Meir. Rashi explains why. What do you mean? They're totally other. What do you mean you don't accept? Because they were so intertwined in society. The Kusim and the Jews lived together in the same building. They were friends. They worked together. So they couldn't accept it. But in the later generations, when there was already separation, then they made it clear, okay, fine, we'll take it. That's the Gemara, my going Gemara. So this is Mamish, that Lashon. What do you mean, going Gemara? He's a guy. What's a gomer? If the pshat is he's wearing a blue shirt, I understand. But the pshat is he's a guy, but he's a guy gomer. That Arab, Mamish, such a guy. He's a guy gomer. It doesn't pass the law. Oh, exactly. Says Gemara, you're right. What's Pshat in Goy Gomer? He's not a Goy. Of course he's not a Goy.
Oh, look at the fucking
Kusi is a ger. We're going the whole sugi is a ger emes. He's a real ger. So if he messed up, it doesn't.
Look at the fucking
it. A Jew cannot become a Goy. But it's a Goy Gomer.
Where's the what?
Where's the what? Where's the microphone here? Because we're talking about an Eruv.
I slept really late. How'd you sleep?
Beautiful AI picture. I love this. There's one little problem with AI. Can anybody see the problem with AI? I don't know. Like the other video with the guy with the ring. It's from a guy from the Chazanish. And he has the ring in his finger. Okay. Check out this problem. I have like in Meir Shar, the satellite just right over here. Okay, anyway, so in Meir Shar. Like 40 minutes, look, that's the satellite of 5 times or something, and like each time I had like a really vivid dream. There's a puzzle. You have this, courtyard.
Right. So you were keeping me
no, it's like
titulated with the
take
bathrooms
some challah egg, whatever, you make a meal.
review. So please tell me about it.
In that meal. Now what happens if you have a guy? The guy cannot participate in that meal. The only way,
but give me the first part too. I don't want it broken.
To rent it from him. Rent this house from him. Otherwise, he can't be a shul.
I watched it.
She says, these kusim, you must study in Gemara in that Allah. Because the Jew could also be in that category. The Jew cannot be mishpat in the Eruv. So the first time was I'm saying this over. There's a security school that had there. Every time they went to the guy's house, they said they wanted something there. So it was
and then also
the chauffeur in the mail, like, you're gonna bullshit on
this person is clearly like panicking and distressed.
They came up with a word because you
breathing
like this guy's house.
And
watching something for you, so then you have like
it shows like some person just like
casually
like walking.
So the guy came with a great idea.
And instead of like the person being like, hello, help me, like, why are you panicking? There's a monster in here. They just like ignored the person that's casually walking in front of them, which is like not understand.
What's up, is there
later on in the
movie,
he
had a bunker in his house. Now you were for all the guys out there, you have a chicken owner. Now you think it's like that.
And now they were people,
so
but
now,
they're not really people.
So now what happens there?
And that was like another friend of mine depicts in the movie, which reveals in like the second half, but I'll just say it now.
Just like a guy cannot give up his
these people that were in the back there, like distorted, like just you're messing around in Photoshop and make someone's face look weird, but basically color their face look in there. There's some explanation about how their people's memories or something of like why they're they look like they're being like music video or something. They do not they're just very like
he has to rent it out.
Real looking, and I don't think I was much of a fan of those people that were just in the background. But they tried. Whatever. It was not my favorite thing. What else in the first time? People say that the film was
2:19 a.m. Just
American Life, how the film was like 26 hours later. I honestly didn't feel that at all. And I thought the pacing of the film was literally fine. I mean, it's an hour and 40 minutes. Even the renowned YouTube movie reviewer of John said that it should have been like an hour and a half.
That's 10 minutes. That's 10 minutes, right? He's pissed off about 10 minutes?
He's pissed off about 10 minutes?
Jeremy Johns.
You said the movie's an hour and 40 minutes, and this guy should have said that Jeremy Johns said it should have been an hour and 30 minutes?
It's like an hour and 48 minutes. So yeah, he took off about 18 minutes. I honestly didn't think that there was much. It didn't seem to me that there was like a lot of unnecessary scenes at all. I really didn't feel like there were unnecessary stuff that just needed to be cut out. Some people, which I think that there should have been more context to certain scenes, and that could have been better, like more film to explain the movie further. But I didn't have a problem with the pacing of the movie, and also Penguin's ex-hero, I think he has 18 million subscribers on YouTube. He's very famous. There's also kind of the background, so like pacing was slow in it. And people now in like the movie theaters are just on Xbox and like TikTok brain, and they're like have no attention span. Bobby Wavy and that director is basically cater to this modern audience.
Didn't we say that? Like, within the last 2 weeks? I said the same thing. I've got it.
It's like an Amara. So, for the new guys. Yeah, this is a beautiful change. I do remember you saying that, but I don't know, I feel like there's, you give 10% to the Levy, like and the Levy takes from his 10%, and he gives movies that, like a slow build and potential building, and not just making everything into a TikTok reel. 6,000 new guys. There's a lot of value to using time wisely in that sense, and I think that there probably could be some adoption of how films are made. In this particular instance of the back room, I do not have a problem with the pacing personally. I think that if you do have a problem with the pacing of a movie, like I wasn't overwhelmed with like the sense of like, oh, this is a boring movie, nothing's happening. There's some movies I watch that make me cry and fall, and I'm like, okay, I impulsively like resisting the urge to like look at my phone. But this movie is like, there's stuff going on and it's actually interesting. It's not like an action-paced Spider-Man 3D movie, but there's stuff to watch. So just give it a chance and pay attention. Sometimes it won't give the nicer part. Most the first movie is building up this relationship between such as the guy.
Did you say the first movie?
Not a short third. Sorry, the first part.
Okay.
So you can't rely on him that he gave to the movie. So you have building up the relationship between the guy Clark, privately can't rely on this. So that's called furniture, nice store, it's called the night. What is this? His relationship with his psychologist or psychiatrist, who's like going to see how deal and work through his problems that he has with his wife, how he drinks too much and then is stressed out. Relationships is not panning out too well. And eventually, I was saying yesterday, the way that they get into the back room was not, in my opinion, the greatest way that they could have done it. Because the first hour, 9 3/4, jumping in or just walking through a ball match is not. I mean, I get exactly
the
what it
animal
is.
inside
You're
is
like,
not going to be
going out of your way to make it super unrealistic when you
the
just
tzaddik is going to be worth
are just walking through walls now.
he's going to eat someone that does
Okay. At least if you have some like strange folklore or something to go
there's a
through, it's equally as absurd, but like not as like right in your face.
You
Like,
make so you put wine into some
then so this guy he walks through the wall and goes in the back room. He goes and explores the back room. One thing that I really like is that literally every back room there is all first person now footage, and you never get a third person perspective on someone going through the back room. And my initial thought was that seeing someone in third person going through the back room like it wouldn't work and it would be like weird. It's like, oh, this makes no sense that there's a cameraman literally following someone in the back room. Like that would just be stupid. Like someone recording you in third person in the back room. But it actually, when I saw it, it was like you basically say like you forget about that and just kind of like observe you become the perspective of the camera and just become this like outside observer that's watching the person going through the back room, and so that provided a very interesting angle that I really like for third person. The part goes into the first night, it starts exploring the back room. Clearly, I mean, one you just walk through a fucking wall, and you're now going through the back room, all of this like insane stuff that was just highly concerned any normal rational person. They do kind of, I guess, hint early on that, I mean, I don't know, they make Clark out to be pretty, like, rational, stable person, I guess, but maybe his curiosity was the reason I went back, because he goes and explores a bit, he's like, oh wow, this place is like an insane labyrinth of like never-ending hallways, cool, and then he like walks back out, and he can't talk in his apartment store, and he's like, oh, I'm just gonna go back into this like insane room of like endless hallways, which I guess maybe has nothing bad happened, that
beautiful, you like it?
like,
Okay,
it's fine.
what's your name?
And that happens in pretty much every horror movie too, is that like the main character is like, okay,
Welcome. And you?
what's behind this curtain of sheer obvious danger that isn't gonna
And you?
look well.
From?
He also, in that very first time, finds a duffel bag
Anybody else want to say Shalom Aleichem?
filled with these floppy disks. Whether like it was
So
like
says the
back
Gemara, you
room,
give your neighbor,
like recordings and footages of like
supposedly
other
something to bake.
people who are traveling
give
through
her,
the back room.
you know, not everybody had an oven in their house. Very few people have.
I thought
She
he was
take your
gonna
like
take
sourdough
the
ready to
name
go.
I
Say
had,
here,
his
put it in
name I
the
had
little
bag.
take the chunk, put it
There's
in.
a psychologist who's like questioning whether he was like insane or not as like evidence that he obtained something, but he didn't do that. And he didn't even take any like any of those discs out of the duffel bag and try to examine it, which I think would have been a cool thing if he was like plugged in
And the
or
spices,
whatever, starts doing the tapes and like crazy.
even if it's a cholent, it's mixed. It says mufurish over here. Then you're not allowed to buy cholent because maybe it has the mayo in it.
So you get
see
the
that
great
mixed stuff
idea
is a
of
problem.
like, maybe I'm going
Eat mixed
to,
stuff. Shani, also, the
I guess he has like employees
if you tell a woman to
where
do
he
it,
works at,
I want you to make
goes
meat
to
and
her house
cholent.
and okay,
The RB
you guys are coming with me, bring the camcorder,
do the mixture.
so
It's
they
like, oh,
bring
it's
the
mixed.
camcorder,
It's like buying fresh stuff.
it's like a girl in the guy that
individual stuff, and you hold her.
the guy is like
whatever
Trying to see what type of
road
the
you
type of it,
like
since
not
it has a lot of
afraid
flavor.
of the
It's
girls.
kind of like a buffalo.
Oh, you should be
Flavor
here.
in the chunk.
Dangerous.
Flavor is
Why
absolutely
are
good.
you here?
At the tomorrow, probably
For like
I'm
kind of
not
like
worried about
cliche
switching things up, but not. I
like
know it's
character
my
traits
kid,
that
your
they
mother,
Something
something
just
like
like
the mother or boy says, so I have to every time I say
same
one,
with
I say one, I'm
premise
gonna
of
go.
like
This is Lupi, I'm gonna say
alcohol.
no.
This is like drinking too.
Knock on the door. So
Tell
on
them that
the
is
door,
there's
there's a woman
like
waiting
the
for
girl
me
that's
sugar with a giant suitcase.
like they literally just walked into like the room on the other side.
Sugar.
Oh, she's here.
How long are you gonna stay here for?
And then one thing that just generally, in my
You're not
opinion,
even gonna stay to
is
get a cup of coffee.
Bill to explain how they go from point A to point B is like the three of them walk into the room, and the very next scene, for whatever reason, they're in some random place in the bathroom that they had not previously shown. There's a bed which they don't show at that.
How many times have you heard the story?
They were saying it was like super down, I guess,
For me.
hold the weight of the human. There's a giant blue rope that's like 100 feet at least of like thick rope.
This time you
The
left
rope
more than on
is
the
attached to the bed and it's also attached to the girl or guy.
You finally got it. You finally got it.
And then
Wow.
there's like
See,
this
sometimes it takes 10 times to say
tunnel
it's a joke.
that goes down and
Okay, great.
is that okay?
Says the
You know,
tomorrow.
look at
You
the
get the
mirror,
right to today.
go
I love it.
down there, and then
That was nice.
he goes down, they're rolling down like the road, and they're actually there, like they're not there at all. And then goes out there, okay, there's laundry,
She's gonna switch up
and
whatever.
nothing else.
Give her sour dog.
Basically,
She's gonna switch it up. Here we have a video of
then
that.
he goes back up. Alcohol, and then goes on a 35-degree slam. Okay, and now, and then this also seemed like almost like a test near the air because they lower him down with the rope, like exactly like I don't know, whatever like that rock climbing maneuver is where you're lowering someone down with like a rope. It's like you lower someone down with the rope, and then if you hold them up and bring this person up with the rope, then you're also dragging the rope up with you, which means that there's not a bunch of excess rope that is behind the person that you're dragging up. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not, based on what I've they drag this guy up through the hallway, like by the rope, which means that he's at the end of the rope, which means that there's not a bunch of rope that's just there and it's attached around his waist, the end of the rope. They pull him up to the end, like the end, in like the room that they're in, and then he starts getting pulled by some mysterious creature in like the hallway that we don't think or show or see. And then he's like, oh, save me, I'm being pulled by the rope that literally is the pen and I'm right here, and there's no visible thing.
So I gotta show you this thing real
Like,
quick.
they really just did not
Check this out. I'm not gonna show you the whole thing. It's 2 minutes.
Hey,
you get a belly from here and just leave it down.
And then he like very sweet guy is like, I'm being pulled down, and then he tucked away, you play a monster, and they never showed him again in the rest of the movie. And then the female and Clark both comes down, and they are also, or the female is also never again. And then, of course, so the video camera's on the floor, so they drag down that monster, and Clark initial instinct, as any rational human would, is to pick up the video camera and not be too panicked to forget about filming it, even though you want people to drag away that monster.
Yeah. And then that's why I ended it in the first time. And then I resumed it.
She wanted to try out to see how does it taste. The pizza bagel and the chunk.
I need to take a time. I need you to take a time.
Said you have to have a picture of the kids, and here's the picture. It's a real picture.
Pizza
Pizza bagel.
But please don't leave. I do want to hear the rest of it. I had to go to the bathroom before you came in. I really have to go to the bathroom.
And then, what did he say? It was the call of Yisrael. It's not the Gemara. Also, we decided time by the. Yeah, what happened with the meatballs? Mark said something. He says at the end, that somebody, his friend also, he was served by the cleaning lady the meatballs, but she put Parmesan on top. Really well. So the kids have video cameras in your kitchen if you have health. Why is she doing this? She's embarrassed of her son-in-law. She doesn't want to serve burnt shon. So with the son-in-law, she's going to switch it out. Rabbi, I have bad news for you. I think Places always ask the question, and I'm going to use Places' answer. Things have changed in society over there. It used to be a busha for the son-in-law. Not anymore, Rabbi. Not anymore. My mother-in-law is different. You tell me only by a mother-in-law and a son-in-law, she'll switch it out, but in the rest of the world, not. But not. I know it's in the Pulik Shaloi. Now we're talking about a yeshiva bacher. Literally, yeshiva bacher. The nurse says in Purush, talking about a yeshiva bacher. If yeshiva bacher gives food to his innkeeper, Maser Shunois-in-law, he has to take Meiser. Why? She's going to switch it out. So you see before, she's not only a son-in-law, she'll switch out for yeshiva bacher. Says she has a good reason. I want the yeshiva bacher to have a great meal. I'll suffer. I'll eat the cold meat. With Khalifa, we're not concerned for Gezel. Sponsors. Turning the dot by Dark Global Specialists in International Financial Services, Chaim Milrad, Fushleima, Yimei Mirasi, Fradalet Baskano, Besay Shar Choli Yisrael, the famous Babusta Mais. What's a chaver? Chaver is somebody who's makbid on Tuma and Dahara, on Maisris, they'll treat chulin food with Dahara. The famous Maisr, somebody's asked us to make a hesed. To get something that's screaming, he goes, what a master, what a tzaddik the guy is doing. Also, the tzidkis, and then a guy slips him a note and says, it's a woman, it's the guy's wife. And he says, oh, she's chaver, there's different endings to the story. But Lamaisa, the wife of a tzaddik is like the tzaddik. So over here you have the wife of the chaver. They want to say what? Hello to Rabbi Lerner? The guy's in Zoom. The Chaver has Zoom going, Taka. It needs chizuk. What? I used to come on a day. I bet you it's the same amount of people now and then. Nothing changed. That's the only kuda. So it says the Gemara. Sorry. Oh, so Aisha's chaver, she could grind the wheat with her friend on condition that she's tamei. Because when she's tamei, she knows not to touch the food because her husband's making not to eat tamei food. So she's not going to eat anything from the amaret. When the Aisha's chaver is tar, right? The Aisha's chaver is tamei, she could grind with the amaret. When she's tar, she might eat. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, she showed because her friend will give her tea. So listen to this. This is gonna drive people crazy. Today it's not like this. They say in Allah it's different. Her husband gives her something to grind. She goes ahead and she takes her husband's food and she dishes it out to her friend. Gezel. So if she's feels she already switch out from different pots and do different things. Oh. There's a famous halacha, there's an old picture You know how to have a
I am back.
full rest
Okay, so last, you told me the first part. Last thing was like the girl died, or they don't show her again, and the camera's on the floor, and then somebody picks up the camera.
I wasn't a knock. You're gonna muzzle my mouth. I'm gonna eat, so I'm gonna give it to my friend. It's
Exactly.
but otherwise, it doesn't steal. Rabbi, to the side. I mean, wonderful.
Part two.
I will
say that
the
the acting was really solid from at least the two main characters, the psychologist chick and the park guy. Especially the park guy is really good. Really good actor. Props to Jeremy Jones criticized the script a little bit. I didn't think the script could have been better in some parts, but that terrible. My issues were more, or my what I would have done differently is just the overall whole like sequence of events in the movie and like the actual stuff that happens in the movie. But it was an interesting creative director. I feel like they were trying to be like philosophical with it almost. In the second half, the psychologist lady figures out that Clark is missing. She goes and looks for him, and she figures out that he's in the background. She walks through the wall and then goes and finds him, and then it turns out that I guess he was like, this is where it starts to get like philosophical or something. He was, I believe, attacked by the monster, and then he got like possessed basically, and then the monster takes on the form of Clark for some reason, which is like this pirate, and I do believe that they revealed the pirate bad monster thing way too soon. Because it was like I think in literally every other Kane pixel background YouTube video that he's released, you don't really ever see the monster ever until maybe the very end. But most of the time it's either hidden or like the final like 10 seconds you'll see it or something. They show the actual monster like half an hour before it ends or something. So it's like she's being chased around by this pirate monster, and it just was not as scary. But before that, Clark just basically is like, because he got attacked by the monster, he goes like turns insane, and then he ties the psychologist lady to this chair, and then there's this very long kitchen scene. Maybe that's what Jeremy's problem was. I didn't think it was like it was a long scene, but I thought it was like the length was not that big of a problem for me. But in that scene, you're just gonna turn your mic down a bit because there's background noises. Making it difficult to think. In that scene, Clark is like,
acting all insane and stuff to the psychologist lady, and then he's just like, please don't kill me, please let me go. And Clark is just being super insane, but then she manages to convince Clark that he should let her go. And so he lets her go and unties her. And as he's untying her, the pirate monster shows up. And the pirate monster is like, yo, why are you letting her go? She hasn't been beaten by me yet. And then Clark is like, no, it's cool. And then the monster's like, yeah, no, it's not cool. And then the monster takes a giant bite out of Clark and he dies or whatever. And then again, there's those people there that weren't really people. They're soulless people that were all born here. And there's a very strange scene. They Clark just takes a chunk out of one of them and presents it to the lady to start eating, and it's basically the white kind of insulation looking stuff. And so then the psychologist lady starts running away from the pirate. And the pirate again looks like this paper mache looking thing. It was just I don't know what the deep metaphor was or whatever with the pirate thing, but the pirate thing just chases her around the back room. She runs away, and that's basically. She eventually gets away and makes through this little crack. And then there's also this kind of side story of this guy that was working for the laboratory that created the back rooms. They're being monitored and stuff. And so the psychologist lady escapes. And she was now at the end of the movie in the control of this guy who was working for the company that created the back room, and it leaves the final shot. She's like, am I gonna make it out of here? And the guy's like, well, it's not really my decision. And then I believe the last shot was alluding to the fact that she became one of those soulless people that were back in the background or something. It was a strange movie. It was kind of interesting. I did feel like I would have made a completely different back room, especially with the skills and pixels. It felt like the movie studio people were kind of injecting their movie influence. And they're like, well, you can't just do a movie of people found footage for an hour and a half. And I also thought that there should have been more found footage stuff. It would have been better, but the found footage stuff only made up for the first scene had literally nothing to do with any of the movie. It was just here's a random back room game picture you do start of the movie. Then there was only one other found footage scene from it, and the found footage stuff was amazing, but I should have been more to it. I just felt like the overall movie direction went a strange way, and not particularly great either. I just feel like they could have made it better horror movie, but it was at least a little bit interesting. It was not super scary. I It was kind of scary, but by no means one of the scariest movies. Yeah.
Would you like to hear? Well, firstly, thank you. I don't know if I want to see it. I think I also want to hear how you would make it. Was it yellow? Was it like that bowling ball or that basketball kind of background that I have in Play-Doh?
Yeah, it's exactly like that. Basketball.
I thought so. So you know what I'm referencing. The basketball skin or whatever. Can't play.
Yeah, the original. I mean, that like wallpaper. Apparently, the original post came from the background door came from like 4chan lore, and had like that original photo that contained that specific wallpaper. And for years, people were trying to like figure out where the hell that original photo came from. And apparently, people found the original source of it, and it was like some old mattress store that was like having a sale or something, and then they took this like original photo, and that was the background.
Okay, so
that's where it took place, in like the default kind of back rooms.
Yeah, you were getting to what I was going to ask you. Where was that original picture taken, or is it AI? So we think it's real.
Yeah, and I watched a YouTube video that was saying it came from a mattress store in like Ohio or something. That was going. It was like out of business, and they're trying to release it.
Yeah, is it yellow wallpaper or is it just a yellow light? Do you know?
You might cut it after yellow wallpaper.
Yellow wallpaper or yellow light?
The wallpaper is yellow.
So everything in that bathroom's look is yellow.
The Benedict family. The
carpet appears yellow, but so yeah, I guess I'm gonna go with yes. I don't. If anything, isn't like the walls are definitely yellow. The ceiling thing is like office ceiling, just like that, like white, like modular, like ceiling.
Drop ceiling.
That's maybe what it's called. They're kind of like those like little like
the panels.
And then the carpet, maybe like beige or something that appears yellow from the lighting. It's wallpaper's yellow.
Okay, and now tell me, how would you have made it?
Just to give you a heads up, the plan is we have a yearly MDY trip for the sponsors of MDY. Keep the operation going. This year
more found footage, like I said, and pixels, which just makes like an amazing found footage thing. The plot was a little bit scattered, associated. Maybe just a more
Sean, Hunter, Spencer,
together plot.
Is here. One over there. What's your name?
Off the top of my head, it's hard to answer that because if I was making a movie, I would just say but definitely make it more scarier and less strange. It felt like I watched this like super long ago, so my memory might be off. But do you know the horror movie called Seven?
Yeah,
Morgan Freeman in it.
Ethan Zellick 15 and Hunter Zeichen 14.
Or maybe
Brad Pitt and
Denzel.
It's Brad Pitt and Morgan. It's Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman.
Yeah. So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, the movie seemed like kind of like weird. Like the 7. There's like this like really. I can only remember like vaguely one scene in 7. They're just like very like weird to me. So I just kind of got a vibe like that, and like the characters really seem like they've been in like some music video where like all like paper mache and like that. I think as other people on the internet have said, there's like almost like these like backroom purists, and they like critique these like backroom videos, and they're like the backrooms are already like kind of inherently horrifying enough to the point where you don't need to add scary monsters in it. Like it's scary enough being in like an endless landscape that you can't escape. And yeah. Because I was making this movie, I did have a concept for a liminal movie, and the basic plot was like these people go and they go to like this like haunted or like this abandoned church. It was like Louisiana, like churches that are like white with like a bunch of cane chips and like vines around. And then they go down to like the basement. There's like a jump scare, sorry, with like a bat or something, flashlight or whatever. They go to like the basement, they go through like the basement like door, and then they go into like the back rooms, and they're like, there's like 2 of them or whatever, or maybe just like one person, and they like step in, and they're like, oh shit, where the fuck is this crazy big like office space? That makes no sense. And like the door just like slams shut behind them. Another like jump scare, and then they're like, oh shit, we're like trapped in here. This thing's locked. Okay, we're now trapped. We're gonna go explore, and then they go explore like just like a little tiny bit, and then they find this walkie-talkie. And then like there's someone at the other end of like the walkie-talkie, or like they pick up the walkie-talkie and they're like, hello? And then there, and they like go near everything for a little bit, and then they keep walking around, and then they're like, hello, anyone there? And then like they hear like the voice of like this like possessed lady that they're like, she sounds normal, but she's like really like the people murder in the movie, and she's like, hello, help me, like some kind of like really creamy sounds, help me, I don't know where I am, help me. So are you trapped in this shitty place too that has no way to escape? Well, come help. Let's meet up. Meet up. We'll help you or something. And then they try to like meet up with her. And then she's like, oh, have you seen my husband? I haven't. I don't know what happened to my husband. And then I was there. And then she's like, oh no, I'm by this place. I'm at the back. I'm at the place to take the wallpaper in the carpet. Please find me. And then let me know if you see my husband. And like keep walking. Oh shit. Dead body, tons of blood. Is your husband wearing like a red like plaid shirt? Like, yes. And like, oh, he's dead. And then she's like, oh my god, that's terrible. It totally wasn't me who did that. And then they keep walking around, and then they finally meet up. And they're like, haha, we found you. After all those walkie-talkies and then this hallway. He's like, yeah. Well, thanks for coming. Now I'm going to slice you into pieces, and then that's the movie. I only left over 7,000. It would have been a million times better than the Kane Pixels shit that made $100 million in the weekend.
Are you ready for the best movie ever?
Liminal space.
Yeah,
So what did you think of my Space movie?
I was going to comment on mine, but I shouldn't.
You have a bad leader.
I like the setting's okay. Like you have to go through some kind of chipped IV kind of place, but where it loses its connection to me is that stuff was made like 100 years ago. And in my opinion, liminal stuff was made like 50 years ago. So it doesn't have to be. But like, there's like a time connection issue there. And I like the idea of yours not having paranormal stuff. Yours seems like it could really happen. So I thought that part of it was cool. I think that the lady trying to find her husband in like a plaid shirt or whatever, if I understand you correctly, she dies, right?
Yeah, they find
they just find his body. Yeah. Which is fine. I'm almost like it's to me not knowing what happened to the person is actually scarier than finding their body, but I could go either way on that. I guess I want to ask, how do they get maybe like how do you get from inside the old building to a liminal space? How do you get there?
Because they walk down into like a basement, and then there's a door in the basement that just opens up, and it's just like the liminal classic basketball, Play-Doh basketball.
Yeah. Okay.
And they step inside and they're like, okay, nice. What the hell is this? And it's just like slam shut super loudly down the stair.
Okay. I'm okay with that. Aside from the time issue, where that kind of basement would not be. They're like two different. They're like there's like maybe 50 or 100 years of a time differentiation between that usually. But I'm okay with that. Overall, it sounds like yours would be better. I don't like movies that have stuff that doesn't exist. I'm a realist. I like realistic stuff. So monsters and I don't know, zombies. That kind of stuff has never been really attractive to me. What is attractive to me is like what you were talking about, where it's realistic. Like your version is realistic. That your husband could have died and gotten killed. How did he die though? You don't find out, or you don't remember you saying.
It's implied that the lady on the walkie-talkie did it. She was just using like bait or like just fucking with them, I guess.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
I don't think you've ever seen this movie, but my favorite horror movie of all time that I've seen personally is called Devil Inside. And the very first opening scene of that movie is just so crazy. It's like this police footage. Sorry, not like it's like news footage. Reporter is like, oh, there's been a murder thing at like blah 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 street, and then it goes in. And like it shows, it's just like it shows these like dead people in the like house, but like just the like footage of like walking through like basically a camcorder footage of that like. Of all the blood and the bodies was like so well done and so scary. It was like one of the most memorable pieces of film scenes I've ever watched. Like it was like
just such a crazy thing, like opening, and then the movie gets like just slowly builds tension throughout it, where it just keeps like ranking up the psychological horror. Yeah, there's like this movie is classified as a psychological horror versus like I guess the regular horror, which is I guess not necessarily psychological.
Well, because of the monster.
They're like tanks. The horses is a tank.
I think it's
Whatever happens to your tanks,
psychological, maybe because of like the backroom setting and I don't know. Just I don't really know what defines as psychological, but I wouldn't say that the monster is a psychological horror spot, but there's like some extra meaning baked into the monster. Maybe I don't think it was that deep, but maybe someone has a deeper explanation.
Okay. To me, the scariest. I don't know. There's like a saying like the scariest.
The threshing floor.
Like
I saw one of the
the scariest
means the threshing floor.
person is the person in the mirror or something like that. So I was thinking like. However, the location didn't really matter. But it could just be. I was thinking like, do you remember I'm sure you remember that Rhode Island Mall where the guys were sleeping or whatever?
Yeah.
So it's kind of a story just like that, where you get some people who want to do some urban exploring, and there have been rumors about this mall that like it was way over budget. Nobody knew why it was so over budget. And the reason why you have to say that is because I want it to be like that there's a lot more going on at this location than people know on the surface. And the characters, I don't care who they are, boy, 6 people, 12 people, or 12 people. They go exploring one night after the place closes. And in a similar way, like how you were like, they just go through a basement door. They just go through like a door, and they walk through, and they're like, no, wait, what's going on here? And it could be dark, it could be they only have a flashlight or whatever, but they start going a couple of rooms in, and then one of them's like, I'm scared, like let's turn around. And then the people are like, no, let's keep going. They're like, no, I'm scared, let's turn around. So they keep going a little more, and then they all start to get the same scare, and they can't. They start to make their way back with the flashlight, but they can't find the door in which they came. And they're looking all around. They could spend like 5 or 10 minutes trying to find something. Then boom, somebody finds like one of those like things that turn on the power, like big circuit breaker things, and boom, all the lights go on in the place. And it's the yellow basketball place. They don't know where they are or how they got there. And then it becomes like an adventure to try to get out of it. But it's basically like a maze. And the deeper they go to try to get themselves to the further they go to try to find the original door, the deeper they get into this maze. And then you could take it from there. But I almost think that
they got split up.
Well, there's that. But my thought was they eventually like can find water or water source of some sort, but they can't get out of this place. They try everything they can, almost like in a Saw movie, where they're like trying to break the walls. There's just nothing to break the walls. Everything is just blank. Maybe they find some stuff, but it's not enough to do anything. And then they start to. It becomes like a survival movie where they want to eat each other, like the cannibals. And that's what I was thinking. Like, that's a fucking scary movie where they're torn between. They're having these thoughts about eating each other, because that's what happens when you get people who are like stranded on an island or something, or abandoned or whatever.
That seems like pointless though, because I would survive maybe another week eating this person and I die.
Yeah, I mean that's what ends up happening. Like if you learned about the Donner Party, that's what happened. They eat each other, and then they only survive for another week or two. But it turns into you hallucinate when you haven't had that kind of any nourishment, and you could have it where they actually do end up eating each other, which to me kind of kills everything. And that I was just thinking the enemy within is like a really scary aspect of it. Like they all went in as friends, but now they're having to like keep their eyes open because they know like people might be plotting within their friend group, just in terms of survival. And then eventually they could either find their way out or somebody could come and save them. But to me, that's like a freaky psychological movie where it just right. And they could go through all the back rooms and everything. And to me, that's something that could really happen. Like, you could have urban explorers who get into one area, it's dark, and they don't know exactly how they got in there. They find the lighting, and then everything turns on, but they don't know. They're all turned around. And basically, the further and further they go, the more they get lost. I don't know. One time when I was small, I was in a hospital, and I forget, I was maybe like 8 or something, and my family was visiting another family member was in the hospital. And maybe I was 9, but I wasn't like 13. And I told my parents, it was getting to be late, and like visiting hours were over, and I told my parents that I wanted to like go ahead before like be in front of them. And my parents were, I think were like, don't go, it's almost over. And I was like, no, come on, let me just, like, I want to go down the hallway. And they were like, no, don't go for it. And I did. I got very turned around in the hospital to a point where I got lost. And it was after closing doors. And I remember going to see the person in my family who was in the hospital, and they were asleep, and I couldn't find any nurses. It was like I couldn't get any help, and I was walking all around this hospital, and I couldn't find where to go. And I finally, after maybe 20 or 30 or 40 minutes, made it to the lobby where my parents were waiting for me, and I got in trouble. But I just remember thinking, like, the scariest part of that was not that somebody was chasing me, it was like that I couldn't find it. Anyway, it just reminded me of that and how you can get turned around in one of those places. And, you know, hospital, generally in the hallways and stuff, does not have, some have windows and stuff. And, as I recall, though, it was at night, and so I couldn't really, I didn't know where. And in the same way, in a liminal space. Yeah. The maze aspect of it, I think, is really cool. The idea of somebody hunting you and killing you there, to me, loses like what they were just waiting there for like months or weeks or years for some random person to just perhaps maybe just come in. So I don't like that aspect of it too much. But yeah, anyway, that was just my version of it. And
some people say that time basically stays still there, so you don't require food or water. You're just in like this weird space time where everything just is all wolf.
I don't like that. I like it to be realistic. I mean, that's just how. You've seen Castaway, right? Starring Tom Hanks. Okay, well, like one of the reasons why I think Castaway was a really good movie. It is a really good movie. Is because he goes through all the things that like a human would go through in terms of like he gets lonely, so he has his volleyball that he calls Wilson, which is also an interesting thing. Like there's Wilson the Ball Company, but also Tom Hanks' wife in real life is Rita Wilson, so it's just weird that it's like the same, you know what I mean? And he gets lonely, so he's like talking to this volleyball, and the volleyball becomes his friend to the point where he like mourns the volleyball whenever he can't find it. And just like how he had to survive to make fire. They must have spent 10 minutes of the movie of him just trying to make fire, and how he celebrates being able to make fire, and how he like references himself like Gilligan's Island almost, and like how he finds a cave to be able to protect himself from elements, and how he eventually doesn't think anybody's going to find him, and he's running out of food and everything, and he just has to build a raft to be able to escape. Like to me, that movie was the exciting thing. Oh, and another interesting thing about that movie, he doesn't talk for there's like an hour of silence in the whole movie where nobody says anything, which is really interesting too. Like you normally don't get that in a movie. Anyway, the survival aspects of it too.
That's crazy.
It is. Let me look up the.
It would be insane if he was just like thinking out loud, like they're really running low on supplies.
He does that to some extent, but let me see. It's some kind of like interesting part of it. In the movie Castaway, how much of a period of silence is there where there's no dialogue?
Deny the whole Torah. So you deny the whole Torah, that's it. You can't check. He's a mummer to the Velos. And that's the big kiddush that even though he's a mummer to the Vela, he doesn't believe in the Vela, but we can trust him in the Shkita, which is in the same category.
45 minutes of continuous silence. For a movie? Isn't that ridiculous?
Says that a mummer,
and there's no dialogue or music.
What's he doing?
He's just trying to like. He's like trying to make fire, and like I think the silence is broken when he makes fire because he like celebrates, and he's like screaming. He's so happy.
So he's just trying to.
No, that's
Oh, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. No, it's phenomenal. It's what Tom Hanks does. It was very popular around the time of the TV show Survivor. So it's like this: if you were deserted on a tropical island, what would you do? How would you survive? It is not boring. I haven't seen every Tom Hanks movie, but I mean, I'm sure you've seen a lot of Tom Hanks movies. He doesn't miss on many movies. he has like his agent. It's called like he's got a clause that says a lot of actors have this, but it's like a no audition clause. Basically, you offer only. It's called offer only. So basically, if you want Tom Cruise in a movie, he doesn't go to an audition. You make him an offer. He reads it, and if he likes it, then he automatically gets the job. Other people have to audition, but he's at the level where it's just offer. And only not a huge amount of actors have it, probably less than 1%. So he has his team read through these scripts, and anything that he thinks is going to be big, he does. And he did Castaway. He had like 6 movies in a row that were just like giant. Yo, what was Tom Hanks' run in like the mid-90s and early 2000s of movies that he did, where he just had a lot of And if you include Toy Story, he had so it's called the Golden Decade, 1993 to 2002. So he did Sleepless in Seattle. He did Philadelphia, where he won his first Academy Award for Best Actor. He did Forrest Gump, where he got a second consecutive Oscar. He did Apollo 13 and Toy Story, both of which were giant movies. He did Saving Private Ryan in 1998, 1999, another giant movie. You've Got Mail, giant movie, underrated movie. It's a phenomenal movie. I loved it. My family loved it. The Green Mile, he did in 1999, which is what is his name? It's one of why is his name escaping me? Author, the same guy who did Shawshank Redemption, Stephen King. And then he did Toy Story 2 in 1999. Then he did Castaway in 2000 and Road to Perdition in 2002. Catch Me If You Can. One of my favorite movies, Catch Me If You Can. Like what I just named right there, there are no weak movies. They're all really good. So anyway, he did Castaway, and it was everybody was really excited for the movie when it came out because it was like, oh, a real life survivor. And the show Survivor at that time was huge. It was, I want to say, the biggest show on TV before American Idol. It was giant. And it was the second big. It was the second big.
The few times that I heard it, I'm not joking. I cried every time. If you don't see me crying, means I'm crying.
Reality show, I want to say. Or maybe it was the first big reality show.
Women get to say it. Men don't get to say it.
CBS came out with Survivor and Big Brother, and those two shows were like game changers. But I want to say there was like the Real World on MTV and Road Rules, but those are a little different in terms of reality shows. Survivor was definitely different. When Survivor came out, it was a cultural and
let's go on the right feet.
So Castaway was like a movie version of that, just from the Am I saying Castaway is the greatest movie I've ever seen? No, but it's definitely in the top 5%. And another thing about Castaway that taught me some stuff is about brand placement or product placement. So the basic story of Castaway is there's this executive played by Tom Hanks, as I recall, and he works for Federal Express, FedEx, and he is in a plane that's going from one place to another, and the plane goes down in the ocean, I want to say, and everybody on the plane perishes, except Tom Hanks somehow gets like sucked out. Is that what happened? Yeah, I think he gets sucked out, and then he eventually ends up on this island, and there's all this scrap these like scrap packages that were in the plane that end up launching on shore. So he does have some food, and it's kind of funny. Like he's like eating like kids like I don't know chocolates that they made for their grandma or something like that. Their grandma sent them chocolate. Like he's eating everything that he can, but only if the package is open or something. Because there's something like there are some packages that weren't open, and he doesn't open them, and he feels it's like his duty to return them to their rightful recipient. So, like, I don't want to give away the movie, but basically, like, the movie is just very Federal Express oriented, and I just remember thinking, like, this is a very FedEx, and that in my mind is like connected to that movie very much so. But it's not like over the top. It's like what's another movie that's like that? Not as much as McDonald's and the Fountain, but obviously that's the story of the McDonald's. But I don't know. There's some other movies that are like that. Anyway, if you haven't seen Castle, and you ever want to watch it, you know, there was a really fascinating. Yeah. In a lot of ways, I feel like that, or I have in the past, especially in my first year of streaming, where I didn't talk to anybody on camera, like for the first year. Not saying I didn't talk to anyone, but I limited it mostly. I didn't have a Discord, and I didn't really know what Discord was too much. I figured like I was gonna go viral any moment. And I remember it was like quiet a lot of times, and I thought to myself, I don't want it to just be quiet. I want people to hear what I'm thinking. So I would start speaking my thoughts. So just like you were saying with confidence and like laughing, like, oh, so this is what I'm doing. That's what I would do. I'd be like, all right, well, I am hungry, and I'm gonna go make something to eat, and I will comment on this like a cooking video, like I'd see it on Instagram or whatever. And then I'd go and I'd be like, here I am adding like the whatever I'd be eating, and I would like narrate, and that's not something I would normally do, but I also felt it was healthy for people to see what a well-working mind, how it works. Like if you were on a desert island, you would maybe talk things out. Well, I shouldn't say that. You wouldn't talk things out, but since I was on camera, I felt the obligation to. And I would say it quite often on the stream. Normally, I wouldn't be talking out loud like this, but if I don't, then this is just going to be 8 hours of me today being quiet. And I don't want it to be. I want people to know what I'm experiencing and what I'm thinking and stuff like that. When I first did the stream, it was very it was more psychological and biological because I just wasn't interacting. I would interact with people in our house, but I wouldn't interact with people on the stream. So it was much more like it was much more not intrinsic, but like in introspective of just the human mind. So when people watch this, and I didn't know this, people will watch it in like reverse order. They'll watch it from like the ending and then work their way back to the beginning. And I always thought that would be a really interesting part of it too. Like, we've never had a movie. I guess have we ever had a movie like that? Maybe some like Tarantino flicks or something where you see the end. Oh, have you ever seen? If you're not a big Seinfeld fan, I take it, but the second to last Seinfeld is like that. The second to last Seinfeld is considered by many people to be the worst Seinfeld episode ever. Normally, an episode of Seinfeld, with the exception of a two-part episode that they did when they visited California. They basically never moved outside the tri-state area, meaning Connecticut, New York, Long Island, New Jersey. I don't even, they never really went outside of New York. However, in the second to last Seinfeld, they end up, and it just starts and they're in India. It's like, what? They never, ever. They had like one shot of a character, Elaine, when she was pregnant, like, she couldn't be on set. She was in like Italy or something. But aside from that, they never ventured outside. It was all like within this microcosm. But the second to last Seinfeld starts in India, and the entire episode is shot backwards. So you see like how the characters got there. And I think my stream will be a lot nicer. Anyway, I've been talking about it, so you should see Casper.
That's crazy. I want to see that episode.
You should. You absolutely should. It's really. It's like okay, you know.
Why does it suck? Just because like it's all backwards.
Yeah, it's very artistic, and most Seinfeld episodes are not like that at all. And people didn't get it at first, but I think in the future, people will think it's the best because it is. It's different. It wasn't accepted. People were used to Seinfeld. Seinfeld is very. If you ever watch it, it's very. It's like an equation. You have a main storyline, and then usually 2 or 3 sub stories. And the reason why the show works is at the end they all come together, and there's some kind of. There's some kind of resolution that occurs, and in this episode, the resolution starts, and then it's like how they got there. But like the thing that even sticks out in my mind, so there's Kramer, I'm sure you're familiar with Kramer, he's like the goofy guy. You know those giant suckers that you get that are like a pinwheel? Like a lollipop? Yeah. It's like a. You don't know what a lollipop is?
That's what it should say.
No, I do know.
Okay, so you know the ones that are like a pinwheel? They're like a big circle that you might see at like a fair.
Oh, yeah.
So
like the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah. So Kramer, early into the episode, that pinwheel is like really, really small, like he's almost eaten it all. And as the episode continues going forward, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then you find out how he got that sucker. And it's almost like that pinwheel sucker is like or lollipop or whatever, is like a timeline of how this episode is. But I shouldn't say it's the second to last, it's technically the third to last Seinfeld episode. There was all this build-up, unlike any show I've ever known, for the last episode of Seinfeld. It was giant. And I even remember learning that there were a bunch of different endings to the show. It was the first show I had ever heard that did this, where they would have actors on, and they would read lines and stuff, but the actor wouldn't actually know if they were going to be in the final episode because the people at the production studio, Castle Rock, wanted it to be secretive, so they didn't want the information to get out. So basically, if they heard that, there's a spoiler, the Seinfeld finale is going to end with XYZ happening, they would know who gave that information away. They could basically trace things, very much like Bob Lazar, where sometimes they would give perhaps false information to be able to trace the leak. But they shot, I think, a handful of different endings or different episodes, and then they actually aired one of them. And when the finale of Seinfeld came out, people were not happy. The only other finale that I ever heard that had more dislike to it is Sopranos. Sopranos, a lot of people hated that. But it's like, how are you going to tie all this up? Anyway, the Seinfeld, great question. It was the #1 show on television. Again, they wanted to go out on, and most shows, there were a couple other shows that were really big around that time, or a little before. Cheers was one of them. Frasier was one of them. Friends was becoming more and more popular, and Seinfeld felt like, hey, all these other shows that came earlier, like Cheers and The Cosby Show and some others, all ended up having their ratings drop at the very end because they got greedy. And Seinfeld felt like, let's go out on top. We're number one everywhere. It was coming to the end of the millennium, and they were already considered by TV Guide to be the greatest show ever. And I don't want to say they ran out of ideas, they didn't, but their ideas weren't as practical anymore with the invention of cell phones and the internet. Like they might have an entire episode where they are trying to find a friend and they can't find a friend, when if you had a cell phone you could just call the friend. But like they didn't have that in the mid-90s, or it was pretty rare. But towards the end of the 90s, and I think Seinfeld ended in like 98, something like that, those types of things were not as those kind of like storylines that they would have were
trying to find other pieces of information.
Exactly, 100%. That's exactly right. And there was just none of that in the mid-90s. I mean, there was. Jerry on the show does have a computer, but he's only shown using it one time in like 7 seasons. And they do talk about the internet a little bit in the show. It's a very interesting show, though, because the earlier seasons, they don't have any idea about the internet. And at the end, the last season, they do talk about computers a little bit and the internet. And, like, but it's all in a joke. Like, they'll have a really old man say, I've got to get on that internet. Like, they talk about it like it's a place where you go as a resort or something. It's not like, oh, just Google it. Or there's none of that. And so the way Seinfeld ended, there was the Indian episode, which was technically the third of the last episode. Then they had a clip show. I don't know if you're familiar with clip shows. They don't really do these anymore. But they would just take the best clips of the previous 100 episodes or whatever and put them together, and that's a show. And then they would do, then they had the last episode, which is a 2-part episode. And people did not like how it ended. They did not like that it had this reverse episode on going to India. They did not like a clip episode. Those are usually the most.
There's no continued storyline for each episode. It can't be that much.
A little, but like Jerry never, or very rarely, ever has a girlfriend who shows up from one episode. And the women he had as his girlfriends all became really big actors. It was like Courtney Cox. She was on there. She became a huge actor in Friends. He had Kristen Davis. She became a huge actor on Sex and the City. He had Deborah Messing. She became a huge actor on Will and Grace. I mean, these are all people who became main characters. And they all, Seinfeld was like their star. There was that lady in Black Lotus. I think she was Stifler's mom. I can't really think of her name. She was on the show, and she became a big actor. I can't think of her name. But they were all beautiful. Like, he never had unattractive. But like he had like Janine Garofalo. She was on it. She was a big comedian. And a very attractive woman. All of the women who were on that show were. Yeah, every episode. Yeah, every episode he just had a different super hot girlfriend, and they would all. He was really nitpicky, and so they would all have something wrong with them, and that's why he wouldn't date them. He'd be like, Oh, she's great. She's beautiful. She has a great family. She is really, really. Everything's great with her. There's nothing wrong with her, except she eats peas one at a time. I can't stand it. Whenever she eats peas, I can't stand that she eats one at a time. And it would be like this thing that, like, the whole episode would go, how can they go to a restaurant and not, she won't eat peas? Or like another one would be like, there's a woman who talks to her food. I can't stand that she talks to her food. She'd be like, oh, it's time to eat, Mr. Carrot, and, or whatever. And he'd be like, there's nothing wrong with her except that. Or a woman who would, whenever they went on a date, she always wore the same thing. And he didn't know if she had just one outfit or she was like Superman and had like 10 different of the same outfits. Those were like the storylines of it, and all these girls were smoking. No, I mean they were always beautiful women. They were the storylines were always really interesting for the time. In fact, I mean have you seen Curb Your Enthusiasm? All right, so Curb Your Enthusiasm, a very popular HBO show, became the spin-off of Seinfeld. Though it's not exactly a spin-off, the storylines are very similar. Yeah, Larry David is the co-creator of Seinfeld, and then did Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, damn, I did not know Larry David. I thought it was literally
No, it's actually more. It's actually more Larry David. And so George Costanza, the short, stocky, bald guy, that's actually supposed to be Larry David. Larry David doesn't show his face really in any of the episodes, but he does do voiceovers on a few of the episodes. But he's like he was executive. He became like close to a billionaire, just like Jerry Seinfeld did because of it. They co-created it. It's Larry David. It's a very interesting show. Yeah. And it was played so much. I mean, it's still played in LA on a nightly basis on some random channels, but it was played on all the biggest channels throughout the United States in syndication to the point where like it was just like I could name Seinfeld has become to millennials and Generation X like I don't know, like how maybe Gen Z talks about Stranger Things or something like that, but they don't even talk about Stranger Things. Like, there are Seinfeld-isms that they just became, no one had heard these phrases before, but now they're become, okay, so here's one. Double dipping a chip. Like when you want chips and salsa and you take a chip and you dip it in the chip and you take a bite and then you put the chip back in. If it's a public plate, you don't do that. But nobody had ever talked about that. And double dipping a chip became like that's a Seinfeld. But and there are books that are published about this too. What else? I mean, there are a lot. What are others? Let me just look it up real quick. Seinfeld is like things, phrases that are derived from Seinfeld. I think there's a Wikipedia page too. So double tipping the chip, a close talker. No one had ever talked about people who talk too closely to another person. Like it was never on television ever, and we didn't have reality TV or like TikTok videos. Like no one had ever talked about the distance that you talk to another person.
Jerry Seinfeld.
I think it was a Larry David. Larry David. Yeah, all this stuff is generated. I don't want to say all of it, but a lot of it. Shrinkage, like when you're in cold water and your dick shrinks. That was never referenced in society before. No one had ever talked about human anatomy that way. Festivus. Festivus is an entire holiday that's celebrated by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people throughout the world every year, and it all comes to it from a Seinfeld episode. Regifting. Like the idea of somebody gives you a gift, then you give that gift to someone else. No one had ever talked about that. So there were a lot of like phrases that entered the lexicon or the vocabulary of man hands is one of them. Nobody had talked about a woman who had really strong hands. That's a big one. So that's common within specifically Ashkenazi Jewish homes, but it was never you never really saw Yiddish being used on television like that. Shik's appeal. So the idea that Jewish men are attracted to non-Jewish women, a shiksa, another Yiddish term, was never put on television. Other things that they would do, like that were just different that you never saw. In terms of candy, or like product placement. Like product placement was really big, and they didn't really do this previously. Like shows didn't do product placement, but I can just tell you these off the top of my head: Juji Fruit, Junior Mint, Pez. Those are all entire episodes about just candy. What else? Like in terms of brands, there's Kenny Rogers Roasters, which is like a failed mid-90s attempt of a country western singer to take on KFC in Boston. There's Saab, there's Porsche, there's like just lots of like just off the top of my head. What I don't know, but I will. Seinfeld episodes about commercial products like Pez and Juji Fruit. So they were just in season 7. There were 150 products. Pez dispensers, Junior Mint, Snickers, Drake's Coffee Cake, Twix. So they just basically were an open door to getting brands in the show. And it's a really good, it was really smart of these companies to get in with that show, because I've never seen a Drake's Coffee Cake commercial ever. I don't think I've ever seen a Drake's Coffee Cake in the store, but I know Drake's, if I ever get Drake's Coffee Cake, I think of that Seinfeld. It's the first show that I'm not sure if this is true, but was Seinfeld the first show to really do product placement? I'm sure it wasn't. There are others, but it was like, did Jerry Seinfeld invent display advertising? Seinfeld is widely credited as revolutionizing the practice by integrating real-world brands as central comedy fodder and plot drivers rather than subtle background elements. Shows like Seinfeld popularized the use of specific items like Junior Mint, Snapple, and Drake's Coffee Cake to enhance realism in humor, a strategy that marketers later adopted as a model for modern product placement. So that's something with it. You just, if you watch shows before Seinfeld, they wouldn't talk about stuff that you would really see in the store, and many times that had to do with competing advertisers. So, for instance, let's say you're like, if you watch shows before Seinfeld, you won't see people in a television show drinking Coca-Cola. They'll drink maybe something that just says cola, but not Coca-Cola. Why? Because maybe Pepsi's an advertiser of the channel, and of the station, and Pepsi doesn't want to be sponsoring a show that's featuring Coca-Cola. So everything was really generic before Seinfeld, and then with Seinfeld, it got really, they like went over the top of the practicals, where the characters are doing everything that they can to find a junior mint or whatever. Like the whole show revolved around junior mint or Pez or Snap. Anyway, these are fascinating things, and I'd love to continue to talk with you about them. But I want to know: are you ready to lose?
Because he's been with us for a few years already. This guy, yeah.
Okay, I see how. Doug, I see how it is.
It's in Hebrew.
I have a podcast to do at 7 in the morning, and I think I'm just gonna.
Back to back. Can you make a net there?
And then I've got another one at 1 p.m. And
I slept through the he's crying all the way home.
And when I do that,
I'm gonna learn
it's
again.
like
Now I love learning.
I gotta get my hours. I will send you an invitation in one moment.
And this guy does the daf in the Knesset.
What are your favorite TV shows? Right?
Where's that kid? Is he here today?
I was gonna ask you.
Tremendous job of this conversation every day, the morning, the evening.
Some might say it's better than
Israeli American.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd go that far, but they actually on one of the Curb Your Enthusiasm, they did like a Seinfeld reunion, and they called it "The Closest You're Ever Going to Get to a Seinfeld Reunion." Is the name of the episode. People have been wanting there to be a Seinfeld reunion since it went off the air. They haven't done one. Mainly because I think the actors feel like, why touch perfection? Maybe it's not really a perfect show, but a lot of people consider it to be a perfect show. And the other actors have made money doing other things. But and they all made a lot of money. And but there is one episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm that has Jerry Seinfeld, Jason Alexander, Michael Richards, and Julia Louis-Dreyfus, and it's amazing. It was like seeing Seinfeld in 2010 or something, and the episode is something like George invents an app. He becomes like a millionaire or a billionaire. And one of the things, George is always trying to get money, and he becomes a billionaire or a millionaire by inventing an app that allows you to find available public toilets in New York City. George in one episode knew where all the great toilets were in New York City, and this app would allow you to find it. And there's like, yeah. It's just like it's like a show within a show. And there's like there's one episode. It's like the season finale of season 4 or 5 or something, where they have the whole Seinfeld cast in there, and it's the Seinfeld set, and they're like doing the lines like they would have on Seinfeld, except they're the actors playing the characters. It's not like the characters. Meaning, Jerry Seinfeld, well, that's a bad example. Jason Alexander plays Jason Alexander on the show, and then plays George Costanza. But they refer to him, once they hit cut or whatever, as Jason Alexander, because that's his name. Or Michael Richards or whatever. Another really interesting thing about Curb Your Enthusiasm that's different than any other show is they do not the people on it don't memorize their lines. They're basically told the way that the scene is supposed to go, and then it's all improv, which is unlike any show previously. So what does that mean? It'll be like, all right, Larry David has to buy a car, and he's got to negotiate with the car salesman, but they don't give them any lines. So Larry David will be like, all right, I want this car. And the car salesman's like, okay, but what about this other car? And Larry David will be like, I don't want the other car. I want this car right now. And the other person's like, okay, fine. You want this car. That's great. Larry David's like, all right, so I just write you a check, and then I can just, you give me the keys, and I leave. And they're like, oh, it's not that easy. And then Larry David will be like, why isn't it that easy? And they're like, well, it just isn't. Larry David's like, look, if I go to the store right now, I go to Starbucks, and I swipe my debit card, I get the coffee right there. I don't have to go and sit down with the barista and have a 2-hour conversation about financing. I have the money. I want to pay for it right now. And they're like, well, it just doesn't work that way. You have to understand, sir, that there are warranties. And Larry David's like, I don't want the warranty. I don't want it. Right now where it says warranty, boom, I don't want it. So that should cut down 45 minutes of our discussion. What more do you need? And they're like, well, you have to understand that there are other packages that we can add to this. And Larry David's like, I don't want the other packages. I want this car right now. And they're like, well, you have to understand, Mr. David, that this car is just the showroom version of it. We have to actually order the car for you. He's like, I don't want you to order it. I want that one. This one right here. And they'll be like, well, you have to understand that there are some things that we have to do to the car before we can actually have you take it. We want to make sure that it's tuned up for you and everything because it's been sitting in the showroom for a few weeks now. He's like, I don't want any of that. Literally, how much is it? They'll be like, $25,000. He'll be like, I'm going to write you a check right now for $25,000. You can call the bank, you can check it, do whatever you want. I'm going to take this car, and I want to take this car within the next 5 minutes or I'm leaving. And they're like, well, sir, it just doesn't work that way. He's like, fine, I'm out. And he'll take his check and walk out the door. And that's a scene that they'll have. But they won't ever have like like they'll just be like a plot, but they don't have lines. They just improv the lines, which is a really interesting aspect of the show. Does that make sense how I'm describing it?
It does? Yeah.
Every scene is just
exactly. And it's because Larry David doesn't want to have to be memorized in all kinds of scripts and things. Here's another thing about it that I don't like about the show. I actually don't like this part of the show at all, but it is what it is. Every season, except the last season that came out last season. Yeah, I binged it on the stream. I also binged Seinfeld on the stream. I binged Sopranos on the stream. Like basically Game of Thrones, like a bunch of them. But I didn't really pay too much attention to them. If it was a big show, I wanted it to be a part of this because I feel it's art, and I want all the world's art to be on my stream. And I also want somebody who watches the stream, I don't know, in 10 years or 100 years or whatever, if they're a fan of, I don't know, Home Improvement or Friends or something, they'll get excited to know that I actually watch those shows, and it's like a reaction video that I have. Okay, so here's a really interesting part of Curb Your Enthusiasm that I didn't really get when I first saw it. Normally you have a show like Seinfeld or Friends, they have sex, right? Like, you know, it's like you're used to them going to the same place or whatever. Curb Your Enthusiasm, every season they buy a new house, but they don't talk about changing the set. What do I mean? So, Curb Your Enthusiasm is shot differently than most shows. It's not shot on a soundstage generally. It's shot out in LA. Even though they may close down and get permitting, they may close down a street or something. It's shot out in the world and not on a soundstage. And every season that they do Curb Your Enthusiasm, they end up like renting a house or leasing a house for like 6 months or something. And they're usually these really big, nice houses that you'll see in the Hollywood Hills and stuff. but the neighbors always complain when they're doing the shooting of the show that, hey, you have to shut down our street. We don't like that. You're basically becoming you're an inconvenience to us. And these are very powerful people. And so what ends up happening is every season the show has to change houses to another house somewhere in LA. And they never talk about it, or maybe they might make a small joke about it, but you never get used to like, oh, this is the Curb Your Enthusiasm set, because it depends on the season that they're going to have. And I just have always thought that's interesting, because with like any show, Sex and the City, Stranger Things, Game of Thrones, even like they have like a set. You're used to like whatever the castle looks like on the inside. Well, this show's a little different. It's just a different house every time, and they don't always explain it. And I don't like that element of it, because I get used to the sets of different shows, and they bring comfort in things. And just for whatever, well, because Curb Your Enthusiasm is shot in such a way that they can't have that continuity. Dude, Curb Your Enthusiasm actually saved a man's life. Like, how did this happen? So there was a guy who was I want to make sure I get the name right. I don't want to tell this story incorrectly. Curb Your Enthusiasm saved a man's life.
Look at this chart right over here. What's missing?
Curb Your Enthusiasm saved a man's life.
Okay, so it's 100% great. These shows standing there staring. That's the best capture you can have. And then you have
Juan Catalan was exonerated from a murder conviction, and spared the death penalty after unused footage from Curb Your Enthusiasm proved his alibi. The incident. In May 2003, 24-year-old Juan Catalan was arrested for the murder of 16-year-old Martha Pueblo, facing the death penalty. He claimed he was at a Los Angeles Dodgers game with his daughter at the time of the crime. The evidence. Catalan's lawyer, Todd Melnick, discovered that HBO was filming Season 4, Episode 7 of Curb Your Enthusiasm at Dodger Stadium that night. Footage clearly showed Catalan with his daughter in the stands, with timestamp data confirming their presence during the murder window. The outcome. The judge dismissed all charges against Catalan. He was awarded $320,000 in damages for wrongful confinement, and was later reunited with his family. The actual killer, Raul Robledo, was convicted in 2008. Documentation. The story was detailed in the 2017 Netflix documentary Long Shot. Isn't that a crazy story? Yeah.
I think they think it was him.
That I don't know. We should add that to a list of documentaries someday. But yeah, so Curb Your Enthusiasm is, it's like a different version of Seinfeld, but it's the same kind of humor. There's like a, Larry David. Yeah, the cast, except they have every member of the show on the show. So like Michael Richards is on a couple episodes, Jason Alexander's on a couple episodes, Jerry Seinfeld's on a couple episodes, and Julia Louis-Dreyfus is on more than a couple. She's more of a character in it, but not like a main character. And they all have plots, but it's not Seinfeld. Do you know who Cheryl Hines is? She's the wife of John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I know, like,
okay, well, she plays Larry David's wife. She's like the second. She's like the second.
By yourself, without your mishpacha, for months at a time. Sometimes.
Let me think.
And sometimes you'll fall. Or maybe
I know you want a
It's a great choice.
you want an invitation.
And then it turns out I heard a story after story. Most of them are great people.
I have
Sometimes you have a guy that's if they find out that you're
just
that you
I
go
was
out at
trying
night
to
or
stream
whatever,
on a
they
device,
send you out.
and
Well, maybe you have a guy that's not
it wasn't working for me,
doesn't
so I
believe
had to
the
go
Torah
into
about that.
YouTube and change
His
something,
temperature is good. His shkita is
and
good.
I'm gonna try it.
You want to put up with it today.
So I had asked you what kind of shows, what are your favorite shows, TV shows, or streaming shows, or whatever.
You can go
Well,
both
it's
ways.
funny,
You can either
it
work
seems
for
like
the ratio
Michael
that
Richards
is not
did
good.
not
Because the ratio says only the top actor in the world is
have a
good.
lot of
Only if you have 100%
significant acting roles and
watching,
all
and
of
then
that
it's okay.
knowledge
If the guy
outside of
comes in and out,
Seinfeld, or at least
or
not
you
for
can give me that from the
Well,
same.
Looks like he did stuff. He did some stuff. I don't think he was like a main character.
Because he got canceled. You don't know about this? He was at the Laugh Factory in like the early 2000s and said the N word, and it got on camera. So he was canceled.
Mentioned at all the
Are you serious?
Oh, dude, he says it like 50 times. Yeah.
That was only
He is trying to be funny.
He was,
it's a no-go.
and he said he was doing it for like
She comes out with
freedom of speech and stuff, but nobody took it that way. And just watch. You have to watch it. If you haven't, you're wondering what episode.
I haven't.
Dude, you have to watch it.
Apparently, Family Guy did like it.
Yeah, Family Guy did it. Yeah. Yeah, that's how much in the psyche of the world it got.
It says that if you found the guy, I would go with such shock.
We'll go to YouTube and show the damn stuff.
I think so. Yeah, and here's the thing. This was very early in the digital camera world on a cell phone. It's very early cell phone footage.
My wife reminded me when we were in a restaurant, and it was in the shuk, and they were serving the rear part of the animal, and there was a bunch of Hasidim that ordered it. They said it's the best part of the best dish. I said, it's the rear part. They had no idea what I was talking about. In America, they don't even, it's not a thing. But over here, no, Ashkenaz and the same on the thing. We do what? Yeah. It's the same. You don't know what kind of Ashgacha is. Ashgacha with Ashgachmidi, are they serving this kind of meat, that kind of meat? Okay. But Lechem Basar, but they serve this thing. And you have to, it doesn't say on the menu. You have to know. You have to know that's what. It says in Foolish, and it says on the thing, okay. Exactly right. So what? If you go to a restaurant there, it's kind of different. You're Ashkenazi. Most of you don't eat from it unless you have some sort of reserve, some sort of speaking around. Anyway, a lot of people don't eat it because we don't have. No. You can do nikur. You're allowed to, but we don't have a great Messiah. We don't know how to do it well. Now, if somebody knows how to do it well, but there's people that really are good at it, and you rely on them, so you can eat it. There's no problem to eat it if this is nikur. Will I buy a kashi seifa? And some people say, no, even if he's very good, I don't have such a Messiah or whatever. Okay. Not getting into it. That's the local rabbi. But I'll buy you a kashi seifa. So we have a problem. Each one is going to have a problem with the other one. How come you can't be medayik from the ratio? How come you can't be medayik from the seifa? All my law will say, so again, what's Abai going to do with what Rava says? Rava says, look, it says in the end of the Brisa that if you come and find it, then you give a taste. That's mashma that if you have a guy that constantly comes in and out, then it's perfectly fine. Well, you always feel this nami.
That's it. Oh, geez, he just awkwardly walks off the stage. Like,
what's the difference? I come in, come out. One time I happen to find it. It's the same thing. With the Rava Kashi ratio, what's Rava going to do with the ratio? As we've seen, that the only time you can eat in the Chatila is when there's
they made it worse that there was clearly a black guy.
staring at him the entire time.
You can't say that.
One of the comments says, if cell phones didn't exist, that probably would have been an urban legend. And now watch the Family Guy version of it.
Logically speaking, when a guy comes in and out, it gives the guy, it gives the pussy the same fear. He's concerned not to mess up, not to pull out a
but did you see, like, it's a very early cell phone.
Is it the apology?
There are two of them. I think. So Michael Richards did an apology to her, but never. No, it's I think it's Family Guy moment number 28. Kramer stand up. Oh, there's this. There's okay. So I would watch Family Guy moment number 28. Kramer stand up comedy scene. It's very short, and then we'll watch the apology.
Literally 6 seconds.
You see the whole ring, or a place that says it's a basket full of birds.
So
I didn't show
no. So before, I mean, it would just be briefly. Okay, so I would then go Michael Richards' apology, because he went on the Late Show, and then we'll watch the Seinfeld one, or the Family Guy one. It's actually pretty long, but he had to do. Yeah, he had to do like this whole tour, apologies, and he lost his career. However, he's still like one of the most beloved television characters.
We even have a video for this.
That's such a shame to hear.
There's a lot over here. Some things are not divided. We had a Yerushalmi yesterday. He said it's fine. You know what's going on in Miron, right? Shut down Miron for like Boymer. A lot of people are upset. There's a stadium 20 miles down the road that's open. Okay. They're concerned for these suicide drones. And it's easy target is right next to Lebanon. And they don't want to put that. That's what they're saying. But the front people, they have problems. But anyways, here it is. So play on that. Puts it on there in stage. The Maximus was music.
I'll be right back.
Hey, we're at B. A lot of detail here. The only thing. Now we understand the sugya, we can move on. A lot of iffy things in this one. No, it doesn't say that. No, it doesn't say that. I don't see where you see that.
The fact that you said, yeah, Michael Richards didn't seem to do anything after Seinfeld will be seen as absolutely hilarious to the future. You're just not old enough to remember, but it was like a huge deal. This is one of the first viral cell phone videos.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like he didn't like go out with like a set like he actually get pissed off, try to make like a joke out of it.
I don't know. I don't think anybody who's outside that room knows. And it's one of the reasons why stand-up comedians today and some stand-up venues do not allow cell phones because of this incident. Like Joe Rogan's Comedy Mothership, no cell phones. Why? Because he doesn't want an incident like this. Basically, Michael Richards, if this didn't happen, he's going to be close from a 100 millionaire to close to maybe a billionaire by the end of when all the Seinfeld money pans out, and he would have been able to do. So he had a show called the Michael Richards Show that debuted shortly after Seinfeld ended, but it just never got any traction. Julia Louis-Dreyfus did a show that didn't get much traction, though I thought it was brilliant. I watched it. It was called Finding Ellie or something like that. And what was really interesting about this show, unlike any TV show you've ever seen before, in the very corner, they had a countdown. So each episode was like 22 minutes, and in the first season, they had a countdown. And you would know exactly when the episode was going to end. And it was just fascinating. Like, it was very breaking the fourth wall. Like, we're gonna let you know when this episode ends. But that was never very watching Ellie or finding Ellie. Yeah, and it was really interesting. The show was in real time, so it wasn't like it was fascinating. But it never panned out. Then Jason Alexander did a show, something, I forget the name of it. It never worked. Jerry Seinfeld didn't do that. The biggest thing he ever did was comedians and cars getting coffee, and he doesn't even need that money if he does it for fun or whatever. Now, Julia Louis-Dreyfus did have two hits after that. She did V, which was giant. She won like best actress like for the Emmys like every year when she did that, and she did something else too. There's one episode of Seinfeld where Jerry Seinfeld's like a billionaire, and he's actually like the third wealthiest person in this one video or this one scene. So he dates this one woman in one scene, and the issue is with this woman is she doesn't share toilet paper. Like basically, Elaine and this woman go to the bathroom together, and Elaine's like, "Hey, there's no toilet paper in my stall. Can you please pass me like a square of the toilet paper?" And the woman's like, "I'm sorry, I just can't spare a square." And that became a phrase, sparing a square. And Elaine's like, "I can't believe you would date this woman. She is flaunting. She's like not a sharer. Like, how could you date them?" Anyway, Julia Louis-Dreyfus comes from a French banking family, and she's like a multi-billionaire family. And then this other woman married the owner of he did something else, but she married the owner of the Atlanta Hawks. So basically, there's this one scene where Jerry Seinfeld, who's a billionaire, actually is the poorest person in the show. And that's kind of a hilarious thing. Anyway, Michael Richards his career never recovered from that, and he still hasn't recovered from that. And he doesn't even do stand-up anymore. And Jason Alexander ended up doing Broadway. He had a successful Broadway career. Julia Louis-Dreyfus did 2 shows after that. Beef was the big one. So she had success after it. And then Jerry Seinfeld did comedians and cars getting coffee, and then also did stand-up, which he had always done. And then Larry David did Curb Your Enthusiasm. And one of the other guys, his name is Larry Charles. He was one of the producers as well, and he went on to do movies. Nothing super big, I don't think, but he did like Religion with Bill Maher. But I want to think of I think it's and that's a very good question. I'm going to send you this invite right now. The reason why I say that, I'm in the Seinfeld subreddit, and
something that none of the Kusim keep, but it's mefurish in the Torah.
They did a poll on this like last year. Who is the funniest person on Seinfeld? And George ended up winning, and Kramer got second.
It's in the Torah. So let's
And
go.
third was
That's not your personal opinion.
That's the sugi coming up.
yeah no. I was gonna say, and I agree.
That Hagrav Chalada Shehil.
To me, George has the most amount of funny lines, and he's the most, to me, relatable character from a standpoint, like, I don't want to say relatable, but like most realistic character. Jerry is always dating these really pretty women, never has to go to work, never is unemployed, never has to work with, never has to like worry about anything. His parents live in Florida. He visits. Oh, I guess they do go to Florida. I forgot. They go to Florida sometimes. Even those sets are.
They do like Schefflinger.
Even they have sets for that.
It's a whether or not you can rely on them. So now we're going to go through until we get to it. First, we're going to do the other part, the Torah that they don't keep, and then we're going to go to the keep and not in the Torah. It's on your matzahs kusim muteris. Yeah, that's why I'm not putting it away. It's exactly. Does anybody have a piece of paper here? Where's Rabbi Schoenberg's? They'll give me it.
But yeah, I can't tell you. What Michael. They did a Nathan. They did a Nathan for you on Michael Richards. Do you remember this? The plan was to have Michael Richards leave a tip at a.
That's before we did the Shiza, whatever it's called.
It was at a.
Not bad.
At a diner. Yeah, exactly. And then it turned out not to be. And it was just like, how easily can we get something on the news?
This is crazy.
What is this bullshit?
Matzah bakery. The Kusi Matzah bakery. Mamish Mutu. Adam, Yoitabo, Yidifabasi, Pesach, you can eat matzah and Lila Seder. Rabbi Rothschild, he says, no. Why? The fishing became the cooking mitzvahs Yisrael. Yeah, the makbin of chametz. They don't know all the little cooking mitzvah, the marshal. I love this ma'isa. There's a guy that was dying to get into the brisket tapuya. 1 year, 2 years, he said, no, you're not right. Finally, after 5 years of begging, he said, you know what, this year is this year you're right. They bring him in there. He says, what do I do? Right? He said, the red milk and this, that's already taken for years. You stand right over here and you hold the towel. That's what you do. He's holding the towel 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and the guy has to go to the bathroom. Basic he goes, can I have a basic break? He says, yeah. So what do I do with the towel? What do you mean what do you do with the towel? You see the nail over there? Put on the nail over there. He says, nail? So I hope. For all the years we had a nail. You want to come, you want to this. So we'll give you hold the towel. That's a Dikduke mitzvah that they don't know about. They're not so much on that Dikduk mitzvah.
Michael
Richards. Dikduke mitzvahs Yisrael. They don't know, they really don't know.
He only has 8 within.
That's incredible.
Whatever it is.
He doesn't need to. They made so much money on that. It made, I think, both Jerry
and fans of his work.
They don't know all the little.
He only said it 3 times.
Right, the siduk that it looks like a carrying chagov and things.
They always made it out to seem like you say that.
Don't read it like I used to read it.
There was another woman around that same time, Dr. Laura Schlesinger. She had a huge following on
the radio,
guy who's trying to become
and
Yid.
she, for freedom of speech, she basically said, like, it was something like, why can people of a certain race say the N-word, but other people can't? And she ended up saying the N-word like, and on live radio, and she had to give up her show.
I'm Pal Shabbos every Shabbos. How? Because I carry the shul. I carry the key to my house in my pocket. There's an area in the neighborhood. Yeah, but I'm not someone from the area. So when a pussy does something, it's much more machmir than a yid. Omar Ma'ar.
No, I think that in the right,
What's machloikis? We're trying to
I'm
find
a
machloikis.
freedom of speech absolutist. I believe anybody should be able to say anything that they want.
Like shooting a bird.
However, it is fine for people to not want to purchase your product or watch your show or whatever it is if you use that. Actions have consequences.
The matzah of a pussy is allowed on Pesach. In other words, it doesn't have any chametz in it. So why can't I use it on the Seder? It's a problem. What's the answer? The boy said, what's the answer? What does that mean? Who says that's in the Shem Mitzvah? Who said that? Maybe it's a chumrah. Says the Gemara. It says in the Pasuk, Ushmartem es hamatzois, is a chiv doiraisa. To say, to think, l'shem matzos mitzvah, it's not enough on the night, the first night of Pesach, just not to have chametz in your matzah. You have to have in mind that it's l'shem matzah. It's a what?
He wasn't traditionally known as a stand-up comedian. He was known as a character actor.
You didn't tell me it's a pasuk.
He was doing stand-up just to kind of stay relevant. Oh, that was great.
I like this one, boys. This is a good one that we found. Usually in the matzah bakeries, I used to go to Satmar. Matzah bakery, so they had a bunch of Russian women there, and the guy used to go, L'shai matzahs mitzvah, and all these Russian ladies, L'shai matzah mitzvah. This one is better. That's better though. Because it becomes a song. It's like, oh, really? Spit his mouth, he says. Okay, here. Very good. So,
Garbage.
I thought you don't know how to do that. And the parent says yes, because it doesn't really say in the Torah you have to say the Shem Matzis Mitzvah. But when you say the Shem Matzis Mitzvah, but at the end of the day, yes, the makbid on it. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel. So over here, Biki B'Shimur. What does Shimur mean? The Shem Matzis Mitzvah. Oh, sorry. Mal the same Biki B'Shimur. Kamash Malon, they do the Shem Mitzvah. So what does Shimur mean? The Shem Matzis. They don't know the nuances in the mitzvah, like when does it become chametz, when it starts cracking. So when you hear the word shimur, a boy say, pay attention, put it in your pencil it in. So here shimur means to make sure that it doesn't become chametz. Not the shem matzis mitzvah that said 2 lines on top. Over there, shimur meant you have to say l'shem matzis mitzvah or shem matzah mitzvah. Over here it means shimur, and you don't let the chametz come in. This is sad, but it might have a lot of truth to it. They say about tshuva always feels like inferior. Like when are we going to become? Like when are we going to be hard, mamish 100% of the FB? They even say FBO, super FFB. They say when does the mamish feel like an FFB? When he's not choosing in shul, middle davening. Because when he becomes about tshuva, the chilul rechima in a shul, he understands the importance of it. After a few years, so Chol mentions even kusim. I remember that when he was in Israel. Zimdatik more. That's the Gemara. What's he adding here? When a kusi does a mitzvah, he's better than a Yisrael, than a regular Jew. Tanakama, that's what Tanakama says. You're allowed to eat his matzah. So now we're starting. We're getting there. If it says we're foolish in the Torah to do a mitzvah, and they don't do it, all of the kusim don't do it, but he does, can you rely on him? It says we're foolish in the Torah, like maybe Shimur, even though they don't keep it, you can rely on him. If it's something that they keep, then you can rely on them. If they don't keep it, you can't rely on it even if it says it in the Torah. See what he tells me? That all mitzvah, every mitzvah that a kusi keeps, he's better at it than the Jew. So the word "kol" is not good. What it should say is "im." The key word is if they are Mexican, then we can rely on them. Not all mitzvahs. It's not true. Not Taryag mitzvahs in the Torah. It's only the 50 or whatever mitzvahs that they keep in the Torah. So it's "im." No mitzvah goes "im" is even by Elohim and I will exceed them. So what's the nafmina? Our case, this is what we're looking for. It's not mafurish in the Torah, but they keep it like shechting birds. They keep it that way. Since it doesn't say it, it doesn't help me that they keep it because it's not mafurish in the Torah. It's not strong enough. So by shchitas ha'oy, since they keep it, even though it's not in the Torah, it's very strong, and you can eat chicken that comes from a kusi factory. We just learned that Yisrael mumar to eat nevelos, a mumar who eats nevelos with the oven. In other words, he's not a bad guy, but he has a problem with his Zahara, and he likes a good treif pork, basebus. So he could actually be a. So let's remember, this is the Rava that we're going to be talking. Rava said, even though he eats cheeseburgers, you check the knife, you give it to him. Don't say he's a perfect checker. My title, what's the shot? If they get Harry Surah, if there's the front of him, the two options, the heter and the isser, he will not abandon the heter. At the end of the day, he comes from a firm shkapa. He's not good on most stuff besides cheeseburgers. Now, if you have a cheeseburger and a Ken's Diner burger right next to each other, or what is it called? A burger buddy, also from the Great Chicago. Oh, the Great Chicago. Okay, if it's far away, whatever, then okay. What do you see? At the end of the day, even Oivra Aveira, which Baruch considers them from Yidden. Yeah, it's Shtickle Taiva. You go back there. Yochei, so then why do you have to check the knife for him? He's not going to use a bad knife. He's not a bad guy. He just has a little Yitzhar problem. Yeah, but such a Yitzhar guy that breaks so easily for a cheeseburger, Midrash Lei Torah. He's not going to go out of his way completely to make sure that the knife is good. So you have to give him a good knife. Yeah, but that's also part of it. That's why in the video you saw, there's a $3.99 burger and a $10.99 burger. They ate the $3.99. That's the oven still. No, it's not his loss. He's a shaytan. He doesn't care. He's working for you. He doesn't care. So I have a right to you, Rob, that what? Again, it's off the derech for one thing. He just eats cheeseburgers and everything. He wears filling. He keeps Shabbos the whole day. He just eats about time. He can be a good choice. Why? Because it says, if a guy who's over Avera, he has to be that type of person. You're letting eat his comments after Pesach. Now, the Israelis got this because they speak. I wonder if the Americans also. What does it mean? That they change out their chametz. They'll switch it out with the goy. They take the chametz, all chametz that stays in the Torah, and they give it to the goy. And they get in return brand new chametz from the goy. Shehei machlifim, does it mean they do it 100% or they sometimes do it? Is it a savak or a vada? What does shehei machlifim mean? Vada. Good. Shehei machlifim is vada. That's what the Gemara is going to say in a second.
Oh man, I could have played that one over.
It could have said shehei oimer machlifim. No. Shehei machlifim, they do it. This is what they do. So what do you see from here? You see that in a case that the Gemara is going to fear us, but I'm just stopping here to point out. See that if it's easy for them to do something, they'll do it. They don't do affairs deliberately to get you upset because it's convenient for them. What if it's easy for them just to switch out the comments with the guy, the next door neighbor, they go to the store, here, take my comments, give me new comments. You can rely on them. Savrua, come on, Rabbi Yehudi. This goes to review the famous Rabbi Yehudi. The Omar comments are best of the rice. Rabbi Yehudi of the opinion that comments that remain the whole Pesach, after Pesach, you're not allowed to eat it. I left my car to my Shavrus on Pesach. He goes in and says, you have a whole box of brand new cookies in the front seat. We left to America like 2 weeks before. We didn't check the car. I sold it. They had to do beer comments on Pesach. So that's Chom Shalom Pesach. Uktani. It says that even though it's their rice, according to Yehuda, eating that chametz would be their rice. And it says you can rely on them. Why? Because they switch it out. You see that a guy that has a Yitzhahara problem, he will, if it's easy for him, he'll switch it out.
What's
So
the
if it's
72?
easy for him, he'll do it.
Champs here. Champs here. Champs here. Champs here.
That's a win.
What a comeback.
What a comeback. There's another person that argues. Rabbi Shimon. Oh, Rabbi Shimon. Like Noimer. Mamshik is Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimoni. Maybe there's a Rabbi Shimon tomorrow. Who knows? That 1 year with Yisrael Goldstein, it's 4 Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimoni. The Omar Chometz HaPesach after Rabbanon. He says,
What a comeback.
And that's why I can rely on this Balabeira. Why? Because we can name it the Rabbanon, the right to the Galil. It's only the Rabbanon, so we allow you to eat his comment. Says the Gemara, no.
You had the Q.
With the Evan Abi Reb
You
Shimon,
had
say the Rabbanon according to Reb Shimon. But listen to this. Does it say the words Shani Oimer? And that would mean maybe he switches, maybe he doesn't. It says, a guy that eats cheeseburgers 100% switches out his comments. You see that even a guy that does a few affairs, you can rely on him 100%. Even into the Rabbanon, it makes my right even stronger. The Vadim Machlivim, they 100% switch it out. And then I can
You
say
had the Q, you had the Z.
If it's a simple the Rabbanon of Reb Shimon that you're not allowed to eat the chametz after Pesach, they go ahead and they go to this store and they switch it out. Because it's not too much of a difference, right?
Why didn't you play it on zone? With the ONE, 2 L, near Boney and we.
Everybody, it's not
Like,
everybody can check.
But you could have played it down too. You could have played double 2 L.
That's false.
Would have been like 40. You play zone to the right, and then if you have like an A, Zah, which would have been like 40 points.
A kid died during the bris. So they arrested the boy. It's not during, right after. Really? Okay. I got the details wrong. The point is, people die from Mila. You die, your kid could die from Mila. Now, if 2 brothers die from the Mila, then it's not the male's fault. It's something in maybe the blood is congealed, who knows what. That's what happened. They do change the bed. Let's slow down a few weeks ago. You know, they changed the bandage of kids. It was the bandage's fault. Yeah. Okay. Says the Gemara. If he can't perform a person if 2 of his brothers died, so it's not his fault. He's a complete Yisrael. There are some halachas that
Folks at home, if you're watching this, I straight up stole this game. I was down the whole time.
So why can't he do shchita? He could be a regular shaykhah. El Shita, he's a guy, Rashi makes fun of. He doesn't, he's anti-bris. That's why he doesn't have it. Because Savar, Mumma, the Dover Ephod, they have a Mumma, called Dover Kula. Because he has a technical problem with Bris Milah. But, like I had a friend, a good friend, and when he had a kid, he wanted to
I guess.
show me that
the J was a double,
you don't want to give his kid a Bris.
and then it was like
The first thing you do, let's say all these varieties that is not good, healthy, common exactly. He's a mummer already. He's a mummer for other things as well. Okay? So mummer already. If you have a mummer dover, they have a mummer called what? All my stories, Yom Kippur, this is all the same guy. He's a very good friend of mine.
you have the strategy that if you pass and you pass, oh, dude, you could win if you had something with that lead.
Ava Sefer. So time out. So we're talking about a guy, what do we see from him? A guy that's, he's over one Aveira. He doesn't care about one thing, about Bris Milah. You could rely on him for everything else. He could be a shaykhah. Let have him when we call it everywhere. Amos, so let's see what it says in the end. Not Yisrael Bumar. Yisrael, who's off the derech, he's allowed to be a shaykhah. What are you talking about? He's a mummer for one thing. He doesn't keep shop.
These at the end and like.
Sorry. Not the Nevela. The Dover means we're talking about our sugi is about Nevela. No, never Nevela. So what's the difference? He doesn't keep Shabbos and he doesn't keep Bris Milah. They both don't keep one thing in the Torah. So if it says in the Reisha, you could be simon on a guy that doesn't keep Bris Milah, you simon on a guy that doesn't keep Shabbos.
That's three passes. That's three passes.
You're talking about a guy who doesn't, who eats trade. When it comes to the partial trade, he's not going on. And that's a big kiddush. In trade, we can rely on him to be straight.
That's not a thing.
He eats trade. He doesn't care about trade.
It's not a thing.
It's not like, oh, far-fetched thing over there. He doesn't keep Shabbos, but he goes.
Okay, but you can think whatever you want, but that's not a thing.
That's what is big kiddush. Guy eats trade, but with the other, he only eats trade.
Folks, if you're watching at home, I straight up stole that.
He likes the way it tastes. So I can rely on him on Shkita. So it's a great riot to run. No, it's not a good riot. I'll tell you that over there when it talks about a woman that if he's in fact he's a
let me go first without any
and I'm explaining to you why. Even the Dosh Bay Ketera David. When a person does the same Avera over and over, it becomes like a heter to him. Somebody
I can see why you said that was devastating. Because that game was over.
I hope I understood his party. He says that Doshbak Heva, you can look at it two different ways. Something that you step on all the time, but Doshbak Heva also comes from the foundation of a person's body. It will hold up everything. A lot of times, when it comes to, let's say, you see it in Sphere Simon. You ever see the kavanah people have when they see the bracha? It's a lot stronger usually than Birkas HaTorah, let's say.
You see Lena the Frog and Adam 22 are divorcing? I hate that I know this knowledge.
Shaking, slowness.
Yeah. I should tell you what Brendan Schaub's thoughts were on the background movie. Male with two L's?
Yeah, I know.
The foundations of our life. The Birkas HaTorah, the brachas that the Shachakali of the Baruch.
That's not a thing.
Those are the things that hold us up.
Even Google won't acknowledge it's a word.
Dog, that's garbage.
And that's what we see more about. Okay. So, hello. Avodah Zarah, this is a tremendous condition. If I would have asked you maybe in the beginning of this year, a guy who does Avodah Zarah, shtickle, goes to Koil the whole day, but at night he goes and he does a shtickle Avodah Zarah. Could he be your shaykhah? Avodah Zarah, from the three chamuras, the worst of the worst. You're basically saying, I don't believe in the Rebbeinu Shalom. I believe in something else. Rabbanan says, yeah, not a problem. Because the Rabbanan Shmuel Yisrael Mu, Avodah Zarah Mu, Avodah Shkitazi, allowed to eat the shkita. Why? Yeshua was a king. He's a tzaddik. He tried to get rid of Avodah Zarah. Achab was a big Avodah Zarah. But Gemara understands that his only problem was Avodah Zarah. And in those days, we know the type of Avodah Zarah was so great. And when they came together to go to war against Aram, it says over there, he benefited from the Suda. He ate his meat. This guy's Avodah Zarah. He ate his meat. Shenema, Vayizbach L'Yachov Tzon Uvok L'Roiv, he made a tremendous amount of steaks. V'Lama Sheimo and everybody that he brought with him. Vayisiseu. No, how would you translate Vayisiseu in English? No, I wouldn't use that word. He manipulated him.
He said something like.
Entices
the one guy.
I didn't like it.
Oh, dog, he didn't even see it. Somebody else was giving their opinion on it, and he's like, "Yeah, sounds boring. What else you got?"
I didn't like the word. What else you got? He persuaded him. He enticed him in a bad way. Yeah. Okay. Manipulate. I like manipulating.
Do you ever talk about
all the time?
Yeah. That's later on. We're gonna see that.
What are his top 10
This is Gemara. How do you know? But then with the Zava, maybe he checked it for him. It says, he made him a lot of steaks. Like the guy at the guy's house, he gave him some gefilte fish. He opened up the window, threw it out the window, or he put it on there. He gave it to the dog. Who says he ate it? The Sisei says the Gemara, he enticed him, he manipulated him, whatever the word is. So, in other words, he actually ate. Maybe enticed him with words. Says the Gemara, that's David Zalman. I spoke to him yesterday. David Zalman from Miami. Every night there's food in Miami. So I said, stop with the food. See if anybody comes for the shear, not for the food. He gets geschmacky stuff. No. No,
what else? He doesn't talk so much about movies, but shows. He loves Stranger Things. He's like all about Stranger Things. He loves Yellowstone.
He says it's not a big deal.
He loves Ozark. He loves anything that is like serial killer related. He loves that shit.
Every day, like the best of the best. It's the name of that chicken place over there. It's a schnitzel from here, sushi from there. Every day something. You do what? We give cookies. Very good. Boy. Where are you? No? That's it? Oh. He'll manipulate you, seduce you, whatever the word is. Says Gemara, over there also, he'll get you off the derech over there in the puzzle. That's with actually you have to explain it was his food and drink. And this is about Akash Baruch Hu, but this is saying, and Akash Baruch Hu can't eat. It's obviously without food. Says, you're right. When you first Akash Baruch Hu, then you're right. It's not about food. But with human beings, the way to get them today, also in business, bring a guy to a restaurant, you sit him down, good meal. Then he's more inclined to it. Going with the word. Says Gemara, maybe he drank, maybe they didn't eat. But he drank the yain nesach over there. Says Gemara, I got to show you this video. It's a must. Here. It's very nice. This is a Yoshi special. This is on the door. This is Yoshafat, because he's not showing his face. He's a tzaddik. The Zafar, he's showing his face. The two kings, Yehuda and Yisrael. Look at those shawarmas in the background. Z8, Yishafat 8, Yisisma. Oh! Tomorrow we'll have real music. Okay, so they went to war. We're almost done. We'll stop soon. Says the Gemara, you're allowed to drink his wine. Why? Because he's not a mummer for the whole Torah. So what's the big deal? So he ate because he's not a mummer. Just because he did Avodah Zarah doesn't mean he does bad shkita. So the Gemara, what's the raya? Drinking wine is stam yain, but at that point in time in history, it wasn't usher yet. Maybe the fact that he ate is a raya that maybe I could say that by Avodah Zarah, once you do one thing like Avodah Zarah, it's also for you to eat it. It's impossible that he just drank. If you think about it, it's not such a Jewish thing just to drink. They go to a bar, they can sit there for 3-4 hours to drink. It's not such a maybe I'm making this up. I don't know people that just drink. It's the shoe buff. Before you say more, we'll just finish this. By Yisbach Misiseo, it says he shechted and he convinced him. So he did it. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day. Moderate. Right. What are you going to play, though? Welcome to all the guests. A tremendous mazel tov here in MDY. One of the first people, the Daf, Avi Kamyansky, his son, Zev, who's a part of this year, had his first boy. Today's the bris. So it's Avi's first Einikel. And we have the Zayda, the Alta Zayda, one Alta Zayda is over here, Avi Kamyansky's father, and the second one, like this, so it's a Gansa. From the as a whole, and we have the uncle somewhere. Where's the uncle? Oh, sits in the seat over there, Shaya, all the. And we have Ellie, the guy who invented YouTube. Lurking on the horizon. Was created. Hayoim, Echad Ushleishim Yoim, Sheim Arba'a Shavuos, Ushleisha Yomim, Bo'imer, Lo'imer. Don't miss out on an opportunity of a lifetime sponsor, a Perik or a Daf. Then the official edition, Mesechus Chulin, Volume 2. Only 3 prokim available. Half the Dafim are already sponsored. We show up to all those who sponsored Volume 1. It's getting better and better. The good news is that we have permission for Volume 2, which is Eilu Trevis, to put in all those live pictures from Kol HaLashon. You see, as you saw yesterday, some of our pictures, the 3D that we're doing. Rabbi Isai, here we go. He's 10 years old.
It's actually amazing. And before this, I thought the marble was actually kind of fun.
When he was 8 years old, he thought it was hard.
It explains the Gemara step by step. With charts, pictures, AI videos, and even live props that can bring the Gemara to life. We even brought a live book to share. And the best part is that you can join from anywhere in the world. The best time to start is now, because this big shop is starting. That will set them forward. So you can jump in fresh from the beginning together with everyone. If I've been through 478 downloads, you can definitely start with only one. Come join me and thousands of other people, such as truck drivers, businessmen, doctors, even Schwab, to join the download. And don't worry, no votes required unless for the carbon in the base on Mikdash. And let's hope this day comes soon so we can all hear her butt. While watching the cheer, of course.
All right, you guys. So he just put him into the contest. We're going to see more of the contest. Rabbi Isai, this is, I forgot his name. Where's Zilla? Zilla. Oh, another one. What's his name? Yitzi from Southside in Lakewood.
Everybody together.
First scene in his life, and many other people, it's the first scene. That's our Gemara. Beautiful. You see? Both things. Southside barbecue in Lakewood. Okay. Good Erev Shabbos. This was Toronto, a 9th grader in Eretz Yisrael. Toronto just finished his first Daf Yomi. So we joined Daf Yomi and we went after Toronto at the beginning of Menachos. We made a family scene last night and created that picture of Yosef. Shkoyach, and thank you for inspiring Yosef to grow in his limit HaTorah, and his Baruch will give you the strength Lahag the Torah La'adir for many years to come. With much appreciation and Zev Spitz. This Rabbi said was on Friday. It's unbelievable. We had over, well, maybe slightly under 500 people live on Zoom and on, well, much more than 500 people on Zoom. It was 250 on YouTube, 250 on Zoom. But check this out. Some of the Zoom, each Zoom, look at this. Look at this, Bnei Brak, Haifa, these are all different satellite locations in the live. Beitar, Jam had that over 40 people in Beitar, they said. Neve Yaakov, every night looks like that. Hellstone, Ashdod, what? Erev Shabbos, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Feria, Rechasim. One of them here. This Rabbi side, they got a big round of applause. Eilat, check this out in Eilat. It's unbelievable. Tel Tzion needs a little help. This Rabbi side gave me chills for a second when I heard it, so I'll share it with you. It's very quick and.
I think yesterday when the CM was such a good finish with face of shame it has to do with the MBY. I came over with finish. Claudius was screaming, loving the brother. How come we can't enjoy again, brother? We should be
email you something. I don't seriously. I don't remember what it was. What was it? Do you even remember? Just send me something. Cedarhurst satellite Film.phase learning satellite location in Cedarhurst. Happy birthday to Ari Blumenthal. Special gift from the February of the Cedarhurst satellite location. Custom art picture of Harav David Spiegel, the Rav of the Stiebel in the 5,000 was recently nifter. Spiegel shows where rebelling gave Sharon to Shabbos in October. Yep. Yeah. Flapper Seal. Yeah, the MDY coffee. So, the voice saying the new people, when we get to the MDY coffee corner in the committee, that the guy on the left, Shamshi Schlafrak, who dropped us, abandoned us for 2 weeks. Hajim by 11-year-old Yankee Kramarski. Crazy. 11-year-olds are doing. Here he is again. So here it is. Flapper Shtaver, Givaldi, Paris Time Levin. Bad news with Paris Time Levin. Your spindle thing that does the loom, unfortunately. What? Let's show your loom. It's gonna be us. It's gonna be a Levaya. His loom is not. It's one of your best friends that broke it too. Get over here, best friend. No, it's okay. We'll tell you later. The force had Martin Vizhishly the Azoyas. Listen, it's Eitzim Va'avanim, literally Eitzim Va'avanim. So the force had Martin Vizhishly the official edition of the White Shot for the Sefer, the entire Sefer by Zev and Yal Sholov, the Perik by the Benedict family. The Daf Gimel, Joel and Rachel Gedalius, the memory of Mary Gedalius, Mariam Bas, Chaim Zalman, Allah Shalom Yosef sponsored Daf Bates. David Salomon dedicated the Masechta sponsors. David Salomon dedicated memory of every Mary Rip Shmuel Baruch Baruch time to be done. I don't want to confuse the two things. There's the blue Gemara that MDY puts out. It's called the official edition. Then you have the general Masechta, this that we're learning right now. So that's Masechta sponsor David Salomon, Rip Shmuel Baruch Baruch time to be done. The Politic Family Foundation. Look who came back. You see who came back over there? The cheetah guy.
It's
the Politic Family Foundation of Gratitude, the Consortium, and the Alliance, and all they do to support FBY. Anonymous, that's stuff of Brooklyn, so guys, thank you to Chief Benny.
But I mean, I don't know why I would be in here.
One day I'll have to explain what the cheetah is to all the new guys. Anonymous for complete report, Shleiman, Arikin Siavim, Kaleo Bas Esther. Here we go. Co-sponsors.
How many letters are
HYK Ventures. Are you Simon? I don't know how I got in there. Before Shleim, I'll be Murray Parker Miriam. Weekly sponsors. You try to stick it in? Moishe Ruchi Markovich, proudly supporting the Daf Yomi in Spanish in honor of our parents and family. It's very exciting. Let's see where it goes. It's going to lead to a lot of things, I think, including Yiddish. Zelig and the Zeitlin family, Mazel Tov, Ethan Zelig, 15, and Hunter Zeitlin, 14, on their 500th Daf. Halfway to MDY, 1K status. Valde. Michael Brutheimer, 1 year down, 365 lot learned, 23:46 to go. Okay, we don't have to 13. Yeah, but we're excited against tonight, but the Shabbos. And okay, here we go. We're going back. Oh, we skipped. You thought I saw your name and I went bye. Yisrael Halperin, my mother, a devoted Hebrew teacher in New Haven, Connecticut, over 60 years in Shomshan Aliyah. Leah Michael Bernstein, Bernstein. MDY Kids Boxing Monthly Innovations LLC has a school for active Simcha Ben Vega and Rivki Yehudi's Boxing Avachaya. MDYR. I didn't see the coffee corner. Do we do coffee corner? Oh, so I lied to everybody. Somebody came over to me and told me, first of all, when Menachem Koker brought over 200 people to the dam just by putting it in the status, you saw they came through his link over 200 people. But he says in his status, he says that Pulin is one of the hardest receptors.
I'm right.
It's not going to be hard, and somebody came over to me after she says, wow, this is a lot easier than the office. So about nice, this. Shalom Aleichem, guess, what's your name? From?
Silence.
Shalom Aleichem, Rebella. What's your name? Spring Valley. And you? Shalom Aleichem. I know you, you sit next to me in Shul. What's your name? Ah, very good. You're a good learner. Very good. Okay, who else do we have here? Who? It's actually very heartwarming. David is back. Shalom Aleichem. Okay.
No.
Yeah, stand right over here. Stand on the hot seat. Very good. You ready to go? Rabbi Rothschild. Today's Daf Gimel. We're going to start from the bottom. So this is what we had yesterday. It's very clear. The first 4 words of the Mishnah. Hakol Soiftim, Ushkitasam Cher. So the first 2 are green.
Desperately rotating the power.
The first 2 green is go. It's the Fatchila. In the first place, these people could do Shkita. Ushkitasam Cher is after the fact.
Rotating your life.
Don't really do this usually. Nice. Now everybody thinks I did that noise. Great. She doesn't share is after the fact. So what we need to figure out is who can do shkita in the first place, and who can only do it after the fact. We have six shitas, and we're holding all the way on the bottom of that base on base. 2 lines from the bottom. Shita number 1 is Rabbi Rothschild, who says that we're talking about somebody who's coming and he's trying to chef Rabbi Rothschild. Here, let's see. Oh, so all you guys who weren't here last time, this is Sheriff.
I
the number 1 coming thing in the world. Everybody thinks it's a rat. No, it's this guy right over here. He's the number 1 coming. He gets to the shkita, how? The long night. So Rabbi Baruch. That's Rabbi Baruch. Look at Tila. Someone was telling me a chat. A regular animal. What's the definition? Champion. Carbon. Why he wants to use champion? Still dealing with carbonates, eating carbonates when he's starved. So even though it's tough and he accepted upon himself, not you can't check the carbon. When you're telling me that for sure, you can't touch it. So he's he's caught. Look at Tila. If he uses a long time, go ahead and check. Make sure you don't touch it. Go ahead and check. Look at Tila in the first place. So what's with the Evid? He's actually shefting touching. He's not supposed to chef touching. But after the fact, he shefted this $5,000 animal. He comes to the rabbi, what should I do? I was coming, and I brought a carbon, and I shefted it. So the rabbi says, did you touch it? He says, 100% I didn't touch it. Nah, without it. So then they say, okay, after the fact, the rabbi's going to say, it's a good carbon. Throughout the sugi, we're going to have to see these 3 things. What's the Chila in the Mishnah? What's the Yemen in the Mishnah? And then the next line, the good news is that the Gemara repeats itself 6 times in a row, 30 words.
How many do you have?
What's the Shashaktu? It can mean the Cheresh Shoydiv Katan that we just mentioned a second before. Because then it would say V'iv. And if these Shecheret should be talking about, so what's the clue? It must be what we're talking about. Like usually it's within what that sheet is. So right now we're talking about Tameh or Kachim. Oh, the Klum Sheshachtu. If they shechted Kachim and somebody saw it, the Klum Sheshachtu, we have to put the word there. And they saw the Klum Sheshachtu and they saw. Somebody was watching, and the shochet ran away. So we asked the guy that saw it, you see if he touched the animal by mistake? No, he didn't touch the animal? Okay, then it's kosher. That's the Klum Sheshachtu. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now the Gemara asks, what kind of tumah are we talking about? What are we all seeing in the video? Did he touch a sheret? Why? Why did we see the video of the sheret? Maybe he touched a dead person. So for that, we're going to see a beautiful halacha. Another Kiddush Gadol. Every day we learn new Kiddush. The way it works is, and this is of course for the new people. Guys that have been here for a year or so know this inside out.
Are you fucking serious?
Might be the greatest. This might be the greatest comeback in the history of the game, folks. This might be the greatest comeback in the history of this game, folks. This may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game, folks. This may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of the game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. The champ's here! The champ's here! The champ's here! The champ's here! What up, Sue? You came in at the perfect time for one of the, if not the greatest comebacks, not just in the history of literati, not just in the history of Scrabble, not just in the history of board games, not just in the history of gaming, not just in the history of sports, but in the history of the world. Well,
what does this become? It should become a reshine. It should drop.
What a comeback, folks. What a comeback.
This becomes what I am. If this touches a dead person, this becomes a dead person. This becomes a Via Voice of
and the blank tile,
who's
the Q,
touches
the J, and the X.
And I won, baby.
Ask the Gemara.
Winners win. Winners win. What do you want me to do about it?
So what did the animal become?
Folks, if you're watching at home, this motherfucker was using my strategies in celebration. They're celebratory strategies.
Yeah, I'm going to go, but I'm going to fade my dog on fast. The same question can happen even if the knife is not like you.
Right?
It'll take, what, 2 minutes?
The knife is better, but let's say it's still being shady, so it's no good.
That's a lie.
So
Riser's pissed. I can hear that in his voice.
And what planet does it take?
He had two. He had 2 games stolen from him. He doesn't even want to discuss it anymore. Straight up stolen. Straight up stolen, folks.
But when a sheret touches a knife, the knife doesn't become a sheret. It doesn't become a avatoma. It actually drops into a reshine. A dead sheret, always a dead sheret, yes.
Straight up
stolen. Kangaroo.
No, it was a puddle of blood. That's why I did it.
Folks, straight up stolen. Straight up stolen. Straight up stolen. Come on, hit my ball, baby.
Here, look, check this out.
Yeah, so I agree. So Risers needs to hit our ball now. Straight up stolen, folks. Hit my ball. Go in the water. Go in the water. It's very good.
The knife is the same halacha as the dead person. Avatomo. So he's an Avatomo. He becomes
I think he can bump me
Avatomo. So then he makes the sock and the knife.
Straight up stolen, folks. Straight up stolen. This motherfucker was up like 100 points up. Straight up stolen.
A lot of people get so nervous when they hear the whole thing of Tumah Tyra. That's it.
You don't have balls.
That's basically it.
Are you fucking serious?
I was trying to bump it around.
That's the basic Tumah Tyra. A lot of people are not familiar with.
I was literally wrong.
The Sheretz is
I get the grease right.
And the knife drops down to a reach. You always say the loyalon the time it makes. Right. The person no. The person right. The person touches the shell. The person becomes the reach. Thank you. The person himself, the
doesn't matter. I straight up stole back-to-back games. Straight up stole. Wasn't even close.
We can say that he touched the dead person.
Straight up stole. Straight up stole. Straight up stole those motherfuckers like it was going out of style.
There's nothing you can do.
Straight up stole them, folks.
Now you can get a hold of
it. You get it with the rock, with a piece of glass. Whatever you want.
If you hit the trade, then that's the easiest hold one.
The sign about culture, then Bayman started with the rock. Bayman smokers. The shop brings down.
I just helped them all.
The code. That used to be the minute that everybody used the rocks.
No, I still move the balls. Easy hole in one.
Until David Melech threw stone at Goliath. And the rock asked permission from the metal to pierce the helmet. So now said, what are you going to give me? So he said, I'll trade with you. You let me go in now? Then you can use knives for Mila.
Straight in.
The preacher brings it down.
Straight up stole it.
Straight up stole it.
Straight up stole it. Straight up stole it. Straight up stole it, folks.
So just to review that video that we had the other day. Here we go. Just this part.
Yeah, but.
And this explains the end of that video. The Gemara thought if he stands far away, where he's hard.
Water bump of the year. This will be the water bump of the year.
You think the logistical AI today can make me look better? I guess it's difficult. All right. Zok the Haley. I'll tell you a real quick story. I just heard it, so I'll share it from Rabbi Haber. He gave a drushim class to the women of MDY. A story that's going to get to the Tower Perry. It was a boy who went for Herod in Philly. By rebellious phase of Herod Bracha. They went with his father.
Yes.
And they come to the Herod rebellious phase.
Do you all hear this?
What are you learning?
Collusion.
I'm learning Tulip.
Yeah, collusion. That's collusion, dog.
That's collusion. That's it. Rebellious phase opens up and asks all these questions on the shofet. And the boy doesn't know a thing. Zero. He got his 0 on his test. Reminds me of Yaman Klein, no?
No.
The guy from the dentist from New York. What's his name? Ben Klein. Ben Schwartz. Ben Schwartz.
Hey, Rabbi, do you know the next month for
Yes,
the
this
Thunder
is
defense
yes.
is on
So,
SBS?
He,
Everybody
the father
knows
can't
that.
believe it.
Everybody
Son is like a good kid. He's a master. He knows his stuff. About that.
You're
Can't
gonna
be
watch
quiet.
it. No,
You're
I'm
gonna
gonna
watch
watch
it.
every fucking
No,
second
I'm
of
gonna
it.
watch every fucking second of it. If I heard me in the wrong parent, if I heard me in that shofar. He says, so why
Straight
do you
up
say
stole
something?
those games.
Straight up stole those games.
I'm riding such a high.
I'm not fooling my father. My father says a shofar, I do a shofar.
When I put that one with the Z and the right tile, and I saw it was 719,
So the father calls up.
I just knew I had
Because of really
fucking stole it. Straight up
My son
stole
didn't
it.
want to embarrass me. Because the Pharaoh's on the wrong thing. So everybody's face said, okay, such a kid, that's the type of kid I need. Now, of course, some of you are thinking, of course he learned that shayk. He just didn't know anything. It was a great. So, I would accept this guy because he came with such a beautiful kibbutz and this. Just for that alone, you to accept him into the thing. Yeah. All right. What happened to Ben Schwartz? All the way in the beginning, he's with us. He's one of the miyasim of the shir. He sent in an email. It was Mamish Harder. One of those first emails that were wow. He said he went to a brand new yeshiva, and his father said, "Okay, let's get you a tutor to help you out, teach you well." And the tutor, they learned the whole daf Gemara. He was so pumped for her. He's gonna ace the faher, and he gets the faher, and him and the tutor they learned the wrong daf. So he fills in whatever he can fill in, and the next day he gets that.
Cool story, bro.
Finally, he gets this test, and he says, "Who's test?" He got a 0. He's in a brand new yeshiva. He doesn't know anybody. And the guy embarrassed him in front of her, and he didn't know where to learn himself. He said he never opened up a Gemara. For 30 years, he didn't open up a Gemara. I say the shadow. Today, he found the Shir Baruch Hashem. Today, he has an hour a day where his wife doesn't let anybody in the office. There's a sign on the door, do not disturb, from 1 to 2, whatever it is. He can't. That's his kvias. No matter what, he's learning it down. Zog daily, the boy same now we said it. Again, we're trying to figure out 3 things in the Mishnah. The first 4 words. Hakol Shorten seems like in the first place, which it doesn't share seems only after the fact. But then we also have the 3rd thing in the Mishnah, what's going on with if there's a Eidecha that watches, it's kosher, what's going on?
I'm in the best position.
Says Abaya. And Abaya and Rabbi said basically the same thing with the small variation. So that's a Kusi is a person who became there's a whole nation that came to Israel and they became Gerim. And there's machlokes and shas whether they are Geri MS, do they really become Gerim? They became a little bit more relaxed, but still they become Ger Tzedek. So that's it. It's like a regular Jew. So if you become relaxed and relaxed, you're fakers. They all wanted to be part of the Jewish nation, but they were forced back in line. So they said, "Oh, we better do tshuva." They pretended to be Ger.
Go take your dog out. Go take your dog out.
With the shita that they're Ger.
I'm still basking. Straight up stealing. Back to back.
And if they do shita,
it's unreal. Fucking unreal.
This is a guy in the first place. Unconditioned, and somebody's watching. Why? Because
my friend, you had the cue. My friend, you had the cue. You had the cue.
The problem with them are that they're not marked on the Rabbis. They don't have a problem with the Ibra Listim Mitchell. Because if the Ibra Listim Mitchell means don't put a stumbling block. So they don't put blocks.
You had the cue. I tacked on it.
If it's not a block, if it's a pillow, they do put it. This is the third.
Oh, you're right.
They don't have a problem.
You're absolutely right.
Giving people trade. So, in the first place, why the
King. Literally takes a while.
It's only when a Jew standing right.
Just take. He's taking out his dog.
If you have a
Or
Mafia,
whatever,
you have in a lot of
feeding
places
him
today,
or
you can't afford a
whatever.
Mafia. It's going to sit there in the kitchen.
Doug, I just want to bask.
So
You know what it is to bask?
That's not acceptable. Can't do shkita.
Basking in the goal of two of the greatest comebacks that we've ever seen.
You cut off a kazayis. They also have a problem with you. So make sure.
I don't think nice big piece in a blank.
Do the test. You know the poison test.
I get it.
There was a Misa here in our show where a guy was caught red-handed. Exterminator. He was a fake exterminator. They caught him. So he did this calculation in his head. He said, listen, they caught me. Now, to do extermination illegally is a big problem. Go to jail, etc. It's better for me to say that I stole than to say I was an exterminator. She said, what are you talking about? I don't exterminate. I just spray water. So spray water, you're a gunner.
I know
you're not
this doesn't matter to you, but
So
Rumble just introduced shorts. It's growing as a platform, dog.
He says, no, I don't got now.
Okay.
So if you trust,
I agree.
if this guy's going to eat it, he doesn't eat tray.
What
He
the
keeps all the
absolute
rights.
fuck? Okay, we're
So
going
if
to
he
give
eats it, then
him.
you could be
If
so
I'm going to
punished.
12:23,
After the fact.
he gets till 12:33.
Okay.
Then we'll play again. All I know is that I would be giving you a lot of shit if you had the Z, the Q, the J, the F.
Now, we're going to do this.
I don't know how you had such
We'll do it each time.
Well, I do know, because I kept playing like two-letter words because I didn't want to waste those
It says in the
really valuable tiles. And then nothing was coming up to just be devastating. Then I was just holding back. Did you ever play Mario Kart with the blue shell?
Grammatically, it doesn't really work.
Okay, so in Mario Kart, that's not the original, but like the later versions, there are at least 3 kinds of shells. There's the green shell that just fires forward. There's the red shell, which is like a heat-seeking missile. And then there's the blue shell, which automatically goes to the person who's in first place, and atomic weapons like just shoots them out. And
let's see the beautiful pictures again.
I was basically just waiting back with the blue shell and waiting for my spot, letting you take the lead. And then when I saw that I had an opportunity,
so now right there, that's where
I used it.
because it's covered. And you cannot do it
You
it's
got
covered.
lucky too, because
It's covered.
I mean, they like a swap in there, like how many times?
But certainly, if
20.
the animal itself is covering, and they
like swap off
for sure. So
That's true.
this is
Teresa. X and the Z and a blank.
I had been holding on.
I played a door and then I got like just
you do one, sip it, and then you take a coffee break.
I couldn't believe that there was nothing that I could play like nose, N-O-Z-E. That's not a word. There was nothing that I could play with that N and Z. I was shocked. I was like, oh, dude. And then I have a blank kind of blow this out of the water.
There's somebody that watched them. It's okay.
I know, but like,
I tried to play it up the other day.
I figured like maybe there's some kind of like beta spelling of it or something.
I love you. We're talking about
there was not.
We're talking about the Jersey brother. You're pretending the hula and other people.
Right. And then playing Iron, I'm like, why would they do have like Hebrew letters in it though. So I'm like, okay, Iron, that worked. And then another thing that was big was you played Adored, and I played Adored with the D, and it was like a double word score for 2 different words. It was like
We talked about another D Macer.
Yeah, that was big. That was all right. Do you want to play mini golf?
I'm watching Real Care.
Okay, mini golf. I'm gonna send you
No.
You're done?
Karen.
I could lose 50 games in a row, Cam, right now, and it would not take away the joy that I experienced.
Once in a while he shows up.
A big comeback, two back-to-back comeback. It's one thing if you just blow someone out. It's another thing if the other person is celebrating using your celebrations and you end up winning, and then you get to use your celebrations. That's beautiful.
I had a feeling.
If you go to a restaurant and there's a mashgiach,
I'm a champion.
You either look at with the Evid.
Oh, fuck. No, I go, the champ's here, bum, bum, bum. The champ's here. After this game, I want you to just quickly YouTube Muhammad Ali, the champ is here, so you know what I'm talking about.
It's not with the Evid. Most restaurants are
we both.
It's too expensive. There's a mashgiach comedian in every restaurant? I don't think so.
Are you serious? I wonder what the record is between us and neither person getting it done.
I think that's what happens. Good happens. Record for someone else.
Yeah, like how many turns we've taken that nobody's gotten. Oh, you got that. Nobody's gotten anything.
If you sell a bunch of wine and you leave enough free,
This might be a normally they score first,
and you have a Jew going in and out.
That is 6 turns.
What's the
You gotta get this.
Probably the record.
You got this.
That the guy, I'm concerned. The guy is concerned that the Jew's going to catch him. The hatchery guy, the guy that's working in the restaurant, is concerned that he's going to get caught. There's a computer technician that went to fix somebody's computer. He's sitting at his desk. He's fixing his computer. And the boss comes into the room. So he stood up. So he says, what are you standing up? I'm a lawyer. He says, I've been doing this for a bunch of years. He says, I always peek around in people's history. This is the first time I went to somebody's history. It was clean. I was clean. So I'm standing up for you.
Dude, I still don't have a good shot.
I don't know, but it's a good story. No, he had to see where the problem came from, what bugs came from. What? But it's not, you're allowed, if even a guy selling wine, they're not concerned about. I'll show it, but this is an older one. This is a guy.
You have such a
the
big,
concern is that he's going to go into it
like grouping right
and take some wine. And then what is he going to do? He's going to have to repair what he did, because it's obviously sealed, right? It's not an open bottle. So he's going to repair it. That I'm not concerned. Why? Because he's going to get caught. So it's going to take 2 hours until it dries, just that. So that's actually what the Gemara is going to answer later on. That what's Rabbi bring a raya from something that takes such a long time to let. We're over here, it's just a slice of the knife, and he has Rishus to chef. Maybe he'll mess up.
Are you fucking serious? That was so fortunate. That was a bad shot.
You tell Rabbi also Mika Pani Mania. Doesn't say anything about that's look at the kilo. If he did it and he left the guy by himself, doesn't say
there are different definitions. There's generally a whole in 2 on a part 5.
Another riot that Nicholas Vioitze is okay.
No, that's a double
by the
eagle.
guy, it's in his house.
Double eagle is a double eagle. An albatross.
He's able to go in and out once in a while.
Or that it would be a double eagle. An albatross.
I agree with you.
One under is a birdie.
You're saying specifically of getting it in on 2 on a par 5.
Like a bias. We're talking about a pussy in the first place.
One under is a birdie, 2 under is an eagle, 3 under is a double eagle, 4 under is an albatross, and 5 under. You can't get that. So yeah, so an albatross is a hole in one on a par.
And you found out that the pussy did shkita. What do you do?
That's how I
So you give him the taste test. If he can eat it,
I think
if he eats it, great.
I believe it is any double eagle.
So let's just see.
That's
What
incorrect.
is it here?
And I believe. Well, this is what I
He's
just read today. I believe is that double eagle is correct. Double eagle. Albatross.
No, it's a double eagle. They even say it on TV. Like he had a double eagle. Like,
Okay.
I don't think
This
that
changes
is
a little bit. So it's not that the Jew is standing there, he goes in and out. That's the Chida.
did I just hit 1 year's in?
There's no because he has said the pussy did the Shechita.
No, I think you bounced it.
And you give him the. Now
We'll
we have
look
to
it up
understand
after
the
this.
third thing in the Mishnah.
Double eagle and albatross. And then I've heard, there's a part, there are some part sixes, and there's like a double, they have like a different name for it.
A deaf and a short.
Yeah, I
Par
played part six.
Where? Standard. That was not standard golf.
And a katan, we had a demonstration here, or the katan, we had a demonstration of a shaita.
Actually, no. I played a 600-yard par.
Then 600 yard par, not at all, even after the fact. Why? What's going to help me? Maybe they pause in the middle.
But I think they make it into a par six for women and Jews, something like that.
And when it says
So there's the first time on the scorecard
that if they shift and there's a single witness, then it's okay. You know, it's talking about the line before. We're talking about them, so the word Mekulan doesn't fit in. It should say,
okay.
This
is a tough shot.
But he said that if there's a Yeretz they should get both in and out. So why do I need a witness to witness the whole thing? Cash, it's a good cash.
You have two
That's
really
what
difficult
you have.
shots.
People don't say like
Or one really difficult shot.
Yeah, charcoal. The chart before.
Yeah, no.
Okay. That was the worst cash. The Chutz Shachtu is talking about the Kusi. Yeah. We have to change the chart.
The queen.
Yesterday, last night,
because even if I pocketed the queen,
it was over.
It's done terrible.
Yeah, I would rather get my thing out than have a good shot to get
so it happens once in a while.
I can make this shot. The other shot,
which is not a good shot. That means I didn't have a chance. I wanted to.
These shots are really hard. The ones that are right up against the wall.
So I just want to point out while we're here that Rabba is actually fixing a baya. You notice he says Abai says Kusi, Rabba also says Kusi.
This would be pretty new.
It's not so she get but Rabba himself doesn't really hold it. Rabba himself is going to hold like Rav Ashi because Rav Ashi actually brings Rabba as proof. So Rabba could go with Rav Ashi. That's all I want to point out. Rav Ashi,
you have two very difficult shots here.
Again, going back. What is these two things? In the first place, go ahead and do it. Which means only after the fact. What's going on here? What's going on here? Talking about a guy that went off the Dera.
Right.
And he's a mumar. Now, there's two types of mumar. Two people that went off. There's people that do it because they enjoy trade. They enjoy
so we're going to use Wikipedia as our decider on this because I've looked this up before. Albatross.
Two different things.
I think it's a hole in one on the first one.
And he does it because he believes in the Rabbi Shalom. Because he has a title. So a guy like that, you can rely on him to a point. He's not going to be matching other people. He's not a guy like Hafiz, but there's a guy that's a Russia. He does it.
And albatross, also known as a double eagle.
Why? Stop. Lahafis. It's upset. That guy
odds are maybe 6 million to 1
for a double eagle.
A burger is $3.99, but a
kosher
burger is $10.99. So he goes to McDonald's. But when they're right next to each other, and they're both $3.99, why are you going to McDonald's? Because you're Lahafis. So says Rav Ashi, we're talking about a mummer, and a mummer could chef in the first place. I can be sorry about a mummer. It's a big haggard, and it always was since I'm a kid about shaytim, mummer, and some of them are not such big Yerushalayim. Not every place that you go, you always have a guy or two that who knows what. They're doing it for the money. So,
Oh, a hole in one
we're talking about a guy who went off. He's bad in certain things, areas in the Torah. But he does because he's about Taiva.
A hole score of 3
See, it
strokes
says these
fewer
goals
than a
according
par
to Rava.
3
So
in the
Rava could
Torah
actually, this could be
as well
Rava.
as
Not only Ravashi. Ravashi is the one that wrote the Gemara.
or 2 strokes.
He's the last time we write. Rava was way before. But this can go
Oh, a condor. A condor is the unofficial name for a whole sport. 4 strokes fewer
If
than
you have a Jew who went off and eats nevelas because he has a fire, you do a Badika Saki, it's one of the things I don't like to do. It's basically, I'm going to do it on the other side. You go like this, you run your thumb like this.
No. There are some courses. Like, this has always been kind of a joke. I don't think it's that funny of a joke, but what is it? You go to a guy who plays golf a lot, and you tell his wife, I bet your wife can hit the ball a mile. And the guy would be like, no, my wife's never played golf. And you say, no, I bet she can hit the ball 1 mile. And he'll be like, look, she's never played before, and the longest drive I've ever had is 295 yards. I don't know what you're talking about. She can't hit the ball a mile. And you say, I will bet you a round of golf that your wife can hit the ball a mile. He'll say, okay, I'll bet you a round of golf or whatever. If you take her to the Grand Canyon, and you ever hit the ball off the side, and it will travel a mile vertically, and then she wins the bet.
He's not from.
Because it's 1 mile from the top of the Grand Canyon to the bottom.
He said
you just need a Grand Canyon nearby.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe you bet somebody something, but that's always been like an old joke.
What are you doing?
I was playing this course with a friend.
He says.
Oh, you were saying? Yeah.
He says, get out of here! I'm running. Get out of here!
My friend was driving back from Pennsylvania to California, and stopped in Colorado. We're gonna just stay in Colorado, but then because he had some crazy gun charge or whatever, he can rent in Colorado, even though he literally didn't do anything, and sold his gun. So I can rent in Colorado, so I kept driving my sister in Colorado.
What?
Give him a knife, you give him a good
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, check, because you're not
So my sister in Colorado was like, yo, whenever we're back in California, you should stop by the Grand Canyon for a 4-hour jeep tour.
If the knife is good,
then I don't know. I was talking about the Grand Canyon. I'm like, damn, that would be a sick place.
Now here we go.
Take the fucking balls. Tee off. So there. I don't know if people have done that before, but it's probably frowned upon and or illegal. So it'll be fun.
It's considered litter.
Is that criminal offense?
As I previously told you, I used to just get off the elevated cliffs into the ocean. And I don't think any of my balls actually made it to get it. They very well could have, but they very well might not have. Okay, so you were saying, how could you get a hole-in-one on a par 5 or a par 6 or whatever? Dog legs are the way to do it. So you could have a hole that basically doubles back, and if you can hit it over the trees, then it's possible. And some guy in California hit a hole-in-one on a par 6, theoretically called an ostrich, but it's never been recorded in. So,
and then where do you even go from there?
yeah,
Is there a bird larger than an ostrich?
by weight, no.
If somebody
Second
wins
biggest
he does that
That's
too.
funny.
The knife is good or not. He witnessed
I'm
the
not
street
sure
dog.
what it's like right
Maybe
now. There's like
he's using a
some
knife that has
crazy
a little
cursed
dent in it.
like
A
dinosaur
nick,
bird.
and a
I've
little nick is a
seen
problem.
photos
Why?
of
It's
photos
equal.
of
You can pull the.
Congo or
What am I
whatever.
talking about?
I feel like Joe Rogan
Don't worry,
maybe
we'll get there
You mean
sometime.
the biggest bird of all
Brown
time?
is equal.
Yeah.
Turning of the
It's
dime.
got these
Like
weird,
that
like,
global specialist in international financial services. I'm Lou Red.
It looks like a
Let me
haunted
Rothschild.
Pelican or
yeah.
something.
Shar. Another
Okay, so I was playing with them.
Rabin, and
I
these
used to
guys
play.
the last episode.
I used to play a lot of junior
Phoenix
golf,
live in
and
Arizona. Wow, so guys.
this was like in the mid '90s. Times were good. You could,
Beautiful. Live in America.
my friend and I would play in a league,
Are they in Flappers also?
and
Masters, whatever. Yeah.
after the league was done, we would go into
You're right.
the clubhouse, just a small
Rabino,
clubhouse,
Rabino,
and like
Rabinos. Slight
watch
variation in Rabino.
watch TV, and then
So
we would go
there's
play
two
another
things, two
round,
halachas, two types of shaykhs.
and
This is shaykhet. This is shaykhet
we
too.
would only play like
It's a mukha
9
in
holes
halacha. You know,
in the
all the
first
halachas inside
round,
out.
and maybe like in the, but sometimes
When
we
I
would
first
play
learned
like
Rabbi Fish, our official shaykhet,
27 or 36 holes in
the
a
amount of kaira that
It's
you
like
know,
till the point like
and then
we
they
get
quote
like
from this
really
one
bad
that you do like this. Just
Anyway, I'm
true
playing with my
fucking
friend, and
halacha.
he approaches
And then there's a
the
mitzvah,
fourth
a
hole
guy
of his
who
course.
did shechita at least 3
And
times, and he didn't faint.
we had some
So
adults ahead of
that's the
us,
difference
but they
between
weren't
the
like,
one he starts
they were like,
off with a person who's a
how
muktzah
do I
halacha,
describe it?
and
They
the other
weren't
one
like
is a
super,
muktzah.
this is like a municipal court kind of thing. And they weren't like,
in the first place.
this wasn't like a country club. So we play country clubs, this was not one of the time.
Check in
And
front of us. And we
we,
don't know if you now.
we see these guys, and I don't know necessarily if they were like, I don't know, 4 of them, and maybe we were like 10 or 11, and they were like in their early 20s, and there's this hole that basically is flat for the first 100 yards, and then it goes downhill pretty drastically, and then the hole is maybe 50 yards down, and so it's like 150 yards par 3, but it's like all downhill after some point, but to the point where if you hit the ball, you can't see the green from the tee. It just dips down. And I hit the ball wherever. My friend hits the ball, and what we didn't recognize was that the people who were ahead of us were still on the green, and I saw my friend's ball veering a little bit to the right, and then we but then like the guys to be able to tell us that we could hit, they start like waving the flag or something like that. Like, so if you took the flag out of the pin and waved it, you could see just the very top of it from the tee, and you know that you could jump. So anyway, my friend and I are going, I hit my ball, and it approaches the green or whatever, and we're looking for my friend's ball, and we're looking, and we can't find the ball. And
so it's going into Rabina. According to Rabina, that part is talking about people that
go
are not
to look in the hole, and I see it's his ball, and I'm like,
if you give him
no way, dude.
it's enough.
Were you playing like a Titleist or whatever? He's like, yeah, Titleist 3 or something like that. I'm like, your ball is in the hole. And he's like, I hit a hole in one, and he's going super happy. He's like, looking at it. And I saw this guy's ball off the tee, and I saw it was heading to the right. It was not heading toward the hole. It was basically heading to where, right where you would be walking as you walk off the hole. And I think these guys who were like in their 20s were like, hey, let's make these kids behind us really, really happy, and let's put the ball in the hole. And so my friend's running all around. I'm like, dude, you did not hit a hole in one. He's like, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I'm like, well, even if you did, you need 3 witnesses for it to be like legitimate, with like to be like public, or maybe it was 2 witnesses or something. And I'm like, I mean, I'll be 1 witness, but I saw this ball heading not in the right direction. So he goes and runs to the people ahead of us, and he's like, "Did you see I hit a hole in one? Did you see I hit a hole in one?" And they're like, "We don't know what you're talking about." And he's like, "Yeah, you guys like wave the flag or whatever," and they're like, "Okay." They're like, "Whatever." And he's like, "Well, will you sign my scorecard?" And they're just being like 20-year-old guys. They're like, "Sure, we'll sign your scorecard." So my friend got his name in the papers, and the bank bought him. He got $100 from the bank. And to this day, Riser, I still don't think he hit a home run. And I remember watching this and being like, this ball went to the right. Like, and it was a small green. It's not like you could hit the green and roll in. There was none of that. And so that was always a. That was always a.
3 seconds later,
so this was popular from like the early 1900s until about the year 2000 or so, that banks would, because they wanted good golfers as members of their bank or customers of their bank, they would give $100 to anyone who's able, whether like some of them would be I don't know, like it might be Orange County Credit Union might do it, or the I don't know, like I don't think like JP Morgan Chase did it, but like smaller more community banks would do this because it was a great way. It was like free advertising for them. It was $100, and then you it would be like in the OC register on this one page, or like this one's just an Orange County.
I know for a fact, Zach, it's enough.
Well, see, here's the thing, and I really mean this. People used to have integrity, and they would not do that. And that's why you needed multiple witnesses. And people used to have integrity. Yeah, what you're saying is absolutely correct. People would do that now, but people would not do that as much then. And so. It wasn't like I'm not saying that it wasn't done, but it wasn't done enough to be like a scam. Today, you'd get people who would hit 9 hole-in-ones in a round and have people sign off on it. But it was not that way. It was like your name was going to have to be on this scorecard. It was going to be publicized. It was a big deal. And, you know, golf is a gentleman's game. And you have to play the ball as it lies. And, you know, rub of the green and all of that stuff that they teach you. And it was just not something that people would do. People had integrity. Now, that changed around 9/11. That was a big thing. There have been certain waves of this. We've talked about it previously about people, the hitchhiking thing, when that stopped being popular, people having integrity and accountability and stuff. But at least in the 90s, this was still on, and it wasn't like a scam. You couldn't hit multiple holes in one. Like you might be able to take advantage of this once a year, but it was $100, which is a lot of money then to 2 10-year-olds or whatever. But it wasn't like huge. But anyway, to this day, I don't think he hit a hole in one, and he, for the life of him, thinks he did. And I really think I saw where this guy's ball was going, and he hit into it. He hit the ball right where they would have been. And I could see them being a bunch of 20-year-old guys, like, hey, let's make these 2 kids shit behind us, and they could think they hit a home run. And then when they ask about it, just play it off as nothing happened. That's exactly what I think happened. But to this, so Have I ever seen a hole in one? You didn't ask this question, but I have not with my own eyes. Now, here's another one that's interesting to me. And I normally don't play golf. Well, I've hit balls by myself, but I wouldn't normally play golf by myself. But one time I did, and I was coming up on like the ninth hole of this course, and it's a par four, but it's a short par four, and I spanked this ball. I hit like the best I hit in my life. And it's another hole that has a blind green. It just goes down a bit. You can't really see where the green is. And I thought I hit this ball so well that that I hit it over the hole into the putting green and like into the like near the clubhouse. And I was looking for this ball and looking for this ball and looking for this ball, and I could not find it. And again, I was by myself, so I didn't have anybody else's eyes on it. And you know, Raisa, I never thought to look in the hole, and I didn't. But the people behind me found a ball in the hole, and I don't remember what ball I used. And it's one of those things that kind of always stuck with me. Like I might have had a hole in one on par four, and I didn't know it because I just didn't know exactly where the ball was. And I didn't of all the places it's going to be. Like I'm never thinking it's going to be in the hole, but it was straight right over the. Right over the green. Yeah. So I never.
That
takes 2 hours to see it all.
would never happen.
And then, what's the word? And you're gonna use that
I know it
hair dryer and all. It's a big process to get the seal good. And then he's worried someone's gonna walk.
I know, but it's like I didn't have any witnesses to this, and it was like a rare time that I would play golf by myself, which I very rarely do. I usually play with people. But I wouldn't have had anybody to sign off on it. You know, that would have been, even if it did go in, I didn't have any witnesses to it. So, what am I going to do? I could care less about that. Just having somebody say, like, yeah, he did hit a hole. And, yeah. Well, I agree, but I just felt like it was like, I don't know. Maybe it was my ball, maybe it wasn't. It was the last hole of the course. Maybe people just left it in there or whatever. But and the thing is, I just don't necessarily remember the ball I was playing. I just pulled something out of my pocket, and it might have been a ball I was playing, but I didn't have the money to like the way we would do it. I think that's how most kids are. You might go to the course with like your balls, and they might be new balls, but then you're gonna find balls, and you end up playing with those balls. Unless you're playing with someone directly, you don't really necessarily always keep track of what ball you have if you have like a bunch of balls. Today, if I'm playing, I know what balls I play. I buy new balls. I'll buy the balls at the pro shop. But I got to the point though with my vision, I couldn't play with white balls. I had to play with yellow or orange, which is kind of embarrassing. But I could not find, especially like if my ball.
I like the pink balls, the contrast.
I'd play that too. I'd play those two. Any kind of neon balls. What I'm saying. Because I.
Are you like the giant pink?
That's right, and I had a giant pink driver like Bubba Watson, and I just would do that. I played in this golf league once, where my vision was really starting to fail, and I don't say it like I'm blind, but to the point where I could not see where the ball was going, and I bought this driver on like Alibaba or something, and it was supposed to be the biggest driver, the biggest headed driver you could buy. And I also I had like new Titleist irons and I bought like a bunch of like a bunch of pitching wedges and stuff. And I knew I had, I think you can have 14 clubs in your bag, something like that. And I knew I had like 15. And I'm like, I'm going to play with 15 clubs, and I want to see if anybody fucking calls me. And wouldn't you know it, I was playing in this league, and this guy's like, you have 15 clubs. And I went, you really counted how many clubs I have? Like, you're that much of a dick that you counted how many clubs I had? And I was like, it was like a trap. It was like a trap I was setting for someone. And I'm like, yeah, I got this new driver. A trap I was setting for someone. Like, I want somebody to call me out on this. I had just gotten this new driver, and I threw it in my bag because I wanted to try it. And he was like, I've never seen a driver. He's like, yeah, I've never seen a driver that big. And he's like, is that regulation? I'm like, dude, this is just like a company league. It's not like it's not like the PGA Tour. And I knew in my head it is not regulation. That's why I fucking bought this thing, because I think the biggest head you could have is something like 330 square centimeters or something like that, and this thing was like 450. It was like a little bit, like a good deal over. And I'm like, okay, so do you want me to? So if you have one club, if you have too many clubs, it's a 2-stroke penalty for however many until it's discovered. And it was like we were on like hole 4 or something. Like, do you want me to take an 8-stroke? Or he found it on like the 4th tee or something. And I'm like, do you want me to take a 2-shot penalty for each? Like, I'm not saying it was right in my mind to do, but I was really like, I wonder if somebody's going to call me out. And he's like, no. I was just curious why you had so many clubs. And I'm like, yeah. Like, I found it really interesting. Nobody counts other guys' clubs, but like generally, it's seen as a gentleman's game. And I got in this new club, and I'm like, yeah, I'll try it out. Yeah, I think so too. There's another thing. I don't know if this.
Also, like 14 to 15 is like, it's like 14 is like such a large number, like 50 week in there.
Yeah, I think. I think you should be able to have 50. Like head-to-head because it makes the game more fun.
So then they're gonna push for 60.
I'm fine with that. I would say 20 is fine. It's more money for the club manufacturer, so they'll be okay with it. You get pushback from the PGA Tour and stuff, but it's not like your bag can't hold it. Your bag could probably hold 30 clubs if you, most bags. And like a tour bag could hold a lot of clubs too. I was always trying to find like gadget clubs, like things to give me an advantage. Loopholes, exactly. I remember.
Aren't there like gloves where like the glove head and like the shaft basically on like a hinge, they like whips and like snaps and shit?
I've seen that, but those are more trainers.
I thought they like help you.
I thought they were trainers. Do you know what the best swing is in golf club? It is not. Like
best swing. How many types of swings are there? What are the options? That's like,
okay, there's like baseball swing. There's your traditional like Rory McIlroy swing. There's Happy Gilmore swing. There's keeping your arms straight swing. There's pendulum swing. There's strip it and rip it. Of all of them, I really mean this. The best swing, I think, is a combination of keeping your left arm completely straight and a grand swing. And the reason why I say that, if you ever look at like the guys who play on the tour, fairways and regulations is like a really important statistic. And yeah, these guys are like whipping it like 380 yards or whatever. And that's really great. But under most conditions, you don't have to hit the ball that far. Like non-PGA Tour, non-major conditions. And a 200-yard granny swing with a 180-yard 3-wood, if you can do it accurately, will get you on the green in 2 just about every time. The thing that what I'm saying is you want to sacrifice accuracy for power. And then to 1 putt or 2 putt from there. That means you don't have to have a really good short game. You just have to have, what I'm saying is, if you can get really accurate with your drives and your long irons and long woods, and short woods, I guess, you don't really need that good of a short game. Now, that's great in strategy, but you're always going to have it where the ball falls off the, like skips across the green or something like that. So you will need a short game. But what I'm saying is, if you can get it to be like you can get every fairway in regulation without an issue, like that's easy for you. You always hit the ball straight, but it's only 200 yards every time. And then you're able to hit a 3-wood, like let's say 180 yards. Well, actually, I should say you should be able to hit the driver longer, maybe 220, 240. But I'm saying sacrifice 240 for the fairway versus 310 and the rough, because that's when you're going to run into underneath the trees and cart paths and all that other stuff. And I think that
What's a granny swim though? I have no idea what a granny.
Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so the reason why I call it that is because I used to see a lot of grannies in leagues use this swing. So you keep your left arm like perfectly like a pendulum, and you don't bend it. And like, can you see my screen? Can you see me? Okay, so you basically keep both arms really sweet, really straight, and you don't worry about a really fast backswing. Like you can hold your backswing like this, and you can talk in someone's backswing, and you can have it, and then you just hit the ball like that. It's like all about your downward force. So what I'm saying is most golf swings are like this. You don't do that multiple motion. It's back, and you just wait, and then just follow it. But you could wait 10 seconds. The only thing that matters.
The waiting at the top.
I agree with you. But what I'm saying is that you don't gain anything by going back quickly. The only thing that matters is accuracy of the ball hitting the club head. And thus you want to make it as consistent as possible of that motion. Now, it's almost like in bowling, the granny bowling is the most accurate way to bowl as well, but nobody does it because it looks stupid. Another thing is the granny free throw shot. You know when they, like, a granny, like, I call it granny, but, like you take the underhand. Exactly. Exactly. That's the most accurate way to do it. But nobody wants to do it because it's considered a match. Which is interesting. It's like, I think there was some kind of, somebody did this in the NBA, and they were able to somewhat significantly improve their shooting. Granny shot NBA improved. Somebody was a bad. So Rick Barry perfected the technique, shooting with a career 89.3 from the line, which is incredibly high. Incredibly high. So, But the greatest, perhaps the greatest basketball player of all time, Wilt Chamberlain, he was so good, Riser, from a standstill, he could dunk from the free throw line. He did not need a running start. So he could just, the free throw line, he was a 7-foot man, and he could just take a really big jump and dunk for his free throws. So they had to make that illegal, or else he would score every time. And he was able to improve his
I don't know if I believe that you could jump from the free throw line.
Absolutely, yeah. And
I thought Michael Jordan would take like a running start.
He would, but
but
Wilt Chamberlain was 6 inches taller than Michael Jordan. Yeah. So, dude, if you don't believe it, then why did they change the rule because of it? It's in the books why they changed the rule because of it. Wilt Chamberlain rule change dunking from free throw line. So, Wilt Chamberlain's ability to dunk free throws directly caused the NCAA and NBA to implement rules prohibiting shooters from crossing the. What did you say? Are you talking to me? Yeah, so apparently before, he never got the chance to do it from just a standstill because the NCAA, they witnessed him do it with taking three steps, and they banned it, and then the NBA banned it because he was going to use it in the playoffs. So what they said...
like to shoot a free throw?
Exactly. He's a very big man. He scored 100.
Is that allowed? I guess not. There wasn't a rule.
Exactly. They saw him as a freshman in college, attempt it, and they were like, we can't let somebody do this. So they quickly instituted a rule. Riser, guess how many points this man had in one NBA game?
Isn't he on the San Antonio?
No. Wilt Chamberlain was in the 1950s and 60s and 70s.
And one NBA game, I don't know,
he had 100 points in a game. He's the only guy to do that.
No.
Yeah, there's an issue though. It's not on video. But there were people there who witnessed it. So he was like pretty early, and the NBA did not always videotape their games. But yeah, now, dude, this guy was so good, Riser. I'm just gonna give you a quick breakdown on him. So for anybody who ever tells you Kobe's the best, Shaq's the best, Michael Jordan's the best, you should know this conversation in the back of your mind. None of those guys are the best. Wilt Chamberlain. Yo, dog, can you please give me Wilt Chamberlain
NHL players scoring like 15 goals.
Statistics and rules that he changed that are like statistics that are considered unbreakable? Dude, get this. The average an NBA game is 48 minutes. And one season, Wilt Chamberlain averaged 48.1 minutes for a season. He played every second of every game, and then they had one game or two that went into overtime. Like, LeBron takes a break 3 minutes into every game. Like, it's just unheard of. So, his unbreakable records. He had 100 points in an NBA game. Scored 100 points March 2nd, 1962. The next highest NBA game is 81 points by Kobe Bryant. No player has seriously threatened 100 in decades. 50.4 points per game for an entire season. He averaged over 50 points across a full season. Modern scoring leaders are usually in the 30 to 37 point range. 48.5 minutes per game in a season. The NBA game lasts 48 minutes. He averaged more than 48 because he played nearly every minute and overtime period. He missed only 8 minutes all season. He had 55 rebounds in a single game. The modern NBA rebounding environment makes this extremely difficult. He had 27.2 rebounds per game for a season. Modern leaders are often around 12 to 15 rebounds a game. So he had double that.
What did they change the rebound to?
He invented the block. So before they didn't count blocks, he invented it. And then also before you couldn't have they didn't have offensive goaltending. So basically you used to be able to just tell your friend, hey, throw the ball up to the hoop and I'll just jump up and get it and like slam dunk it. And they changed it. So they changed it. They would basically say, well, yeah, it is. I misspoke. Before, what they would say is this: take a shot at the hoop, and I'll jump up and try to get it if it doesn't go in. Or if I see that it's not going to go in. Let me get the clarification on that, because that's a good point. What's the difference between an alley-oop and offensive goaltending? So what's the difference between an alley-oop and offensive goaltending? Isn't it a slight differentiation? The core difference lies in the intent and classification of the ball. An alley-oop is a legal pass where the offensive player catches and dunks the ball before it touches the rim, whereas offensive goaltending or basket interference is a violation that occurs when the offensive player touches the ball while it is above the cylinder, the imaginary ring extending upward from the rim, and has a reasonable chance to score. So is it really that clear? No. While referees often allow alley-oops that technically meet the criteria for goaltending to preserve the flow of the game, the rules state there is no difference in the violation itself. If the ball is descending and has a chance to go in, touching it is illegal, regardless of whether it was thrown as a pass or a shot. So it's very close. But they didn't have something called offensive goaltending before him. So he had. Can you hear me? You can't hear me. Can you hear me? No, riser.
Yeah, so if the ball is going down, then you can't touch it.
Exactly. But not before him. Not before he changed the rule.
What's there a difference between that and alley-oop? Between that and alley-oop, or they're the same thing? But the refs, it's like weird. It's a violation, but the refs.
That's exactly
a violation.
Yeah, one of them is, are you passing the ball to the guy? The other is, are you trying to make this as a shot and your teammate sees that it's going to bounce out or something and then puts it back or something? But it's very close.
Okay.
So he had 7 straight scoring titles, meaning nobody in the league scored more points than him in 7 straight years. He had 11 rebounding titles. He averaged 22.9 rebounds for his entire career. He scored 4,000 points in a season. He had 45 consecutive games with at least 30 points. He recorded 65 points or more 15 times. He played every minute of every game for nearly the entire season. So here are the rules that were changed because of it. One of my favorite is he used to score on the inbound. Okay, so imagine, like, you play basketball. You know when you inbound the ball underneath the hoop?
I don't know what inbounding is.
Do you know where the hoop is? Imagine there is someone who had passing the ball onto the court from out of bounds. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so this guy used to just jump from out of bounds and slam dunk the ball from underneath the rim. And they were like, you can't do that. So that's the thing with him. His stuff is normally like a few things. He wasn't very much liked because he would have sex with white women, and people didn't like that. And so there's no footage of him. Well, basically, he was kind of seen as the bad boy in basketball, and a lot of his games, his early games, were not games. And then his later games were taped, but it was after they already changed the rules. So he was so dominant, the NBA modified or emphasized several rules. Lane widening. The free throw lane was widened from 12 feet to 16 feet to make it harder for him to camp near the basket. Basically, before he used to just sit underneath the basket and wait for the rebound and then just put it back up. Offensive goaltending. Rules regarding touching the ball around the rim were strengthened because of players such as Wilt. Free throw rules. Wilt would essentially take a running start before shooting free throws and dunk the ball. The NBA prohibited crossing the free throw line before the ball reached the rim. Inbounding after made baskets. Some rules were adjusted to limit giant players from immediately scoring near the basket after an inbounds play. Perhaps the craziest statistic. In the 1961-1962 season, he scored 50. He averaged 50.4 points per game, 25.7 rebounds per game, and 48.5 minutes per game. No player in major American professional sports has ever had a season that far ahead of the rest of the league statistically. Many basketball historians consider Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game and 50.4-point season to be among the most untouchable records in all of sports, alongside achievements such as Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak and Wayne Gretzky's career NHL scoring. Like, Wilt, people
seems like he was getting a record with like the Scrabble equivalent of him like getting like having the Q, the X, the J, the Z, and then Scrabble just got rid of those letters. Now it's like no one can do
that's exactly right. So when people are like, "Oh, Michael Jordan's the best," it's like Michael Jordan and Wilt Chamberlain played different sports. The lane change, offensive like. They had to change all the rules because of Wilt Chamberlain, not because of Michael Jordan. And he also
nobody likes him as much as.
Well, so the big statistic, more than all of the things that I just said, that's not the statistic for which Wilt Chamberlain is considered most famous. Do you know what the statistic is for which Wilt Chamberlain is most famous?
Playing like pitches.
20,000.
I heard a mention of this like a couple days ago on a podcast.
Yeah, but let me clarify. Yeah, let me clarify that. And so that's, if you do it out, it's like 2 women per day for like 50 years or something. Here's the thing, though. And I would speak up on behalf of Wilt Chamberlain because he called them encounters. And what does that mean? He would say that I think in his book he said, I had 20,000 encounters with them. Something like that. But what counts as an encounter? Meeting a Starbucks barista, does that count as an encounter? Perhaps. I mean, depends how you define encounter. And he did not want to be known for that number. He eventually had this beautiful house in Bel Air. He called it Urus Maximus, or Urus. Oh, it means giant bear in Greek. And he had like everything in his house was like fur, and Urs Major. We call it Urs Major, which is Latin for largest band. I could be wrong. No, it is. Urs Major's large. I know that. Ursa Major. Apologies. It's Latin for Great Bear. And it was the name of his house. And like basically he was like you know how we watched like the OJ thing, and OJ had that quote, "I'm not black, I'm OJ." Well, Will Chamberlain was OJ before OJ.
I want to open up a fresh one I've never.
Base, exactly. Now, I'm gonna look up Muhammad Ali, the champs here, because I think it's from the Rumble in the Jungle. The champ is here. The champ is here. It was before Muhammad Ali was going to fight George Foreman. The champ is here was an iconic declaration associated with boxing legend Muhammad Ali. It serves as both a literal announcement of his presence and a metaphorical statement of his dominance, confidence, and status as the greatest athlete of his generation. The phrase encapsulates Ali's persona as the people's champion, representing not just the boxing prowess, but his cultural impact, poetic, articulate freedom, and stance on freedom on civil rights. The most famous instance of the chant occurred in 1974, leading up to the Rumble in the Jungle against George Foreman. In the legendary scene, Ali interrupted Foreman's training session in Zaire, jumping into the ring and chanting, "The champ is here," to psychologically unsettle his opponent. This moment highlighted Ali's strategy of using psychological warfare and showmanship alongside his physical skills. And that's what I do to you in literati. I use psychological warfare and showmanship alongside my mental skill.
Alongside J,
Are you ready to play? Are you ready to play again?
You don't have the balls.
Doug, folks, this motherfucker wants 3 in a row.
You brought your own things. You trying to up.
I like how you I know.
I agree with you.
No, it's not inside. Oh. Okay, Rabbi Rothschild. Wait, watch my table, please. Okay. This Rabbi Rothschild is the tunnel. We have a trachea and esophagus. How do you say tunnel in English? Trachea. This is the windpipe. As a matter of fact, here in Israel, they take these out of the animal and they make air conditioner pipes. There we go. This is what it looks like, exactly. It's part of it. That is tough. So if somebody punches you in the neck,
Do we have
a breathing? Because if it was like a muscle, it would collapse.
You want a definition?
You know, it'd be hard. It'd be like mushy.
Yes, please. I'd like to know the definition.
This is where the food goes down.
I think
And it's flexible. It's like a muscle.
in some Christian
So when you're
churches,
looking at the animal,
it's like a period of time
one behind the other.
around
And shchita means they have to cut right through these two pipes. Two simanim, two pipes.
till
Trachea and
their
take
celebration.
the knife and you
That is correct.
You're gonna first hit this guy, and then you're gonna go through this one. And that's what we're learning about living our life. What's bad, what's good, who can do it. How about sharpness? Anybody can check, even Nathan G. Anybody can check. What does that mean, anybody? Even a woman can check. Now, what is the question? Why doesn't, because it says they're scared of blood, they can faint.
Oh, can I have that back? I can't believe it didn't.
Now, if we just look at these words, because this is what we're going to be dealing with, these words we're going to be dealing with today and tomorrow. The first 4 words. Anybody can check. So why does it say Shkitas and Sheira? Because anybody can check. Shkitas and Sheira. So Hakol Shoyta would mean, just pointing it out here, because we're going to be saying it over and over. Hakol Shoyta means Mechatchila. Mechatchila means in the first place. Anybody can check in the first place. There's nothing stopping anyone.
Yeah, he was their spokesperson, which made him the most wealthy athlete of like the early 2000s.
Why didn't they go with Muhammad Ali?
He didn't want to do it. By that time, Muhammad Ali had Parkinson's disease really badly and couldn't speak. But George Foreman was like still able to speak. But somebody turned that down. I forget who, and it cost them like huge amounts of money.
Oh, you just drove up the street now.
No, I don't want to join your.
What's your name?
Was it a big barbecue brand?
No, nobody had ever heard of it. No, absolutely not. And it became like it made George Foreman like $120 million a year.
The parrot is someone who is deaf. Not just the person who.
Why do you think they went with a boxer? Why do you think they went with a boxer for their name?
They wanted a spokesperson, and the trademark of it, or the tagline was it knocks out the fat. Like, basically, this was a grill that had a little tray, and you could see the fat of your burgers, like, dropping down into it, and it was really good. I never had one. I don't know anybody who had one, but I would see it on TV that it was like a tabletop grill. And if you had an apartment or a small kitchen and you wanted to grill and you couldn't grill outside, it was a way to grill.
Come. You'll be our first.
I got you.
First carbon, exactly. You want to hold this? I trust you. You're not going to try to do anything to me, right? Okay. How old are you? 11. So you're a couple, man.
But back in the day, you'd see the list of like the highest grossing athletes of the year. And George Foreman was always number 1. Michael Jordan was 2. Tiger Woods was 3.
We already did this for her before.
All right, so we're gonna formalize the golf birds now. So 1 under is birdie, 2 under is eagle, 3 under is albatross, 4 under is condor, 5 under is ostrich. You can't get 6.
It's a R6 regulation, but it's a junior. Or will Miami's playing it against the whole
Pterodactyl.
No, not this. Okay, great.
I guess, yeah.
How do you say thumbnail in English?
I think it would be interesting if there was like goals that were like
Thumbnail.
2,000 yards long.
I do too, but I don't think we'll see it because horses are not getting that long anymore because real estate is so expensive. Though there is a really interesting tax loophole that happened, which is why the tax loophole in the United States at least is something like normally there are property taxes, but golf courses are exempt because of some fishiness that country clubs had influence on in like the 1970s or something.
So there's another thing that we're going to be discussing, and I want to point it out here in the Mishnah.
Cemetery.
I forget
we just said, so it should say, the im shachatu, not the kulam. The kulam is like everybody else besides the people that we just discussed. If there was a witness, one guy, one Eidapah, because Eidapah never be sued, doesn't share. The shchita is share. Okay?
Enor?
Thank you, Enor.
Dude, that's some bullshit.
We don't have a lot of information. If there's an Eidapah, there's a witness that saw the shchita, then it's okay. It shouldn't be okay, but if he witnessed it, he's watching it, saw the whole thing, it's good. By the way, Shopsy, just I looked around in my class, I looked around on Shop, and there's only 3 volumes left of Shops. First, that's it. And then the Shops is over. I believe it. You reminded me because you do that. The done thing. Okay? Says the Gemara. I thought show you. Here, I made a little chart.
I'm not happy with you.
Words. The 2 first words I thought show you means the Fatila. What does the Fatila mean? In the first place.
I don't know how that works on a freaking point.
After the fact. What did you hit? Like, it's perfect, it's great.
Like a bonus.
And the evidence is like
Yeah,
not
it was
the
a
best
2
in the world.
words.
What does that mean?
Words.
So let me just show you this.
Raj?
That's how you fulfill it. It's a very nice program that our guys do.
I tell you, Enor.
Dude, God, I know what that is. That's not what that is. You're not gonna get pissed off over that?
54 pounds.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild.
I don't know why SH is considered a word.
The right side can still pour out of it. It's not a problem. If you pour milk into the chone,
That's horseshit.
bring the daf to life with the second spoon. Okay. So, there's a story that happened, a true story. By Zishoya, where a guy, he dropped some butter in his chone. He asked the rabbi, what's that level? And the rabbi said, it's butter. He said, there's enough chone that it overcomes the butter. So then he went, that day on, for the rest of his life, and he put a little butter in the chone. What's that? That's the Hatila and the Diavad. In other words, the Hatila is in the first place. Can I go put butter into my chomp in the first place? No. But after the fact, after it happened, you go ask the rabbit. I say, okay.
Rebbe, my cholent is not tasty. Can I pour in 2 drops of milk? It will be potel bishishi. No, it is a soup. Rebbe, I was cooking flishik soup, and by mistake 2 drops of milk fell in. What do I do? The soup is kosher. Since it already happened, b'di'evet, it is potel bishishi.
So I asked the Gemara. Hakol Shoifin. In the first 2 words of the Mishnah, Hakol Shoifin seems like you could just go ahead and do it no matter what. Look at Chila. Ushli doesn't share all the other. As the Gemara is going to explain, why is it double usher? It should say Hakol Shoifin. Once you say Hakol Shoifin, of course the Shkid is kosher. Elamai, the first 2 words.
This motherfucker got the Z, got the Q. That is still down more than 40. It's incredible to me how that happens. And they have one blank. Like sometimes you just get everything, not you, but just in general. You have the J, and you use the J twice, and it's still like not that great because the other person just had some really good plays.
Everybody does it. Everybody does it.
Oh man.
Everybody does it. But you know, it makes it okay. It's not okay.
Okay. Misplayed this.
What is Tamura? That used to be my favorite question to ask people. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna ask, what's Hagrama? From now on, I'm gonna ask, what's Hagrama? What's Tamura? So everybody that's in MDY for a little bit of time knows. Tamura means that if I set aside a designated animal, I said this animal should be. I'm watching the whole time. They're already sleeping. It's so clear. But you ask a guy in the street that never did that for me, they won't know. Well, 80% of people won't. Tamura is. Seems like a great thing to do. You have an animal, right, Ellie? Tell me what it is. What is it? Switch an animal for a better one. You have an animal that you said, I'm designating this as an idol, let's say, as a shnabin, and then I come across a much nicer animal. So it makes sense to bring the nicer animal to Hashem. So you say, this second animal should be instead of the first. That's it. This is the right, so it's awesome to do. It's called Tamura. The second animal gets the same exact designation as the first. If you treat the second one as the first remains like the first, the second one remains like the first, and everything's great. It looks something like this. He feels bad. He's bringing the small one to Hashem. He wants the bigger one. Oh. So that's awesome. But it says in the Mishnah over there, oh, Mamir, everybody.
Zori? What the fuck is that?
Even some of the inherits, okay, whatever the finish is. But the bottom line is, it seems like, so according to what you're telling me, that Hafal means in the first place, so it seems like you could do Torah. After that, I don't know. Okay, now he's like, it means that you could do it. But see, it says, unfortunately, the Torah, you should not switch a good one with a bad one.
You should take you can use your S to add it on his spread, make spread.
Even if it's a good, if it's better, you still can't do it. So that's not a question, because over there, the Mishnah goes ahead and explains itself. Also with the cutting.
Glory, a type of flat thong, Japanese sandal, made of materials like straw, cloth, leather, or rubber.
Rubble?
If you go ahead and you do it,
Did you say rubble?
The Mishnah explains already.
I meant rubber.
That it's a mitzvah to do.
How many things are there?
If you do it, get mountains. Bayas, Hakol, Shekatimim, it's in the first place.
I might need.
Says Gemara, Elakol Ma'arishim B'nei Rachim. So as usual, you go through a Daf Gemara and learn so many new musagim. Here's the musag of Erecha. What does Erecha mean? Anybody know? Erecha. The Torah says that if somebody looks at somebody else and says, Erecha Olai, you mean, yeah, okay. Yeah. Very good.
A word that I think should be in here that I don't think it is vibe. Another one is emo, and another one is
That's jump out of the first time jumps out, the position art, the whole thing, beautiful. Beautiful. Let me say a quick story. I forgot to say it during the whole talk. I said it in the past. It's a famous story. And it fits in with the end of the 7. And it's what's the Shabbos, and the 7 minutes left in the show. So we might as well say it. Real quickly.
They're just handing out
that comes from Portugal, comes to Shul here, and the rabbi was talking about the whatever. So he comes home and tells his wife, I want to bring lechem achana. Make me a cup of bread. I want to bring to the shul lechem achana. So she makes it 2 towels, and he brings it to the bedroom. Nobody's there. He runs over to the Kodesh and he says, Kodesh Loyam, I want to give you these 2 breads, special for you. He puts them down by the ankle.
how many things are left?
For Myra, and he's gone. I was so excited. He said, Hashem, he probably took them. He went home, he told his wife, Hashem, listen, like, and like this every week, she would make 2 breads. And sure enough, he accepts them. One day, he puts his 2 breads down, and he's talking to Hashem, he's saying, Hashem, he's taking our drugs, okay? And the Rav happened to be there. He was like setting up for Shabbos. The Rav runs over and says, Yeshua, what are you doing? What are you crazy out of your mind? You think Hashem eats bread? What are you? And he makes a whole commotion, and then the Gabe comes in. And the Gabe says, hey, you're the person that puts the 2 breads there. You should go up every single Shabbat to bring it home. And give it to my wife. This guy is so took off, and the rabbi yelled at him. He found out that they comes home. Mom is crying. Now Rizal sends a messenger to the Rav. He says to the Rav, you better get ready. Tell your family that you're going bye-bye. So the Rav says, bye-bye. Look. He says, Rizal, so what happened? He says, you're not going to make it. Tomorrow's your last day. Say goodbye. So because Hashem was so happy about this guy. The guy brought a present. God. And you believe it. I mean, he brought a present. And now you took away Hashem's present. It fits in with the whole lechem achana, the whole everything we learned in the last stop that says, Echad damar be'echad al-ma'amadu. Person like Kavoni, he didn't know. A mistake, but he thought he was bringing carbon. That's what the worker wants. The worker wants us to give from our heart. Something tomorrow. So again, a person looks at somebody else and he says, I want to give whatever you're worth in the touch.
Folks, that's 3 straight.
You keep track at home. The king's here. The champ's here. The champ's here. The champ's here. This motherfucker is complaining about S's and Y's when he got the Z. He got the J. He got the Q. Folks, you want me to? Who had the Z that game? Riser. Who had the Z that game? I'll wait.
I got single blank.
I got single blank. That's not anything about which to complain. Just we'll go through this. I'll just ask you the question very simply. Who had the Q that game?
I don't know.
The answer is you. Who had the Z that game? The answer is you. Who had the J that game? The answer is you. Who had the Z that game? The Q that game?
Every single ass.
Did I? Because I don't think so.
I didn't get a single ass. It's two S's.
You use your blank for an S.
So that's already Nojim Benidar. That's the
Yeah, I kind of had to.
You didn't have to.
You should do this in the first place. You should say, I want to give them some amigos.
That's what I want to hear. All right, hold on. I got to take over. Hold on, son. The champ is here. The champ is here.
It's better that you shouldn't promise tzedakah than to promise and don't pay. Britanya, it's even more than that. This is a fucking reality. Britanya, it's better not to make another at all. You're mayor. You would think. If a guy's if a guy's in shul, it's in the store and he buys custom Torah for a lot of money, does he get a mitzvah? So before he pays, does he get any mitzvah? The Ram endorses he gets zero mitzvah. Zero. Until he pays. You guys are right. I took him to show me for that. You don't get a mitzvah stamp to now what's the finish? With that also I said once before, just recently, we read out to say, well, what's the finish? That if you don't pay, of course you do the bad thing.
Oh, look who the fuck it is.
They hire these people,
What did you do? Have to slaughter a kangaroo for your dog?
Yeah.
So, you think you're doing a great thing. You know, at a dinner or something.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
Do you dream under anesthesia? I'm looking at like these doctors saying you don't, some say you do, some say you don't, some say I dream.
Anesthesia
That's probably what type.
under which I've been, I don't recall. The anesthesia under which I've been, I don't recall dreaming, but I'm sure some people do. I mean, wouldn't like a near-death experience be the definition of dreaming under anesthesia?
No, every time I've done it, gone under, it's like just be on, you just like wake up, you gotta get smacked in the face by a doctor. I had to drink last time I had my probably I had to guess. I had a dream.
Dude, guess how many games of Literati I've won in a row? I'll wait. Three. Are you ready to play mini golf?
And that's in the zoo. So when you say zoo, you're pointing a particular animal.
All right.
You're saying this animal has a purpose.
Do you have a chance?
Do you
have a chance?
No matter what. So
Dude, what's the name of this hole? Dude, what is the name of this hole? Riser, are you going to accept the invitation, or are you just going to J-Yor? It's the S-hole, dog. Everybody knows that. Nobody makes a 5 like that. Garbage.
No one makes an S like that. Analog 5s, like on clocks. Actually, look like that.
Not analog, digital. Like, yeah, digital. Not analog. I know what you're saying, but that's digital. Yo, dog, what are we waiting on, Zoo?
Zoo, this is dog shit. Kangaroo.
Zoo, is his thing moving?
No,
How the fuck does he get to stop time?
Everybody's 5 and 6.
Zoo, you're like paying off the president of Plato. What a dumbass fucking shot.
Oh my god.
Your hatred of me is the reason why you will not be successful at this game.
Everybody's 5 and 6.
Folks, do you hear the collusion? Do you all hear the collusion?
Then of course you're chayav in the first. They take out the word anoshim. You just learned that word is not there in
Straight in.
Put all your body weight on the
Straight
head.
in.
So everybody should do smicha, even somebody that inherits.
Collusion. Collusion. Riser colluded. The exact words. You'll never hear from me. I'll help you.
I literally screwed up.
And then you said, "Don't worry, Zoo. I will help you." That's an exact quote, son. Dude, come on, man. You're using this fucking time machine to pause time. Riser, is his time moving?
Why does the game just stop his fucking
Dude, are you there?
Report this activity.
Where did his ball go?
What's up?
You make out, yeah, you heard it.
Did you shoot it?
Yeah? Say it. Okay, good. The next time off, you're making an assumption.
I think this is a sacred
And
home.
he asks me questions. Don't make an assumption. Don't ask questions. You made an assumption.
Okay, why didn't you shoot it, Zoo?
Why didn't you shoot it? Means in the first place. And then he asked me questions.
Because I was trying to get back into the voice chat. Because I was having a voice chat. I thought I had more time.
You were checking your messages.
You're messaging Chelsea.
Telling that bitch she's a bitch.
Come on, I'm more interested in Chelsea.
No, he's not. He was at one point, but she ignored him.
I told her she was like 8 years younger than me for one.
Then the first word, it can't be.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Come on, Zoo, make this.
It can't be that she doesn't care me.
Secret hole, Zoo. The tree is actually a secret hole.
That's lovely. So for that, we have an answer. The what? Hakol Shaitan means one thing. Shaitan Shera means another thing. There's two different stories. And there's 6 different ways to learn it. We're going to learn 1 or 2 today. Tell you a story, but it's gonna have to wait tomorrow. Put the story right over here. Great. Omer Rabbi Baruch. Shot number one. Somebody who's coming. You become tamei by touching a dead person, by touching a dead mouse, by touching somebody who himself is the avakilma, he's coming himself like a zov. Come tamei. A person who's tamei can perform shkita. Why? Because we're talking about chulin. He's not a base of English. He's a shaykhah, like every.
No.
The shaykhah today is tamei. They shuffle all day long, even though they're tamei. What's the problem?
Why doesn't Zoot shoot at the hole? Like, just have the right balance.
Somebody who's coming.
Okay. I mean, you made it, but that's not always a good thing. Do what you just did, son.
Why not everybody? There are people who, wow, it's like, I feel bad for Israelis.
Go get the water bottle.
You can't rush.
North.
Because they want to eat fries coming up. Shlomen, whatever it is. They want practice. So what do they do to get practice? They pretend every time they shut it down, they pretend that it's culture. They pretend it's a part of it. They say everything
Oh, fuck.
I'm fooling. That should be like a purple.
Water bump him, Zoot. No.
The couple of the fire.
Speaking,
You left the couple of the fire. It's like the one where there's like three like competitions.
Sometimes when you accept on yourself something that's
That's the couple of the fire.
Yeah, maybe.
Riser, why did you have such a shitty shot?
Zoot is out, distracting questions.
What a great shot. That was good. As fuck, Riser.
Stop. Become kadosh when you give yourself, when you're pirish from things. So he's pirish. And he holds.
Is this the hole that has the biggest? Is this the hole that? Is this the hole that has the biggest sand trap on it?
You can't check something when you're coming. Come for sure now. So I would say, if you're coming, you can't check the hole. You can't go for the regular
just does this hole have the most sand on it? Is the first question.
No. As long as the knife is long.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
How does he do it? Because he can't touch it. Maybe Sakin Aruka brings a long knife, huh? You want to put it in? You want to do this one. Sakin Aruka.
Are you serious?
Riser, did you like my shot? Riser, did you like my shot? Riser, did you like my shot?
No.
It's over, baby. I think that the Inuit people and the Yupik people would be proud of the way that I played on this hole. What's up, Zoot? No, I'm the wrong person to ask questions. I haven't seen it all, so I'm the wrong person. I think I've only watched like one episode of the show.
maybe I watched them all on the stream, but I didn't pay attention. So I think I watched. I guess I would say the first one's my favorite because it's.
And then I go ask the rabbi.
But that's where they get like. No, that would be the last show. What are your thoughts on this shot, boys? What are your thoughts on this shot, boys? Riser, dude, water bumping.
No way. Ice bump, you mean? I guess
From the actual.
Not ice bump. That's not a thing. You want to make that up as a term?
I think it's an ice bump.
Oh, what a shot. Make it. This would be the ultimate. Oh, what a beautiful shot. That was a phenomenal shot. Phenomenal. Riser, did you see how good that shot was? Riser, did you see how good that shot was?
Yeah, it was good.
This bitch is over, folks.
I hit the not the first, one of a rare two.
Albatross.
I mean, it's a 4 under par. The Condor.
Did you know I won bullshit yesterday?
Did you know no one cares? Just kidding. Were you playing with random Play-Doh people?
I'm fine with it.
Why did you really lose the zoo?
The cards were rigged, and everybody knows it. Zoot refused to play bullshit on anybody. Zoot refused to play bullshit on anybody and just held all his bullets to the end when nobody could basically call bullshit on him.
That's how you play the game.
I know, that's how I played it too. Yeah, why did I lose? I called bullshit on somebody who I had to call bullshit on them or something. And I got like 38 cards. And I was kind of SOL after that.
Okay, so anyways, the one tomorrow's gonna ask if the knife is metal, so the metal becomes tame, and then the what?
Hey, it's Chelsea. I want you to know that I'm still a huge bitch for banning Rabbi, and I'm gonna fail in radio because it's a dying medium. And Rabbi's gonna call into my show tomorrow night and tell me that I'm a huge bitch in front of all of South Australia because I banned him on Instagram. Yo, so come on, dog. I don't give a flying fuck. How is it that he's able to pause the game? Is your yellow thing moving on him?
There you go.
Now there's no way you're gonna hit this shot. I don't even know why you're trying.
Oh, nice. We get to wait a full minute.
You think he just quit?
His Wi-Fi disconnected.
He's done.
His Wi-Fi is so bad.
It's better than a lot of people's.
And then
Alright. Stream reload and take care.
No, fuck no. We're playing Scrabble. No. You already said that you were gonna play.
I didn't say that.
You're full of shit, dog. You already said it. I'm gonna play. I beat you 3 times in a row.
So hold on.
Okay, leave the game. Carom, I'm going to sleep. It's 2 a.m.
No, fuck that. Fuck Carom, dog. We're playing.
No.
No, look. I don't give a fuck. Okay? All I want you to know. No, don't do that. Just play the rest. Your opponent's design. Here's this bullshit.
Teresa, pushing down. That's bad.
What are we doing, Riser?
This bad game. You don't want to like a knife. Slice. And this would be Shihia.
Riser, you've lost 3 games in a row at Literati.
I don't know. I truly don't know what you're saying.
Okay, do you know what it is to lose a game? Do you know what it is to lose 3 games? Because you've done.
I don't believe that.
See, I'm not telling you what you have to believe. I'm stating facts, dog. Oh, what a bullshit shot.
Tomorrow, over and over and over.
You don't have any really easy shots. I don't think that's an easy shot.
And then it says a second later.
That's iCarly. That's iCarly physics. I'm telling you right now, that's iCarly physics. And you didn't even know iCarly physics were a thing. You knew that iCarly logic was a thing because that's what you used many times in. Literati, but you didn't know iCarly physics were a thing. Do you know that iCarly physics are a thing now? Yeah, because of iCarly physics, dog. There's nothing that I can do about it. I play under Newtonian physics, and you play under iCarly physics. iCarly physics, dog. Lucy Snorbush knows this is iCarly physics. That was devastatingly bad, dog.
Somebody else comes along and says, I saw.
Yeah, knock mine in. Just knock mine in.
Good. I didn't even.
Just while you're at it, just knock mine in.
Stop.
Somebody who's coming when he can't shuffle himself. But if you didn't touch, it's okay. Mazman after we had this Mishnah in Zvach.
You have like 6 easiest shots.
The history of this weird Turkish shuffleboard game. Even with the carbon, but we've actually been lucky with us as long as they don't touch it. So it's not in our mission, so we didn't drop it.
That's it, you won. I'm letting you win. I'm giving you this win. Why would you do that? One of the wildest things I've ever seen. Maybe the most wild thing I've ever seen in the history of the game. What is going on here? What is going on here, dog?
You have the easiest one. Oh my lord, wow, blunder. That was a terrible blunder. That was an embarrassingly bad blunder. I don't know if you can remember. Oh, you're a Karen.
Go, baby.
Stop.
Go, baby. Garbage. You have a tough shot here.
Oh no. It's over.
That's not good.
Oh yeah, that one at the end.
Devastating.
Oh no. No, you fucked up my
Dude, look where mine is. It's on a back wall. You didn't even know what back wall is until I taught it to you.
Oh, what a skill.
But that sucks.
It doesn't. Fuck. Are you serious?
That did nothing for you.
No, I got the skill of being able to shoot him out and throw the shot. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, I feel the stupid run. Oh no.
Fuck this game. He missed.
No.
He missed. He put it in a really difficult spot though.
No. Left in the field, basically.
Oh. Stay right there.
Oh god, I don't know if I'll do this. Because you're stupid terrible now. I know. Stay. Too hard.
That was terrible.
Too hard. I've never tried that before.
Stop.
That was perfect. Oh no.
What are you doing?
Oh no. No. Oh, that's so bad. Okay, wow. What was that? Okay, you're just trying to lose. Wow. Actual Karen players were holy yo. So did they change the calibration or not?
I'm gonna win right here.
I'm gonna lose. This is the worst
finish ever.
I've ever seen in my life.
This game's rigged. iCarly physics, dog. iCarly physics.
That was like back and forth.
Are you ready for your literati invocation?
In the sleep.
Then you go to sleep.
I've got a podcast to be on in 5 hours, and another one to be on in 12 hours.
How many invites did you boss did you email people on?
Something like 60 today. No, I misspoke. 40.
Have you heard back from people or any new ones?
Yeah, like some people were like they had some family issues and they wanna do it later in the month. I got 2 tomorrow. I had another guy who said Sunday, and another guy who said either Saturday or Sunday, and I've got another one Monday, and no, I don't really know what they're on, and I just kind of do my thing and then talk about futurism. I don't know why futurism is considered paranormal, but some of the technology is not mainstream, which is interesting. And I have I can talk about alien abductions. I can talk about celebrity UFO opinions. I can talk about the history of UFOs, technology that we allegedly gleaned from UFOs, different UFOs, different alien species, and mega projects. Those are like my favorite things to discuss. All right, so no, I can choose. So basically, I type in things like UFO, alien, paranormal, Area 51, and then get all those email addresses, and then hey, how about I just tell you, and then you just don't interrupt me. You gotta understand, the champ's here. So then basically these are on a certain amount of topics, and then I have just a form email that I send out to them, but then I can do YouTubers and Instagrammers and all kinds of social media people, and I can send out a different email, and then I can do science and AI and futurology and that kind of futurism, and I can do that kind of email. So basically I can choose the topic, I know what kind of emails it's collecting, and then I can send out the email based on the topic. Now, what were you saying?
How many UFO alien podcasts are there on Spotify?
Oh, like tens of
tens
of thousands, but I think that Spotify only publishes like 1,000 of them.
I thought anyone can publish their podcast.
Yeah, but they're not all available on to my knowledge, on the Spotify website. Like, I think you have to have a certain amount of followers to get on the Spotify search engine. I mean, maybe not. Maybe they have everybody on there. But there are some podcasts that may involve UFOs, but they're just not labeled that way. That's why search descriptions are so important for me to be able to find someone. Is what I'm saying making sense to you, dog?
Yeah.
All right, now
does it work for each group?
Yeah, it works well for you. It works well for everything. Basically, I just need to know the topic, and once I'm aware of what the topic is, I can customize the bot to email anything. So I don't know. Let's say we wanted it on gardening. All I have to do is type in gardening into the Spotify search, and the bot's really simple. I'll just explain it very quickly. You use the search function on Spotify for whatever topic you want. And what this bot does is then clicks on all of the podcasts that are categorized as that, and then it searches all of the profiles and the descriptions of the podcast and sees if there are any email addresses in there. And if there are, then it puts them in a list. And then after like 10 hours or so, I just have to check the list. And then I remove the duplicates. And usually it usually gets me like 200 or so clean email addresses that are perfect. I do have to do a little. Sometimes I have to do a few small changes to the emails, but generally it's just like a perfect email list. It's one of the most efficient bots I have. Though I have to say, this other one that I made yesterday that is just creating clips on people is so flipping good. Now I'm pissed off that I didn't do this a year ago. It's so funny when I look at these bots and like the people's clips. It's like 6 months ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 4 months ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 2 months ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 1 month ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 3 weeks ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 2 weeks ago, Rabbi Rothschild. Like nobody's clipping these people except I am, and I have. Not on big accounts. I've done it on big accounts, but those clips don't last as long because they'll get pushed down because other people will do clips. But these small accounts, it's just free advertising for me. Yeah. So like if we go anybody like I'll do a random test. And it may not be everybody, but like okay, somebody Kacaii. Their name is Kacaii. Okay, they're going right now. If I go, and they can't be a new streamer. If they're a new streamer, chances are I won't have a lot of clips on them. This guy's a brand new streamer, so I am clipping him right now. He's not that old. But let me think of just like anybody who's I don't know. Okay, random person. Tommy 86. If I go to his clips, he's a pretty big streamer. And if you're like, why don't you have any on the bigger streamers? The reason why is because either they have teams that clean their shit out, or they have so many people who've clipped them recently that my clips are there, but they're just pretty far down. But for someone who like, there are some of these 24/7 stations that people just have, like they just have music there, and very few people clip them. My clips are there from 2 years ago. What isn't good for me, it's okay. It is the clips. You have to click on clips to be able to view clips. But it's better for me on Kick than it is on Twitch. On Twitch, if you clip people, let's say I clip you, you can turn the setting on that says only show clips from people who follow me, only show clips from people I follow, only show clips that are featured. Like you can change it. There are all kinds of settings so that my clips barely ever show on Twitch, though they do. But the Kick one doesn't have all of those functions, and so If you clip somebody on Kick, it shows up right away. And like,
Streaming on Twitch or never started.
no, dude, I've been streaming on Twitch for 5 years, almost 4 years. I was on Twitch. I was on Twitch. I think before I was even on YouTube, but maybe not. But yeah, I've been on Twitch.
Are you using a spam or a bot on Twitch and they haven't like banned you?
No. I don't use a bot. I have used bots on Twitch, but no. I have 49,000 followers on Twitch. I'm a big deal on Twitch.
What? Are they real followers?
Fuck no, I bought them for $100 5 years ago.
Oh.
Actually, I bought 50,000, and it's gone down. I have like 49,000. But I don't touch that account because whenever some 18-year-old kid comes in here, like, how many followers do you have on Twitch? I'll be like 50,000, and they're like, no, they're like, yeah, dude, check it out. My username, and they're like, no way, how do you have so many? Dude, I've been trying to get more than 7. I'm like, God, literally, you just buy it. But the price for Twitch followers has gone up a lot in the last 5 years. Like 5 years ago, Twitch wasn't really what Twitch was. And so the price on that has definitely gone up. In terms of Kick, though,
what's the new one that you did? Because you just described like Twitch typing bot, and you were doing that for like years already. So what's the new bot?
No. I mean, years ago, like within the last year, I created a Twitch bot, and it works fine. But people don't really like to find my spam on there. You have to really search out pretty hard. On Kick, it's this bot is very efficient. So it does like a clip every minute or so, and then just keeps doing that for 1,000 people, and then it creates a new account, all completely autonomously. So I don't have to do anything.
I've been doing that for a while though. I used to have like, oh, I wish I did this like a year ago.
Yeah, I do. I wish I had changed the settings on this computer because the previous settings were just really slow, and these settings are much faster and much more efficient. So this thing works really efficiently. No. Yeah. No, I just thought it could be more efficient, so I'm going to make a slight adjustment to it right now. And
do you have messages from people that are like, you've made a bunch of clips of me?
All the time. I don't want to say every day, but like, I don't really check.
Like, do they tell you that?
All the time, dog.
Are you doing this?
All the time. They're like, you're such a grifter. All you try to do is steal my community. It's like, I don't give a fuck about your community. And you're doing exactly what I want you to do. You lift me up. That's what I want. I win. If you do that, I win. I'm the champ. The champ is here. The champ is here. Exactly. The people who I don't win are the people who ignore me. But I still, it's the word impression, and I know I talk about this all the time in media. It's the fact I made an impression in their mind. I planted a seed on who I am, and that's like a huge deal for me. And these are all impressions. And the thing is, with Kick, you cannot say my name on Kick without it getting automatically deleted. That means I've made an impression on their whole moderation team. And anyone who writes my name, it automatically gets deleted. But it does not get deleted in the clips. So I can make clips on these people all day long, and it stays there, and it stays there for weeks, months, and years. Think about it like this: if I just spammed your chat, do you know how long that spam lasts? Like 5 seconds until the chat moves up. If you're a big streamer, so it doesn't really do that much for them. But a clip, the clips, it's there for years. And anybody who
can you the title and of the book to be whatever?
Yeah, 50 characters. I know this all by heart. Like, I'm the ultimate troll, I think, on the internet. So it's 50 characters, and I put a heart, a red heart, because I want to get people's attention, and Kick is a green. Like, everything on Kick is green, so red stands out. And it says YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then has my Discord. It's even happened to the point when, like, you type Rabbi Rothschild, like, my Discord link shows up, and it's like discord.gg/px something blah 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 blah. It's like something that no one would ever Google, but because I put it on there so much and so many people have looked it up, it becomes one of the things that help me to rank.
Amazing.
Doug, I'm the ultimate. I'm the champ. And I'm going to do this podcast in 5 hours, 4 hours, and it's going to go really well, God willing. And then I'm going to do another one, and I had somebody who, I don't know, I don't think I'm going to do their podcast. I might do their podcast, I don't know. This woman kind of creeped me out. So you get some people who want to blame the Rothschilds on everything, and I get that. But I'm not a puppet master. There are many people with my last name throughout the world. And she emails me today, what's the name on your birth certificate? Like, who emails somebody that? And I'm like, or something along those lines. And I'm like, my birth certificate says Michael Israel Rothschild. That's my name. And she's like, well, and then she came in here, and she's like, I know I emailed you earlier. I don't know if you responded to my email, but I was just going through all your links, and she brought somebody else in here, and she's like, so what's your name? And I'm like, I emailed you all this information already. My name is Michael Israel Rothschild. That's what's on my birth certificate. That's what's on my California driver's license. That's what's on my passport. And she's like, oh, okay, well, you know, people are like within the conversation, she's like, people are starting to wake up. And I'm like, look, I don't want to discuss. I told her in the email, like, I'm not a part of the banking part of the family. I don't purport to be part of the banking part of the family, either in my public life or my private life. I would rather talk about my project and about global unity much more than I want to talk about a surname. And she's like, well, so I said that in the email. And she's like, well, we're gonna do this. Or she's like, we're gonna do this podcast. Like, can we talk about your family? And I very kindly in the email, and I told her as well, that's not what I want to talk about. I'm not here to go down rabbit holes of history. And if you want to do that, that's fine. There are a lot of people out there who will do that with you. I'm just not one of them. And I was like, do you mind if I tell you my spiel? And she's like, sure. And I go and I tell her all the things, and you know, and I'm like, that's what I like to talk about. So she brought somebody else in here, and that person was quiet. And it just was, I just got a bad vibe. You know how you get bad vibes from things? Like this was, I was going to go onto this podcast, and she was going to be like, all right, well, why is the world the way that it is because of your family? And I just, again, it's like, it's like,
not even, doesn't even make sense.
And And here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Please conclude this because I gotta go.
Absolutely. I emailed her all the information, and she didn't check her email. She came in here and wanted to talk about those kinds of things anyway. And I just, so I might still do it, but it was like, I just got a creepy vibe from it. Nobody asked somebody on the internet, what's on your birth certificate, right? Like, that's not a normal question, or whatever, what's your birth name or whatever. Like, that just caught me off guard.
I mean, maybe because I don't know. It is a little bit of a interesting last name. She might think that you're just like impersonating the banking family or something.
I understand that, and I make it clear that we share a common ancestor. That's as close as it gets. Like, if you know, but and I get that. I get that. But I mean, it's like I already answered your question. You could have just checked your email. I sent you an email that was very polite, and I explained that, like, who I am, what I do, and then she came in here, and I get it, but it was almost like she wants to turn the conversation to what happened at the Battle of Waterloo 200 years ago, and it's like I have nothing to do with that. If you want to talk about the dark areas of the internet and history, go ahead. You can find a lot of people on the internet to do that. I want to talk about the future. I want to talk about technology, and I'd like to talk about my live streaming project. But if that's not attractive to you, then I don't know if this is going to work. So I know you want to go to bed, but you were asking, did anybody ask you to be on a podcast? And yes, this woman invited me. We're supposed to do it a week from tomorrow, but I just got kind of a creepy vibe from that conversation that I don't necessarily know if I'm going to do that, but I have. And before you go, that's something too. I don't want to. I don't know, but like there are. Okay, I think I've asked you this question before, but maybe not. So I'm going to ask you a question, Riser, and then you can go to bed. And you have to answer as quickly as possible and exactly the way I asked, okay?
Okay.
Yes or no? Do you still beat your girlfriend? Yes or no? Do you still beat your girlfriend? I need an answer. People, do you see he's not answering the question? Do you see he's avoiding this question? No. I asked you yes or no. Do you still beat your girlfriend? Yes or no? Do you still beat? Wait. I don't want to. Yes or no? Look, he will not answer a simple. To the audience, do you see Riser will not answer a simple yes or no question? Riser, yes or no? Do you still beat your girlfriend? Wait. Do you see that Riser will not answer this question? Do you see that Riser will not answer this question? Riser will not answer yes or no. Very simple question. Do you still beat your girlfriend? Riser does not answer it. Riser, everyone on the audience can see that you either do beat your girlfriend or that you used to beat your girlfriend. Do you understand when that's a gotcha moment? Wait, I get that. But do you get that that's a gotcha moment?
No, it's not. If you just say I don't answer a loaded question.
Wait. I get that.
Or if you say answer your loaded question.
I get that. But then you're avoiding the question. And so that makes you look guilty.
I'm not avoiding my question.
You are. Wait. Quit that. I know you want to go, but what I'm saying is there are some questions out there that I don't want to get gotcha on. So, like, for instance, somebody can say to me, and I get this all the time, do you support...
I'm going to sleep, bro. I'm talk to you later.
All right.
I'm tired of stuff.
Peace out, girl Scott.
Later.
Don't be your girlfriend. Hi, Holly. She banned me. She doesn't do OnlyFans for the father. Thick Boy Squad, Thick Boy Nation. Stop. Stop. Thick Boy Squad, Thick Boy Nation.
What's that one? Seamless. It's like big word. Dog. For anybody watching, I had two of the greatest commentators in history.
Shut up.
Out of anybody, Joe Rogan's guest he's had on more than anyone else. What's interesting about that movie today is we talk about due to the sudden impact of health on my cousin. Yeah. We didn't record yesterday. Yeah. Why are they releasing it the day after? Okay, I don't think Australia has anything to do with it. I'm not going to say some stupid joke about Australia. Anyways, that's not why you're here today. You're here to watch what I think I killed. You're not here for that. You're here to watch 7 minutes of show. Start the timer. Play the chant. It's funny. We're both talking. Oh yeah, we're big guys. Thanks. Oh, I did that. Shout out to the some thousands of people talking about the job fans, all the homeless kids out there. Just know that you are loved, and we're going through it with you. Thank you. And honestly, we gotta keep the team when it's coronavirus. Sometimes we don't have to go an hour because, like last week, it's like we only have an hour to talk about stuff. Yeah, no, I mean we only do 10 minutes a week, and sometimes it's gotta be 10 minutes. Yeah, there's always 60 minutes. So, yeah, just understand that. So we set 7 days ahead. This first one's posted by it was Ramirez. I don't know Shab and the Rock franchises. Just like instead of Jumanji, Shab. Oh, Kevin, you're so fucking instead of short. They're like, cut. You say short, not gay. What's it? What are the Rock movies over there? Have you seen this matching machine yet? Yeah. I just watched it. Honestly, dude, I did not like it better than it was like almost there was no like climax. It was just like unbelievable type thing. It's like what the fuck? It was kind of boring. I think the Safdie sort of lost it after the first month. They had a good time. I really liked it. After that, Marty's Supreme is pretty good. I was pretty excited. I saw the first 15 minutes and turned it off. Okay, see, that's your problem. It's like, damn, this is more. It's longer than 10 minutes a shot. What happens next? Hosted by Icarus Williams, Part 33. White as shit, Dallas, yeah. Dude, I was in LA, out to the Flyers, where I lived. Page went up 700%. 700%. So I coach with. I can't even hit around the number. It's insane. So I coach a liar to a liar. Or a lie to a liar. There was a table. Two times 700. I'm not gonna do the math. Dude, I'm not even gonna do it. Oh, that's your voice. You're drinking. The boys from baseball, soccer, it's dark out. I see this car falling from a fist and like off it, the major road, like falling on the side of the outside. Yeah, I looked at that. Oh, since it's bad, we're just trying to. Same thing, the boys get down. So they lay down, they're all scared. The guys told me before I get to the house, there's another road. So I just pulled in there and I turned around. I rode down the way back. I was set up too. What's up, dude? He goes, what's up? It's like, hey, I was up to no good. I'm like, can you help, man? Are you lost? What's going on? He's like, oh, no, I'm trying to find, like, what address? He's like, oh, I just give me the address. I'll lead you the way. I know there pretty well. He goes, man, you know what? It's all good. I go, it is all good. Have a good night. He's like, yep. So I'm like, I'm waiting for you to leave, bud. I'm waiting for you to leave. He's like, have a good night, because they would follow people into the security and do their shit out. He said, would you? Answer no question. Does he understand? Understanding what it means? I couldn't even say it. This is so fucking the green dagger and shoes. Yeah, it kind of looks like a jacket. Like shredded leather gun. He said, you bench, deadlift, and squat. And that'll change your body. Oh, yeah, anything else? Oh, yeah. Like, oh, yeah, let's go. What do you do? Like, it's not sexy. I don't talk about it. I do. I don't talk about it. I do. It's probably a little bench deadlift pull-ups. It's so funny that some of these I don't know. Like, I just, it could be the most ridiculous one. I could say, well, no, adding would take. Sunday off. Saturday, Sunday off. With that, so you wouldn't say Abby's, but couldn't you see him saying Scorpion? Just like one. How much do you do? I am amazed that he didn't hawk something on your merch. Yeah, like something that allows him to not take any days off. It's an actress. Either one is really low or really high. Yeah, I mean, that's hilarious. It's like it's not gonna be the answer that makes sense. It's gonna be one that's insane or one that's just like nothing. But I'm thinking of the future. Shout out to Icarus, dude. See, like, that's not like somebody with the same the child. Same. I mean, Sandler should go to the other show. I think it's enough. He's actually funnier than this one's most like discovers that podcasting on storage isn't ideal. My studio is a huge show. Now we have the internet, guys. Yesterday, our audio went down. It's a shit show. That's right. So yeah, there's been some dialogue over the last couple of weeks that he's always like, that's fantastic. Oh, that's awesome. Awesome. It's not like process servers gonna knock on our door and slowly seize the high wall. That's the last thing you ever see. He thinks that's so funny to say. Oh, dude. It's the time. Shout out to Brendan Shaw. He's the best. He's the ghost. We have more audio than we have. Alright, it didn't go out. I'm not Mr. It's funny if you try to read through it. The last episode we did was on Jelly Roll. And midway through that 24-minute mark, what happened? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, what happened? Remember? The audio's like, oh, fucking a minute crazy. Dude, that'd be so funny. That'd be so funny. Like, there was a new thing. Or that part where here, because you shit itself. Just like, and it was because somebody in another one of the storage units did something lots about Jonah. Yeah. It's crazy, dude. Yeah. I mean, It's crazy because we got really wrong as shit. Like she doesn't even it's like no, he never talks to us and he refuses to finish our story. Oh, look at this one, dude. Dazzling Rabbit, 663. This is Ozzy, and they got money to the inventor of Apple, dodged a bullet. I remember this one. Did you happen to see Brendan Walsh doing a song about false gods? No, fun. That sounds awesome. You know, 5 minutes on my heart. You're talking to the audience. Yeah, I'm going to talk to you guys for 5 minutes. Just half of our show. Did you know that? I'm pretty good at man. Earlier, I couldn't do 772, but that was a bit. I know that it's 950. Okay? It's thank God I was hearing what you were saying. But yeah, I don't think you've seen it yet. That's all this is more. Check this out. Lemonheads, this rules. It's no coincidence that this machine is also called the Apple. It's called the Apple, kids. Got plastic surgery on my neck. This machine is also called the Apple. It's no coincidence. This machine is also called the Apple. So Brendan Walsh is here with us tonight, everybody, and he's in a new band called the False Gods. It's a tribute band to the False Gods special by Brian Callen, the YouTube special that we all know and love. Because I'm out. Well, I mean, not for the whole thing. That's why. False gods. I challenge anybody to watch more than 10 minutes of false gods. That's yeah. It's like if he was saying that it's like if it is a hard watch. It's very difficult to get through a long period of time. You got to be a real cow to do that. It's rough. Yeah, well, luckily here we watched the whole thing, and it's really good. If you watch it, yeah, the first 10 minutes, yeah, I get it, yeah. It's not really, it's not until he finally talks about holy people having sex that it's really funny. That's true. I agree with that. Also, the part where he talks about how millionaires walk different. Yeah. Oh, let's stop this and watch all the country. No one has ever said that. Stop this. Watch False God. Alright, so I'm gonna break that statement down. Let's stop this. Like stopping something else to watch False Gods and watch False Gods. Not even having to do it. Not even more than so, Steve's got a point. And I'm gonna ask you a question, but really, I'm just asking for myself. That's why I answer. Would you have sex with someone? Yeah. I would. You just know quickly. She sees that as your other. Fucking close mouth, get fed. What are you gonna do, mate? Folio punch me, motherfucker? You're right, I guess. Show me a false god. Yeah, the only false god in this club is this thing. It's very funny. Yeah, it's not a good one. It's not a good one. It's magic. Take a shot of the shot. I took a picture of it. Marketers, they are also just like I'm gonna give you two with two X's. I need a lot of it's $2. No way. Those are like, what are those gas prices in Los Angeles? Yeah. They're being stuck in the street. Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, their riots are probably we can imagine. You can't risk it too much. Just want to say last week. Just last week. That's kind of fucked up. Slow to indicate that. That's just what it is. Come on. This is all you'll do. Take my sucker to the store. That's all love. I mean, that's fair. This one, that's a good one. 3 days. For eternity, for now, if you're fighting each other, stay far away. That's all loving fair was. For eternity, that's all love. I want to incorporate that more into the show. That we're talking about, like, specialty stuff. You want to talk about golf or something. I'm going to get two of the fuckers. I can't even do it naturally. Oh, yeah, yes. No, I said, I want to talk about doctor's visits. We're fraternity. It's called. Yeah. Do something. I feel like something. What if he did that? So he goes into that scene and he really wants to make it instead of pulling it forward. He goes like, and that falls like so adamant that he goes to like seeking here. No, all love, fear. Now, if you're fighting each other, just fire away. Like, that's all letting fair one. Why do you say something? If you're fighting each other, that's fine. He wants to be deep. He's trying. He's like. He wants to, say a real, like, he has the aspiration of being a deep thinker or philosopher king, but he doesn't have the ability to do it. I like to say something like this. Sometimes I like to say something like, on that sound, or not even that good. Honestly, if he's trying to be a philosopher, he might be my favorite philosopher because guess what his approach to it is? He takes quotes already made by other people and fucks them up. Yeah. And so really his philosophy is not too bad. I am, therefore I think. I was trying so hard to think of something that is as good as all love. It's impossible. He's a fucking genius. I think, therefore I skate. That's the motto of so much comedy. That's actually this one's hosted by my girlfriend now. It's like that's the head. Look at his face. Look at his, he makes it so smart. It's not a good look for him. I think we have a very, very good literally pull false content anytime. You can put that, so many things in the phone. Instead of it, you can phone there, your face thing, maybe pulling up a picture of the house that he bought. Wow. He was out here. He was 17. Yes. Jay. Well, it looks like Brendan Johnson. Jay had a big chin. That was a lot different. Chin. That's weird. Right. They made it. Shot. Interesting. So maybe he was just saying some random shit. What happened to her birthday? That was joy. Oh, and she's sick of you. What's my appropriate duty after you? You want to comment on the apologies?
I feel like I feel like May has been on long. I'm exhausted. I don't feel great again. I feel like my throat, these tonsils have to go. I just never get them. So I'm here in a couple months from all of you. And yeah, just May has been way too long.
That's the narrative. What's the LT thing that they're putting? Some other shot brand.
No, it's Wake Travel. It's Wake Travel.
It's like maybe it's Los Tigers. Because he had a hat that said LT too. It's some kind of weird thing. It's more worse than anyone I've ever seen. It's so much worse. The comments are just like, sound familiar? Parents' journey through your experience. Age 5, he's got a kid. Age 6, he's the best to get out there. Never say it's time. Age 7, right quality child. Age 8, we tried out for strike. Obviously made it. Age 9, 28 season. Plus his plus 3 also times. Age 10, first time to face after on vacation, right? Age 11, he meets a hitting guy and a pitch guy. How would you guys performance coach? Age 12, I'm going to face his partner. That's the other experience. 13, we changed school for academics and also baseball. Age 14, showcases a chiropractor at this age. Age 15, yeah, his brain cannon just ticked up like age 16, he just needs to get seen by the right school. Age 17, the kid's school is wanting to walk on, filler in the spot by sophomore year. Age 18, okay, actually is competitive. Age 19, red shirting strategic. Age 20, has been school now. Age 21, you know what? So much happiness. It's hard to get into sports, so you have to have like fucking monster DNA and like it's different. Like that, that might be cool for some people, but like my kids, they have class in their DNA, so it's like such like spicy. You know, I like that analogy though. It's like we should say like age starts to come on. Yes, we're always on that age 2. Alright, drop my first question. Showtime Live, Showtime, Jim Coleman, Andy Bob, and answer. Age 3, age 4, you know, like the First Nations stuff. But yeah, I'm comparing that age 4. There's age 4 playing, he just did a lot of Adderall. Age 5 is like age 10. I don't know. Age 18, we played video games every day, and I can finish it. Somebody should make some. That is a great idea. I like that idea. You started on the Wolf's first year stand up. Oh, we are on stand up. He had a dish Brendan at the after show. He was never asked back on the network. So they called Fox like 1247. Wow. What year is this? So all those things look ridiculous. They look like they just made them. Like it never actually happened. This is like a fever dream. This is the Mandela thing. We all think Shaw hosted these, but he never did. He never did. 2018, March 4th, 2018. This is back when I was still back when I was. Damn. So we were. I totally missed this when they had. No, it's the Oscars. That's the Oscars. Yeah, like the comments though, why do my claims? I guess we'll have to down, dude. That's for sure. Rumors are true. I'm scared. This is last year. Yeah, I saw that. He has his own version of Chopper since then. Slow Joe. This is possibly best content ever. She's like, get the app on the show. That's social media. This isn't real. Oh shit. It's the ring shows. Because it's like, damn, I'm rich at the company. I usually figure that's a little short. Versus wallets. So like, I'm not gonna go find that now. This was supposed to be busy. There's only 108. Just to go. Alright, well, dude, let's take a wallet. I used to love you guys that you started talking about two dicks. Say Jake Paul's like all of the star career. Jump into jiu-jitsu. Okay, let's go down that route. How long does Jake Paul last with the gentleman who won 80 cc's? You think he can avoid a submission by like Joshua last 6 rounds? I say, hold on. I say, wait a minute. Silly, what? So Brendan fought this guy, and all he did was just basically run away. He just didn't seem to want to engage in the jiu-jitsu. He was very defensive. The cyborg called him out on being so defensive. Brendan said, oh, that's just the shutdown, basically. I'm going to shut him down. I didn't want him to tie me up or, like, give me the leg lock or an arm bar or whatever, and, him, like, break something, and then I can't compete later in the evening. So he was saying that Jake Paul said, not so bad, I can finally this is his fun. I forgot that. You was like, oh, sick, bro. I am on a I didn't expect to get this far. Why are they marketing Brennan Chops on Chops? Yeah, this is the so this is the downstairs space. That's probably where they have the other show somewhere. That chair is probably for just like, yeah. Look at that. It's like a chair that these you can tell me Brennan Chop hasn't broken his arms. Oh, yeah, for sure. See, this one is this 1,400 square foot space, like say condo is now home to a former MMA fighter and active podcast Teddy Go. Credibility, creative energy, executive head advisor, tenacity, the Austin market fans. Priced at $579,000, this is a turnkey income producing asset with a tenant that fits the X-Space culture perfectly. The space features a main functional layout, built-in podium, adding character and usability right up to the gate. Ideal for investors looking for a compelling story with cash flow already in place. Creative office, studio, and podcast production all under one roof with the flexibility to evolve alongside the tenants. Oh my God! So like his space is being used by other people. I don't even know what this means. What does it mean, investor? It's very interesting. What does that mean, investor? Very interesting. It just sounds like, unfortunately, it's attached to shops, so everything sounds like it's what I'm assuming from my fucking Peabody brain, that's exactly. Oh, I think I figured it out. Right. You buy the space and rent it out if you choose. Yes. So it's not necessarily a storage unit, but it is like a fucking capitalist commercial way of doing podcasts. You buy it and then you rent it out to people to do podcasts. But does that mean that Brennan Shaw becomes your landlord? Something, but he's your landlord. No, you buy it. I'm the landlord. Oh, yeah, right? Shaw rents from me. Right? Because he's using it or else we get kicked out. Am I wrong? I'm going to buy it. I think you figured out what's going on before I did, but I agree with you. What do you think? I think, like, you know, those podcast studios over here, yes, you can purchase that. Yeah. And then you rent it out to others. Exactly. But Shop is using this to put where is now home to it. So maybe he bought it. Oh, so we're buying it from him. So we have to space. So we make that. I mean, dude, Brennan Shop, if you let us rent the space after these episodes and it's a shop is there, that's a great way of like never talking to us, but also like kind of co-signing us and all the songs that they love right there. Yeah, okay. So they're advertising it for Shop, but what's confusing me is that I thought he was renting it. But Shop literally bought this. So it could be that they're advertising for him, right? And so, like, either scenario is pretty funny. Somebody in the comments is gonna fucking school us and call us a student. Well, they already know that. Does that make sense? This is all Shop shit. I feel like Shop put them on the map for sure. NOI, what is NOI? NOI? I don't know. Oh, look and see. Previously generating $6,000 a month. Tenant moved to another. This is they were paying $6,000 a month for the studio space. So this one here was $6,000 a month. And so the cost on this unit. So yeah, he doesn't own it. He's renting out a unit that somebody else owns. So this one is $679,000. This one's $579,000. So maybe he's down to $5,000 a month for studio space. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to pay $6,000, but let's say we could literally, if we paid $6,000, we could record podcast tours month for podcast there, and he would kill us. It is now vacant and ready for immediate occupancy, whether you're an owner slash user ready to move in, or an investor looking to lease it up at market. There you go. So he moved to a different one. Yeah. The unique features that you professionally think, okay, this is contract career. With an exceptional prior tenant plan. Why? I mean, dude, I would have credibility. I would never mention that. It's funny to describe something that shop is using. It's like unique almost sounds like it's like an insider thing. It's unique. Yeah. Like what if they smelled a unique wine? They're homeless. This place is homeless, which is even more ridiculous because it's literally will trust by the end of this series. They have a shower. I'm sure they'll be homeless. No shop, you can't put a shower. So where's the host? So this is Steiner Ranch. Hudson Bend. Travis, you haven't been down Apache Shores in years. Apache Shores, I think. Yeah, it's very interesting. This is a lot more than I thought we were going to this episode. A lot of the names of these towns sound like something you could use to make fun of shop. Like, workshop. Oh, yeah, he's over at Lost Ring. That guy lives in Apache Shores. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh, God, Crystalia. So this is where the town is. Wow. And then everything. Are you allowed to realize it's how it's originally felt? Wow, dude. So they got gouged. They got doxed. Yeah. Well, I mean, that was pretty fun. Oh, yeah, that was the all right, guys. Well, join the Patreon. We recently did a video on Jelly Roll doing stand up, and even more recently than that, join the Patreon to see our video that we did making fun of comedians in Lexington. Yes. Yeah. We use historical events and incorporated Lexington. We knocked it out of the park. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. We also talked about Crystalia. noticed online a trend was people on Twitter and threads they keep saying like the libs got the libs going crazy. They keep saying that Trump's Freedom 250 concert is like people are canceling it, and it's always like somebody who's not very good, like not famous. Like I think the guy that does, I think Sir Mix-a-Lot maybe, whatever, canceled or somebody. We never even heard of or canceling the concert. And I don't even know what Freedom 250 is. I guess Trump has like concerts. I guess that he puts on. I don't know where he does, where he puts them on. And I was just thinking, the problem with Trump is that he's not really a president. He's more like a property manager. You know, like he's the guy that he owns buildings. He's like an event tycoon that became president. So he always wants to like spruce things up and like plan events. And I don't know how good or not he is about doing that kind of stuff, but he loves to do it. If he was just doing that, the only problem would be like, well, okay, maybe the biggest act canceled and they have some guy in their country he's in charge of it. So the events, if they don't, it's like, oh, great, we have a UFC thing in front of the White House, but there's other things that are maybe more important to do. When it comes to events, do you think Donald Trump is really worried about his outfits? I wanted to save that up this year. I don't know why. That's a fucking great question. He's gonna, because he tends to wear the same stuff a lot, but I wonder if he's gonna wear it. Listen, I thought you were. Oh no, they all wear the same. They look the same, but it's different. Yeah, you thought this was her bed. It's fun. What's it like? Gucci. What's another expensive brand like American or something like that? Valentino. This is Hermes. Last time I wore Gucci. Yeah, it's always it's like a new expensive thing he wears to the fucking Mexican rides. They got pictures of the whole bed. Whatever they call it. He's just like scrolling. I want to spend the day. I don't know. Where do you even go for a big date or a big shake? They might have something we've never heard of. You have to pay to hear about it. You have to have like a rich friend who's like, I got my thing from Kazoo today. Kazoo. You can't say it. You can't say it. Instead of Amazon, it's called instead of Kindle. Oh god. Yeah, but it's like Amacom is a good one. He's like, I was scrolling Amacom. That's where I got all this stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's all outfits. Oh yeah, what's the thing that is the conspiracy? What's the Wayfair? So it's like they probably say Wayfair, but they know that it's not Wayfair. Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, exactly. Wayfair is just Wayfair is the thing that you're Wayfair, but if you're rich enough, you know what Wayfair is. That's where they get all their stuff from. And I was thinking about that, like, I mean, what comedians get up with put on Freedom 250? I know what it's like. A long time ago. Akash. Okay, that's a good one. Akash saying in the Freedom 250. OMG! You know, a lot of people say that my wife is the reason I quit the podcast. But, you know, I quit it to do this. And it's him outside in 100-degree weather. Because I'm imagining the Freedom 250 is outside. I didn't even know what it was either. I'm like, why do you think they're bullying the president by tweeting about like these people leaving? But it always, anytime I see that, I'm like, how did I get this? Because they're going to be honest, I think these people are thirsty. They're literally Oz only been at Oz for like 8 years, or no, 10 years now. And they're just waiting for jobs. And then when jobs just fall in their mouth, they're like, we can make fun of Jim about. Yeah, it's like he is, in a way, he's holding up the economy. The Trump economy is like constant news about it, us tweeting about it, like making his lavish mistakes, and there's like another tons of bits about it. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Dude, he's like a fucking British child, bro. Actually, turn on me. What if that was a disease I had? sudden I turned into Leah. So just randomly we go, oh my god, bro, fucking Spider-Man, bro. We're saving Dalia for the future. We got Dalia on big. We got because it was like a horror movie, or because we talk about these people, we just have to be in my need. We turn into them randomly. We can't control it. So I turned into Leah, and then it's like a chicken with you could use it for either. You could absolutely be like, listen, I'm sorry, that was delayed. Because Spider-Man gets delayed. Don't do that to me. Oh, good job. Underage child. Chop. I'm sorry, that was I'm Brendan Cody. That was Brendan Chop that punched the bird Stiffy Books, whatever. I was thinking I'm thinking, why would I need that excuse? I'm very Stiffy. Yeah, honestly, well, ask him. You sit there and watch him. I have gotten into it. I'm working into so then that would be a good excuse for me where I actually do return to the shop or even yell at everyone in the shop. Spider-Man does that, right? There's like a police. It's kind of sad. It's fun to say. It's interesting. That's like that. When he turns into Venom, is it bad? Isn't there a bad version of Spider-Man? No, Venom's a different person. Eddie Brock. When the symbiote is on Spider-Man, he is symbiote. Isn't there a black Spider-Man that's bad? I don't think so. Isn't there? I swear I remember there was it's Spider-Man. It's Venom. Same symbiote. It's a worse person. It works so good. The symbiote is struggles to make you bad. I don't think that's his name. So that's kind of not racist at all. I've never met him. I wonder if they ever thought about it. I'm not really certain side of it. But they turned him in. They like, it's like anyone's like, they've always been a different color. But it's such a different color. Shit, Spider-Man. All of a sudden wants to get the landscape. So you're saying make him brown? I like the idea of like Spider-Man. Shit's gonna be in shit. Because like, that's so stupid. Strings from, I guess you wouldn't be able to straighten your head. It's just something that people stop. I'm usually the one that wants to keep going. That's good. I'm glad that you're really saying that it should stop. I agree. Speaking of stealing identities. Great job. Someone's roasting someone. Celebrating your achievements. It makes me think it's some sort of diverse. And absolutely could be that some people are doing it's AI. It's like a way of monetizing things. Just have AI replace you. There's a person behind it. Profile. That's what makes me think that it's like the like that's really where some people are worried about AI knowledge or whatever by itself is easy way. AI is wants to what was the thing? Stay fly. Don't fly. Don't fly. Don't fly. See the reason people don't say anything is they can't see it. The reason why I think it's a computer program and not a person is because of just the name. This is not human. I guess. There's so many other ways we can say it's small. And it's like small. It looks like a computer. Weird eyes, weird eye here, one ear here, one ear. They don't post anything else. They just start Sonic. Sonic is yellow. Yellow Sonic. Super Sonic. Yeah, well, so Sonic, I don't remember. Sonic turns yellow. Yeah, Super Sonic. I kind of think that Silver Sonic, I vaguely remember that, but I don't remember that's what happens. How does he get silver? It's cool because the emeralds, he travels along. Yeah, exactly. That's what makes him fast. Faster. Yeah, that's when he gets really fast, right? If Sonic was like a real thing in their life, let's say it together. I'm so sorry. So no, listen. You're horny as shit. I think Sonic is like, fucking, I didn't know I was doing a podcast with Jesus so bold. See, we're talking about a kid city fun. 1, 2, 3, Pokemon cards. Pokemon cards. He's a kid. So Sonic would be so good at Pokemon cards. And it would be so funny to watch him play because you'd see, or I'm thinking of putting it like that. I don't even know how you do it. It's like, let's say it is Pokemon Go. Right? Let's say it's Pokemon Go. He'd be stealing these Pokemon things from children because he's so fast he can just run around. I wish I could experience it. It's not. I don't think there's any real estate left in your brain. No, there's a lot of vacant space. That doesn't allow for function. Pokemon is your brain for gardens. You know, like how what's it called, housing, like projects are called gardens, something like that. Oh, sure, yeah, like it's a bad neighborhood. So a good neighborhood means describe me. I've got to live like a state sale. Store friends, like a state sale. People are dead in there. I do have news about my grave. I haven't told you because I wanted to say it. It's not necessarily I went to the doctor to get my surprise. When he called the doctor's office called me this see. They called me, Kaiser called me, and I was on the phone with someone else. I put the phone off. The doctor gets first. They got your results back, and the results show that, and it's kind of like what I said, it shows a little bit of over medication for your grade. So we think you should start taking it 4 times a week. Actually, they didn't say that. They're like, we should think you should take it less. You should take the medication less, like maybe 2 times. And I go, 2 times? And I go, I was taking it 5 times. Are you saying you want me to take it 1 less, like 4 times? And they're like, yeah, 4 times. So I didn't take it that day. No, I didn't take it that day. And then they said, but they also want you to come in the office to see the doctor. Right? They probably want to come into the office after the phone call. She made a nurse on her own. It's like, we need you. Because you can't even tell me how many times. She called me audible with audible. Yeah, she was like, oh my god, the Graves is really bad. This guy didn't even know he was so Kaiser. How dare you ever fire you say that you could be a doctor? I mean, I had no choice. They told me to. Not listening. So I go in the office, right? And the doctor says, so your results came back, and you're 3 weeks in. He said the results came back, and he's like, they chose over medicating. It seems like I had cured Gregor's. I was like, oh, really? He's like, yeah, you don't, like, here's 2 options. You have 2 options. One is you keep living with small teeth. He said you have 2 options. One is what we do. We have a big truck, and the small guy has a bag. He said 2 options. One is Gerard doesn't buy rich things. He said you stop doing cowbell, or people will start
He said, you might be Randy. I would say, I would say really the same what it is. He was like, you can stop taking it. And then we test again in 3 weeks to see if it's good. Or we can, just wean you off just a little more medication and then test it monthly or whatever. So I said, let's just fucking stop. I cured myself. It's not even fucking the same. I don't fucking shit no more. So now I'm not gonna take medication. I ain't crazy no more. I ain't crazy. I like women. That's good, dude. That's me. My thyroid. I like. I even turn. I like this. I like thyroid. So you figure it out. We can give you a project. But I may not have breaks anymore. I gotta get tested in 3 weeks. And then it'll be like 3 months, and then 6 months, and then probably 6 months a year, months a year. If I've actually healed, just to make sure my thyroid is still at thyroid. But I don't have to take the medication. Thyroid is well. Yeah, I fucking fix myself. I don't have to take any medication. Yeah, dude, this thing, dude. I heard he was asking me, like, I forgot, he asked me about my symptoms. And he goes, well, do you feel tired all the time? I was like, how much time? I said, no, not really. He's like, do you have this and that? I go, no. He's like, what about headaches? I go, all the time. Like, every day. And I go, but that's probably because I'm taking CBD. He said, oh, it's for the headaches. Really? And I said, no, all the time. He's like, all right. He's like, why do you give it up? He's just like, I don't want to entertain this. So he goes, let me touch your neck. You should try this on my neck. Check me like thyroid. So, as long as the test results come back good in 3 weeks, that's excellent. It's so fun. I don't know. I'm laughing this whole time. I have to go to the doctor. The reason I'm laughing that you don't go to the doctor, I'm laughing that there's a lot of team of people who are trying to do it. Yes, that's what it is. Stop laughing. It takes a team to keep team. I need help. The team of you guys, doctors, nurses, people who see me on the street, walking around. Whoa, what are you doing? People need to ask me what I'm doing constantly, or else I will be arrested. Go straight. So I need that. Whoa, why would you do that? Dude, puppy, listen, bro. Don't do that. Go this way. There's a look. They're about to step in the hole. I want to step in the hole. Oh man, that's so funny. Did you check out that video? Oh fuck, you sent it to me and I didn't see it. I do want to watch it. Yeah, it's good. Should I wait or should I look at tell me a little bit about it or it's actively happening right now? What's he doing? They're trying basically, long story short, this guy had a life savings of $200,000. He gave it to his son. The guy's 3 years old now. He's kind of dying. He's a journey. He's at the doctor all the time on medication. I gotta speak to really good. I like him already. He sounds like a good guy. He's not even part of the story, but that's where it starts. That he got this Lego collection for 30 years. Just Lego Star Wars stuff. Sure. His son did a consignment deal with a place called Mexican Fix. Oh, okay. So they were supposed to sell Legos and Legos. A significant portion of the information, 40%, like 35%, whatever they earned. Long story short, that franchise, lady got house amazing for no reason. So like the lady and the husband were like, Donald Trump's in office again. This is what happened. This literally happened. They still really talk about a lot of the thing, but they made a separate live stream said that that's why. So that's one of the reasons they wanted to get out of the country. When they notified corporate about them wanting to get out of the country, corporate that same day was like, cool story, get out now. And so basically that guy's signed that deal with all these Legos was sent to the next franchisee owner, and they acted like they didn't have it. So now, 2 years later, this guy on YouTube is making an hour and a half documentary about the significant corporation.
that sounds very interesting. Question about that brings up. So the people that took over after the people left the owners of the country, did they get the money that they had from selling the Legos or whatever? They're actively sneaking in little fees and acting like they've never seen these things. And so they don't even have them, or they're acting like they have them, but they're like, whoa, we don't know what you're talking about. That's crazy. Before you two got involved, they kept threatening people, saying, like, you're going to have to take us to court, and it's not going to be monster lawyer. And then now that everything's so public and there's millions of people watching this stuff, they're coming out and being like, you're always wanted to work with these guys. But there's like literally videos of them not wanting to work with them. Yeah, oh, you didn't say. You should have told us that you wanted to work with us. Here's a video. Oh, that's dude, total misunderstanding. But it's illegally. Yeah, no. This is so easy. Why don't you just stop making a documentary and then we'll be good? Yeah, basically. Yeah, check this guy out. He looks like he's the CEO of his company, and he looks like a legit like cartoon villain, perfect for like a Lego stealing costume. He has no eyebrows and like twirly mustache. It's hilarious. He has the twirly mustache. You can't be evil and have that, you know. You're gonna. He looks like Wario if he was Irish. Irish people with interesting facial hair. It's like you gotta be as normal as possible. You can't be a little weird. You already got this weird shit. When you have this, it's kind of a red flag. You could any kind of hint of like evil or being weird. You're definitely the weirdest person ever. Because you chose that, and your personality is that. Exactly. Because when you're the other person, you don't judge a book by their cover. You're not supposed to, so you don't judge a book by their cover. But when you open the book, it's just like the cover. You're like, why did I judge the book by the cover? What was I thinking? So many red flags. He had an evil mustache. You hate yourself. Which is why I judge the book. You're spinning facts, dude. I don't judge your book back there, but I'm like, I open the book a little bit, and I go, oh, I don't like that. This is like that guy looks like he drives Rasta's us. So another funny thing, this whole thing is so it involves like police corruption. The last video he just put out like yesterday is literally the police actively trying to cover up them being on President Ethan's side, and because they're all worth their own. Okay. It's nuts. Dude, I'm watching. You have homework to do by next week. You gotta watch YouTube parts of the documentary. I think part 3 is coming out soon. I can send you part 3 before it does. Let me ask you a question about the watching experience. Is it something that I can just have on my phone and listen to on my phone? Yeah. Because I do that with YouTube content. I'm driving. I think you'll want to watch it eventually. After listening to it, you're like, this is not like this stuff. His name is Rabbi Rothschild. I messaged him that I produced a podcast because he on the podcast was like, if you're living in our area, I'll be all over the know. Yeah. And so I just told him I do podcasts, and he's like, oh, cool story, bro. What kind of podcast do you do? I said, vacuum trees and take me to shop and fly. Yeah, let's do this out of line. We gotta tell people about some justice. Oh no, we're not gonna have him on. He's on. He's more joking. Okay, well, sometimes you gotta dip your toes in the liquor both, alright? I think I have no idea what's going on besides what you described to me. I do think it's kind of funny to have this bad press over not that much money. I mean, it's a lot of money to me, but a company is like that's what you said it was what $180,000. But the big thing is $200,000. The scuffle is over $60,000. That's crazy. Yeah, because that's not like that's what you maybe that $60,000 is probably a lot less than what you pay for a part. And now you This horrible marketing. You would pay $60,000 to make something like this go away. So it's like you really. The funniest part about me and you messaging about this is that I sent a very confusing text message to you. You didn't respond to the next day. And I didn't realize what I sent you until you responded back and I read nothing. He's definitely gonna get the wrong idea. But I was trying to convey to you is, dude, this guy is tearing down this company basically. And he made a fucking documentary about the Roganverse. Yeah. That's how that was. Well, I already sent Bryce to the site. It's the worst thing you could say. But and I think you'll understand more when you see the style of the documentary. He's very funny. For instance, just like quick, he gets one of the workers at that store and convinces her that she wants a sweepstakes. Takes her to the woods to brainwash her and tells her all the information for like 2 hours about what's really happening. And then she turns onto their side and goes back to the store. Whoa, you know what I mean? This guy's a genius, dude. I was just picturing the whole time I'm watching this documentary, I'm thinking, Baby Boy, T-Fat K Studios, experience, on the ship, you know what I mean? So you think he's the guy to do this? He's definitely the guy to bring it. Okay, I like that. And the resources. If you were to take somebody to the woods and do that in the comedy world or the podcast world, seriously, it's okay. Somehow. Just do it. I have another story for you. So I went to a show on Saturday, Friday. I went to a show on Friday and Anaheim. Stand-up. I think so. Not too certain about the exact not there. I'm saying like the general. What it was like you get before something like this. Claim me and claim me. One has stands for it. So this guy is there and he sees me. I'm not doing anything. I'm looking at the phone. I'm drinking out of my water bottle. And he's very drunk. And I'm thinking in my head, he's right next to me. I'm like, this is going to be a tough crowd because this guy will stop talking. You know what I mean? Yeah. Very fun, jovial Filipino man. He's like 50 years old. He's like, he really wants it seriously. And he turns to me. I don't know where you got the situation. He goes, you up next? I was like, yeah. The flag up weird. He's like, oh, he's very sure. His name is Ned. And I got it. And then when I was bombing on stage, I was really I was talking about he was being crazy guy in the back. Yeah. And I was like, come on, Ned. Did you really have to say that? And he jumped behind him and just started laughing at him. He's like, I'm talking to this guy at the bar that I used to have beef with back in the day. I'm not saying his name, someone asked me. And we're chopping it up. And this Edwin guy comes over and he's trying to chop it up in a circle, you know what I mean? And then the guy that I'm talking to goes to the restroom. It's not a restroom. It's not what to do is. And the Edwin guy looks at me and says, you know, I'm talking to sobriety on stage. You know, it's probably the best thing to do. And he goes, so you drinking? He's like, water? And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm drinking water. Like, good point. Yeah, I am drinking it. It's just water. It's getting good. Yeah. And he goes, you never drink water cups? Right? And I was like, no, I have. I was like, I've done a lot of research on that. Water. Yeah. And he said, no, you never drink cups. So he tried to get more drink. Alcohol. Yeah. He's talking about beer now. Now he's not saying he's drinking water. I'm like, who does he mean us? I mean, that's not straight in my mind. I'm not gonna get it. I honestly think it's amazing. He sounds kind of stupid. He's like, well, you haven't had a drink, right? Somebody has a car. Okay. Make it racist. Car didn't crash. What's it called? Anyways, he said, no, you haven't had last night. He's like, can we get to whatever the fuck pills are in there? Anaheim, something like Anaheim. And then the lady walks over. She goes, she's the one that booked me on the show. She goes, oh, no, he doesn't drink. He lives 2 miles away. Yeah, he's talking at her. Like, she just walks away. Dude, he's still going. This felt like it took forever. It never happened to me where somebody couldn't understand like that I don't drink. You know what I mean? The concept of sobriety is sobriety. And Edwin is like a very happy-go-lucky guy. So he's trying to be like jovial about it. I'm kind of getting upset. I'm not like yelling at everything. This doesn't hit basics what I'm saying. I'm like, no, dude, I don't want to do that. And then the other guy comes back out that I was talking to. He orders a drink. And he's like, can I buy a drink too? And he looks at him and he goes, he doesn't drink. And then he goes back to the bar and doesn't question it. He stops and he's like, after like 5 minutes walks away. I guess I'm a bitch because I can't like tell this guy. Wait, who is the guy that said the second one that he listens to the comedian? You're the one that I have beef with. Huh. I wonder why I would listen to him. I questioned him twice. He literally just like, oh, yes, sir. And like, put his to me, it's funny that he's just that guy. I mean, that guy in a set where it's like, I fuck people up sometimes. And then, or sometimes. Why would you listen to that guy? Like, the first time he said when he's going to the bathroom, I obviously not like, God punish you. He's going to go. Funny, but I wonder, did he say kind of like menacing or something? He said it very, like, he was like checking his problem. You know what I mean? He's like, bro, guys, true copy. It is funny. You almost think like 2 or 3 people in that fight, at least 3, because he is a woman and that guy and 2 other guys. It's kind of crazy to think of what sober people have to deal with. This is the first time. I don't know if this never happened. This has never happened before. And it was convincing because he was so happy. It was just like not like I felt like a straight dude in the gay bar. Which we are there all the time. I've been to many gay bars. Sounds like that's never happened to me actually. No, gay dudes in theater. I'm trying to fuck you. I've got to guess that. That 5 times the same people. You're complaining different things. That's not fair. That's 5 times. That's not true. That's not true. That's completely different. What's also like every time talking, not every time I every day. Sometimes it was like that's right. No, but it did feel like he was trying to turn me into an alcoholic. Yeah. Well, I am an alcoholic, but like turn me into a currently drinker. I don't know if you're interested in relation turn. Also, like, you can say that turning straight back into drinker. That's what I felt. That's what I felt. Yeah, he started trying to do that just so he can get you to drink. He tries anything. It's like, oh, fuck you. I'll get some. And then so he came back around, and I was telling this story. Matt, this guy that I had just met, he worked there. He was a really cool guy. We were talking about psychedelics. And I'm telling you how a psychedelic story goes. You don't want to, like, I personally don't want to tell this, but if somebody asks me, then yeah, I'm going to tell them what happened. Right? Sure. And he's interested in the whole time. It just doesn't usually happen when you tell psychedelic stories. Matt was here in terms of like shoulder like affair. And like 5 different conversations happen at bar at once, and then somebody tries to tell something another. I'm finishing my psychedelic story with Matt on it, and that's when Edwin goes, "What are you guys talking about?" And I told Edwin, I was like, "Well, somebody told me that Edwin was almost 14 years old and fucked my ass." And it was like, nah, or he was into it. He was asking more. I was just making that shit up. I'm not going to tell you the whole story that I just told him, and I felt the easiest way out of that was, yeah, I ended up releasing it. Do you think Edwin cares about that? It sounds like a great thing to drink. It's like, what are you guys talking about? I said sharp. I was like, sharp. And I was like, oh, okay. You know what I do? One thing here's what I think, Jeff. I know the level of drama where you start saying things that make logically no sense, you know? You're just happy and you want to, oh yeah, well, you don't drink people like this. That only makes sense in like a very drunk brain, right? It makes perfect sense. Yeah, he's sober, but you know, he's never drank with me and it'd be a good time, and then you'll be fine after that, you know? It's like you're drinking with me. That's only like a lot of times when you drink your brain, makes no sense. Makes no sense. Your thoughts, becomes very. So yeah, everyone is. I think it's fun. There's been times where I've told groups of comics that I was doing shows with, obviously not in the city, so like out and about. And the next day, let's say I bomb it, let's say I don't really well, and I'm like, dude, it's already like one little lull in the night where it's like where they say things I'm like, fuck, if I just took a shot right there, it'd be like a burst of energy would happen. Like in my sick mind, I think that it's really like saved the night because it won't really happen again. Right. And so I told them that breakfast the next day. Like, dude, that would be a bummer if you just, oh, hell yeah, that was so impressive. You are on that same, like, what if, so, like, you know, the guy that you have or whatever, he comes back and says, this drink, but in your head, you're like, we had to leave, fuck that guy. Get over here, and you take it, start taking shots, and you're shots of that, look at this fucking guy, right? If you go to the bathroom a lot, suck off a guy. Remember their, men's place? Your best friend is some asshole, drunk and full. The guy's like, it's like, I can't believe this guy fucking saved his life. He was about to start drinking again, and now he's trying to jerk off. Oh man, I don't think I've made a men's with anybody in quite some time. I don't know how many. I mean, I'm sure there's many people. See, I already apologized to this guy a while back, and then when I had seen him there, I sat next to him. He's doing it's like he wasn't talking to me for like a away. And then so the whole show happens, and I go sit next to him at the bar, and he's just like ripping it. We're just like going and going and going. We're just talking back and forth. And then eventually he's like, you know, we hated each other. And so we started talking about that. So that's good. That's good. Yeah, I don't know. I think the people I hate, and I won't do any spoilers when I say that, the people I hate, if I were in a movie backwards, I'm like, push the I was like, dude, I found this place. Let's watch the video. We'll both go to the place as soon as we get there. All right, see you later. I want no spoilers. I didn't see the movie Backroads. One thing I did want to say about it was, you know, some part of it is just how annoying it is to like home store and nothing works. And the store, like somewhere, like there's a breaker, figure out what the goes to. And I'm like, damn, my fucking where I work is that backwards? Because no one knows. Every time a fucking person comes over to like do some sort of handiwork, they're like, who set this up? I don't know. Where does it go to? A lot of these times I'm going to find myself in a scary situation just because no one knows where anything works. Lights go out. It's supposed to be on. I don't know. Who knows? Anywhere in LA, everything is important. So all of Los Angeles is that. Have you seen Obsession? I want to see that. I want to see that. I bet you it's way better. Yeah, so I'm glad you saw Backwards first. Because I'm sure Obsession. Yeah, I had tickets to it, but then I had to cancel it for something. I forget about that. And Sheep Detective. Is that Hugh Jackman's Hugh Jackman? Oh, yeah. No, it's happening. Because the goats are sheep or cartoons or, you know, like, I heard people, it's like you're crying during it, or you're emotional. It's like a anthem with sheep. Sheep. Goat. What if they replace the characters' name with goats? Cartoon goat. I watch it. Yeah, you gotta see Obsession. That's your whole thing. You gotta watch it. It's a really big documentary. Yeah. The only other thing that I saw this week that I was thinking about, I don't want to get too political, but there's this guy, Graham Flanker. He's running for Senate in Maine. And he's just, his campaign has all this stuff coming out about his personal life. Like he had a bad time with people saying that not to it. And then he said he didn't know it was. And I looked at it and I wouldn't have known either. And he's got it removed. And then he's always like Reddit posts that he's deleted. And now there's something about texting other women besides his wife. But I'm reading it and I go like, the Reddit stuff just reminds me of like, it's like, haven't you ever deleted a post? You know, like, maybe I haven't experienced as much as that. But then the texting, it's like, you text someone with your wife, that's bad, I guess. But it wasn't my business. So it's like, it's all about, it seems to be like a coordinated job. running for Senate in Maine against this like really old guy. Everybody he's running against, like the last part he ran against the Democrat in the primary, he's still doing that. I don't think the primaries haven't yet. And the person who's running against is like 75 years old. And the person that's a Republican is also like 75 or 80 or whatever. And I think they're kind of just, they don't want him to be a senator because he's not being a senator. It's like a coordinated campaign. If you want to run for political office and you're not 75 or more, they don't want you. It's got to be people that have trouble getting out of chairs if they want them to be senators. He does have some, he has a checkered past, for example. Is that he said he doesn't think that mistakes.
What a great picture.
But it's because he cheated on his wife by texting other women. That means that I don't deserve to care. Like I don't buy that argument. What does it have to do with anything? He sent texts about two chicks. So okay. So a lot of people. That's probably every politician. Think about all the politicians we've heard that cheated on their wife. Maybe politicians even brought Kevin or something. Fucked his manager's wife. Exactly. That's pretty fucking bad. That's like more than maybe 30 times worse than cheating on your wife. So many people have like cheated. They cheated with that. That's a really bad thing. A lot of these politicians don't even fuck women that aren't part of their staff. Like their assistant, secretary, the intern. They're like always fucking them. That's bad. You're their boss. We are never fucked his wife the first week. Yeah, we fucked the whole fired him. I make this team watch me fuck their girlfriends in front of me. But yeah, it's not running for mayor. Yeah, I'm not running for mayor. That's why I can do it. And I'm like, I'll make our whole team watch the hentai chapter. And I'll never forget the first time we made Brian, the guy whose name was watch hentai. And I said, not about me yet. But yeah, how is this any of our business? And no one is perfect. All the text messages that people send out, imagine if someone saw all the texts you've ever sent. Most of the time, I'm not even serious when I send on text. I just like to say bad things about my friends. Does that mean I'm serious? No. You know, the context of what. Also, there's a lot of fake stuff. People just post AI shit. Like what you said. I don't know if that's true. Everything is fine in paywall, too. That's not true. All the stories about this guy, you have to be a subscriber on the Wall Street Journal to be able to know what it even says. So the fucking headline says this. You don't know if it's true. It's behind the paywall, so you can just imagine what it is. And then the social media comes out and says this is what he said. But that's AI. Who did that? This makes me very conspiratorial. You know, it makes me not want to believe anything. Remember what was happening in Maine also with the marijuana. The Chinese marijuana exchange. I've always said it. Go back all the time. Their line is the most important state in America. It's going to be like a bunch of Chinese science. I didn't know that she was small time like celebrities or shit. So like the kids, so I just like he hits me up after the shows and I just that might sound crazy to somebody because like how weird is that? You know what I mean? And then to see her by her took me on the social media. Before you guys asked, it's not just their marijuana business. She's the type of girl I am. The Chinese government is doing shit now. Why? Because Graham Plattner is against right? They're worried that an oyster fisherman is going to be like really popular. So you know, what does Graham Plattner do? He oyster fishes and then he plays video games at night. We all fuck each other. They don't want that. They don't want that. All right? He fucks a lot of people apparently. Sending crazy texts. Listen. No one is saying that bad tattoos are good, or that you can have Reddit posts where you say crazy shit, or send text messages to women when you're married. No not saying that's crazy. All I'm saying is, it is the Chinese market. Like, I would much rather, I actually, what you're saying, I actually do think that we have seen before on the show. I'd much rather have a fucking horny ass, like, outward horny politician than somebody that's on positive. You know what I mean? Like, they're just like, nobody ever sees how horny they are. I like seeing the text messages. You know, you want to fuck chicks, that's great. I like this. I hate fuck chicks. Nothing against, like, I'm just saying, like, if I saw messages from people shooting up random dudes that aren't his husband, I'd be like, nice, okay, I like that I can see your horniness. It's when you can't see people's horniness that you really. Did I tell you about that voice note about the chick? She tried to fuck me. No, she was trying to suck my baby's thumb. And I was like, dude, I was not a kid. I think there's something to be said what you're saying. It's like all these people that get their whole life exposed, and then the worst of it is that they did this or whatever. It's like, oh, the worst is that he's texting chicks. All right, sounds like a decent guy. Not that part, but just in general. Like, that's the worst of the skeletons. Yeah. You mean to tell me Diane Feinstein is not horny as hell? She's literally dead. She's probably fucking still a fucking dude. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, though. Diane Feinstein, she's like in a chair, doesn't know where she is. And that's, to me, that's more upsetting than a guy who has a checkered past, who's restored it. Like, does no one get a second chance? He's a he's like a better guy now, hopefully. He's running for Senate. So I'm supposed to just judge him? I'm actually more concerned that we have people that are literally raped in this interference in Los Angeles. Yeah, I mean, she's pretty old too. You think Karen Bass is fucking dotting her I's and crossing her T's when it comes to sexual activity? Doubt it. She doesn't know what's going on. Yeah. She could be fucking and not knowing. This is the thing. I don't want to listen. Okay, let's finish it. I do not want a mayor or a senator or a governor, for that instance, that ever jacks off to you. They shouldn't be jacking off. Why? I don't know why. I don't really have the answers right now, Sawyer. I just don't want it. Do you want that? Is that what you want? Yeah, definitely jack off. I don't want that guy from it. They shouldn't be jacking off. They should be fucking leaving every day for license. Oh, because you want to I want them to feel power in ways that are not effective. If they feel power by fucking chicks and fucking dudes, go ahead and do that. But then when you're in office, do the office stuff with no power, you know, just like, so you would deny another human the ability to say good job together. I mean, my beef is like when you're 65, you should be thinking of retiring. Power hungry clowns. Go see your family. And if you're not doing that good of a job, look at the country. Look at Los Angeles, Karen Bass, went to Africa when she was supposed to be legal. You can't just fucking leave right before there's a gigantic fire and there's no repercussions. What's your excuse? Why were you in Africa at all? You're the mayor. You can't take vacations like that. It's not just a job that you can like, oh, I'm gonna leave for. Figure it out. No, you're the fucking mayor of Los Angeles. Stay in Los Angeles, you stupid bitch. 75 years old, retired. She's running again. 10 minutes ago, I don't get too political. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, who knows? Maybe this guy is crazy, but I prefer him to a geriatric rehab. So, sorry, I want new blood. And I stand by everything. Oh, the jack off. I don't want them jacking off. I mean, it's kind of funny to think of politicians using like the office Wi-Fi to watch porn. Yeah, they do that. I'm sure. But, yeah, I mean, if you think about it, dude, politics is just one big pussy buffet. Yeah, I know a pussy buffet thing. It's just, I keep going back to it. I know we did. I don't know how popular, how interested our fans were. No give a shit that we talked about it for a long time. In fact, somebody wrote on my US pussy buffet thing, like, I think I missed an episode, and I almost replied with our episode. But I thought, I don't know if I want the friends audience to watch this. So I said that with the Burbank Comedy Festival, it's again, let's all agree not to treat it like a giant pussy buffet, okay, guys? And what made me laugh about this was like, oh, man, there's 5 reasons to this. So, her repost, oh, thank you. isn't big of me drinking my own piss. It's a picture of me drinking my own beer. I don't understand how people can possibly think this is a serious. Like, look at the reply. That's a joke.